Hello, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. My name's Mike. This is my YouTube page, Mox News, and this is your Wake and Bake News at 7 p.m. I'm your host, Moxie. Um, and this is what you see here is a Capitol Hill Occupy protest and Louisville, Kentucky. There is a fuck ton of people on the street in Louisville, Kentucky. And it is as beautiful gets. We're working on the microphone right now, just a minute. But I have a lovely bong hit. I have a lovely bong hit. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, look at it. Come on. Look at it. Oh, look at it. Do you see? Have a lovely bong hit to share with you. I hope you're all ready to join me in a lovely bong hit. Almost ready. Almost. Hello, everybody. You ready? Here we go. Follow me and do exactly as you see. What now? All right. So, again, we have the beautiful Capitol Hill Occupy protest going on live. And we have Louisville, Kentucky, where there are a lot of people in the streets in Louisville. Um, and again, I really am confused about, as the title says of this live program, is that I have been told that there are heavily armed militias on the way to Seattle to take the city back from domestic terrorists, right? And this is the strange thing, is that from what I understand, the militias are in place to take power back from the government when the time comes. The militias are in place to stand and make sure that the out of control government doesn't get more out of control. And it blows my mind that when the good people of Seattle take power back from the police state and own it and refuse to give it back to the police state. They take power away from the police state and then refuse to give it back. Somehow, militias are on the side of the police state. Really? Fucking really. And you need a gun? You need a gun to feel safe around little girls in short shorts dancing in the street? Because that's what we've seen down at Capitol Hill Occupy protest. Is we've seen little girls dancing in their street in short shorts. And I think it's a beautiful thing. And why you hate freedom so much and are so threatened by it is mind-boggling to me. And I put tons and tons of thought into this. Why are people so threatened by these beautiful people taking power back from the police state and keeping it? Why are they so threatened by that? And I've looked and I've looked, and it seems to me that these militias, right? It seems like these guys have the guns and they're so muy macho, right? These guys, it seems to me that somehow, um, you know, little girls in short shorts standing up to a trigger happy, heavily armed police state and refusing to back down threatens the fuck out of you. Little 90-pound girls standing in the street like this, up against the big fucking giant police state, which doesn't hesitate to shoot a flashbang grenade dead center on the little girl, killing her instantly, were it not for medics being there to get her heart restarted. Fucking piece of shit cops. Yes, I'm so afraid. I'm so afraid. Oh my God. I'm so afraid right now. I'm just so afraid. I don't know. I see free people. Free people scare the shit out of me. No cop zone. Oh my God, a no cop zone in America? We can't have that. We can't have a no cop zone in America. We're a land of rules and regulations. Right? You fucking copsuckers. Right, you fucking copsuckers? We're a land of rules and regulations. Not the land of the free anymore, huh, you fucking copsuckers? Is that right? Wrong. We, the people, own all the power. If you would simply stop buying into the division. Over and over again. You've watched these forever. You've watched these people just do everything they can to divide us. And here's people taking power back from the police state. And the militias who train and get ready and prepare to take power back from the police state. Oh my God, the militias, we're going to get it. We're going to get that power back from them. And these little girls take power back from the police state. And holy shit, we can't have this. Why on earth would that be so bad? And I think I figured it out. Because it scares the fuck out of you people with guns that someone might not be afraid of your fucking guns. Right? Is that it? We're not afraid of the fucking cop guns. We're not afraid of your little pussy boy militia. That's what I heard. I heard it was the pussy boy militia that's coming into town. Is that right? The pussy boys? Is that what they're called? Fuck you. Okay, bring it, like I said a dozen or more times, bring it on. Okay, we have zero fear. You can live in your land of fear, where you have to have your whatever that makes you feel strong enough to go forward. These little girls stood up to fucking heavily armed bullies who love beating up on people. And they took the power away from them because they were not afraid of their fucking guns. We're not afraid anymore. Okay? Oh my God, what happens? The purge is gonna happen. No cops, the purge is coming, the purge. What the fuck is wrong with you? I thought militias were wanting to take the power back. I thought that's what they were about, giving the power to the people. And now somehow you're threatened? How? Why? What is wrong with people? The people taking the power back. Tell me. There's the number right there. 805-669-6397. You tell me what the fuck is wrong with the people taking the power. Because I don't get it. I thought that's what this country is supposed to be about. You know, I mean, other than, for people like Donald Trump. Because, Donald Trump fucking hates your freedom. Just like the Democrats. Just like the fucking cops. The cops hate your freedom. They're supposed to be there. And it's okay. I have a video here for those of you who are siding with this "we can't defund the police" bullshit. I have a video here that points out the fact that you're siding with Don Lemon and Bill Maher. Hello, caller.
Hello. This is Dr. Motherfucking Whisper, currently calling you live right now. You said call in the numbers on the screen. People, I'm not afraid to call like a lot of people are. You wanted to know what is wrong with this. Okay, so I got an opinion about what's wrong with this. Do you want to hear it?
It depends. Do you want to hear what I have to say?
Well, I've been listening to you for like the last 2 weeks, ranting and raving and shit. Mm-hmm. And so
I guess you don't want to hear what I have to say.
I try to kind of reserve judgment for the most part.
On the police?
At the same time,
copsucker.
As you were trying to insult me, which I don't do to you.
You know what you did to me?
What I did
after to you? Okay, please try and listen, and let me explain to you what you did to me. After you being being treated as a friend by not only me but by my producer, you told me, "Hey, shut the fuck up, you piece of shit! Shut the fuck up!"
I am not trying not to be friends here.
You are not a friend. After me and Craig going out of our way to be nice to you, you told me to take my dogs down to this place in Seattle and make sure that every single person touched on them. Make sure that in a time of plague, take my dogs down to this place filled with people and make sure that every single person touched on them, as many people as possible. That's what you told me to do, wishing that in a time of plague that me and my producer Craig, my good friend, my roommate, would get sick and die after acting friendly towards you, Dr. Whisper, or whatever the fuck you want to call yourself. We went along, we played good. I told Craig not to be too hard on you. And then you wish death on us. Fuck you, Dr. Whisper. Don't call back. I hope you can hear what I'm saying. Do not call back. You are no longer welcome after wishing death on me and my roommate. You can wish whatever the fuck you want on me. I could care less. You wished my dogs got sick. You wished my roommate, who knows hundreds and hundreds of people and is in contact with them regularly, and went out of his way again and again to be nice to you, a truly fucked up individual. You wish death on us. Fuck you, Dr. Whisper. Don't come back. In case anybody wants to know how I feel about Dr. Whisper, or it matters one bit, Dr. Whisper can burn for all I give a fuck. Okay, now, as I was saying, the telephone number is 805-669-6397. And that's 805 Mox News. You're welcome to call at any time. Craig is standing by. And Craig is an amazing person without whom we could not make this happen. So you should treat him with proper respect, because he has no reason to take shit off of anybody. Certainly not the likes of Dr. Whisper. He only did that because I told him to be nice to you, you fuckwad. So, anybody besides Dr. Whisper would like to call, because he won't be calling back, so you know. Anyways, again, we have this lovely thing happening in Seattle, and I still do not understand why taking power back from the police state and giving it to the good people of Seattle is so threatening to people who own big guns. You know? I mean, it's like, oh my God. Oh my God. Look, these people aren't doing anything wrong. It's their streets. They're planting gardens. You saw, anybody who's paying attention saw a fuck ton of little children there all weekend long. And in fact, I posted a video from Fox News stating that it was 99.9% very peaceful. Exact quote. Okay, so how much in a cop-free zone? Oh my God, there's no cops there. Think of the horror. Really? That's the world that you have to live in? Where you need cops all the time, every second of every day? Because this place was far less child-friendly when there was cops there. I mean, people were being hurt. A little girl got pepper sprayed directly in the face by a cop. Didn't see that on the national news, did you? But you saw it here. Okay, simply recognize the truth. Okay, you know, people have the right to take their power back. And why that is so scary, I am very confused about. Do we want both of these open, Craig? We got two of these windows open right here. Do we want both of those open? You want the other one open too or not? The other one right here. The one right underneath it. Okay. That makes more sense to me. Okay, so we're looking for another feed here or two. But everything's really chill. Okay? Everything's really chill. The cops don't know what to do. I fucking love that. I don't know. I mean, I know it terrifies people like Donald J. Trump. But why it would terrify people who love freedom, I will never know. It doesn't make any sense. No. I've never been in prison. Been in jail. You know that thing that they did where when the cops got out of jail in Buffalo, New York, right? And all the cops lined up and they like applauded, right? Cops did that for me. In case you're wondering, in Seattle. But you guys don't get it. You don't have a clue who I am. Oh, look how scary they got megaphones. Oh my God, it's terrifying. Little girls in short shorts marching down the streets with megaphones. Somebody call the fucking militia right away. Get them down here. These people are smiling. They're happy. They're loving this shit. We can't have this. Little girls in short shorts acting like they own the world, walking down the middle of the street. Oh my God, it's terrifying. Really? Really? Better get your long gun out. Better get your long gun out with the extended clip. Really? Really? All right. So let's see what's next here. Uh, 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 um. Okay, so you guys can see the telephone number. I'm not sure. The telephone number is 805-669-6397. If anyone would like to call, you are welcome to do so soon. And again, the thing about militias headed towards Seattle, I heard this actually on Thursday, late in the evening, and I didn't want to tell you guys about it on Friday because I didn't want to scare people away from going down to the Seattle, the Capitol Hill Occupy protest and seeing what was actually going on for themselves. Because this is what I most encourage. I encourage you to go down there and talk to these people. Don't take it from people like Tucker Carlson, what's happening down there. Those people have such a giant fucking chip on their shoulder, and they hate your freedom. They hate freedom. It's a threat to them. They take it personally. These people act like they don't have to do what the cops say. Oh my fucking God. We can't have that. Fuck the police. You know what the truth is? We don't need the police, and this place is so much more safe than it was when the police are there. That's the fucking facts. That is the fucking facts. Okay? So, and you don't have to acknowledge it. I mean, but it's the facts. We watched it here live. We watched the cops shoot people with rubber bullets. We watched them hit a 90-pound girl directly dead center in the chest with a flashbang grenade. You think that happens on accident, hitting dead center? Is that what you think? No, the cop did it on purpose. Little 90-pound girl, flashbang grenade in her chest, boom. Her heart stopped immediately. Were it not for the brave medics on site in the protest who ran into fire to save her life. Yes, incredibly brave people who run into fire. I showed you that guy fucking shot that one protester the other day. The other protesters ran to him to try and help him when the guy was right behind him with the gun, feet away. They didn't even pay attention to him. They're trying to help the other person. You know why? Because your fucking faggot guns don't scare us. They don't scare a real human being. We don't need that. We have bigger priorities. Truth, freedom, honor. It's not just who's left or who's right. It's not. My dad used to teach me, it doesn't matter who's left. It doesn't matter. You know, he said, it doesn't matter. What was it he used to tell me? He used to say, it doesn't matter who's right. It only matters who's left. I don't think that's so much true anymore. You know? Because, you know, he was always like, shoot him dead center until you don't have any bullets left. Okay? That was how my dad was. Got my first gun when I was 9. First handgun when I was 10. Okay, we're not afraid of guns. You saw these people, they stood there for days with trigger happy, adrenaline junkie, chip on their shoulder, don't you dare challenge me, police state in their faces, and they didn't move. The police state said, hey, we shut down the freeway. You guys can go and do a historic march. And they went, fuck you. We're going to stay right here. We want to go that way. How about you get out of our way? And they stayed right there. And then the cops got out of their way and they kicked the cops the fuck out. You're not welcome here anymore. Tell us we're not fucking welcome on our streets. Hello, caller.
Hey, Marks, how you doing tonight, man?
I'm good. Who is this?
This is Mike from California.
What's up, Mike? Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I was just calling in something a little off topic about what you're talking about tonight, which is the protests. Is that all right?
Sure.
All right. Well, I just found out my father has coronavirus.
Oh, yeah? Where do you live?
Yeah. California.
California, okay. Has he been working or sheltering in place, or what's going on with him that he got the coronavirus?
Okay, well, I found out at 5 p.m. today. I'm part of the nationwide thing with the phone companies where I can't call or text anybody. So actually, I would have known about it early this morning, but I didn't find out till 5 p.m.
Is he sick, or is he like really sick, or?
No, man, he's really not.
Good,
yeah, I know
good.
my father. He's not really sick,
Good,
which
good.
is it's great.
Yeah.
And I thank God. But when I got to call him through a text app, I really freaked out because I can't breathe. Like, I smoke a lot, cigarettes. So I was thinking about all the phlegm and mucus in my lungs, and I can't breathe it as is, so I got really scared. Even though I don't think this virus is real to begin with, and there was a part of me that got scared.
Well, if your dad's not really sick, but he tested positive anyways, it might not be as bad as they're telling us. So when you say, I don't really believe, that's the part not to believe. I've heard people, say it kicked their ass, but, I've yet to hear anybody say they died from it, so.
Absolutely, dude. No, I'm right there with you. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. And even with my father sick from it, I still kind of think it's a bunch of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Worse than the flu. That's what I always thought, and I still think that now. But, just a little part of you thinks maybe what they say is true, but...
Well, as partially, this is what the mask thing is all about. They got everybody wearing masks now. So with everybody wearing masks, it has to be true, right? It has to be true with all these people wearing.
Fear.
Exactly.
I refuse to wear a mask, and I'll refuse to wear a mask tomorrow too. Even after my dad has coronavirus, I'm still going to refuse it because I'm not going to spread fear. It's just not going to happen. I refuse to live like that. So.
I hear you. That's what I keep saying, and don't buy into the fear. Are you a long-time viewer?
Yeah, a while, maybe a year.
Oh,
a little
right
bit
on.
Longer.
Right on. Well, then you've heard me say, that it's overhyped and don't buy into the fear, and just be, just.
No, I believe you. Yep. I'm right there with you.
It was always for me, from the beginning of this thing, it was terror, terror, terror from the mainstream media and the local news media. So I was, from the beginning just, hey, can you guys chill for like 2 weeks? Can you chill for 2 weeks? And everybody's like, yeah, I can chill for 2 weeks, man. And, here we are 4 months later or whatever. But we got through it. You know what I mean? We're on the other, it seems like we're on the other side of it because people definitely aren't fucking hiding in fear anymore. That's for sure.
Well, no, you're right about that. But, that brings up something because where I live, the coronavirus is where I live and the state I live in is double the national rate.
Okay.
So it's exploding here. I don't even know where I was going with that. Shoot, you want to help?
Well, again, do you think that, are you knowing it, people that are getting sick besides like your dad? And again, like really sick, like, you know anybody that has to be?
No.
So,
Nope.
So if people aren't genuinely getting, I gotta be hospitalized sick, then maybe, it's, even if you were to get it, it's not that bad a thing, maybe because they talk about antibodies and shit like that, and a second wave. So maybe if you were to get it now when it's not so strong, you wouldn't have to worry about the second wave so much. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I kind of got to thinking about that. I feel like the second wave is coming.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's bullshit.
I know what you're
But,
saying. I hear you.
The first wave is they didn't care that it was bullshit to begin with. What's gonna make them care that it's bullshit the second time? And I'm really convinced that the second wave is coming.
So why did your dad get tested if he's not like sick?
No, he got sick. He was running a 102 temp.
Okay.
So they tested him for the flu and this and that. The doctor came back, said, "Great, you don't have any of that, but we're waiting on your coronavirus test. That'll be 2 to 3 days from now."
Yeah.
Well, doctor came back, said, "You got coronavirus." Said quarantine for 14 days, and DHEC will be out to your house with an unannounced visit to give you an interview.
Oh, great.
And that's basically, yeah, I know, right?
Again, if you guys don't have to go to the doctor, do not go to the doctor right now. Not a good plan. Well,
the funny part is we were at a graduation party for my nephew, and I had many family members come down from Ohio. And the doctor laid out a time frame for when he caught this, and that was the time frame of that graduation party. And I was at that too. And funny thing is, I felt ill a few days later after that too.
Yeah.
But I'm not the type to run up and go to the doctor.
Yeah.
Actually, at all.
Yeah.
They're gonna have issues.
The next time I go, they're gonna have to take me there strapped to a board, man.
I can't afford it, man.
I don't want anything to do with those fuckers. I just don't touch. I don't trust their fucking voodoo witch doctory bullshit, man. Let's try this. Let's try this. Fuck you. Let's not try it. Fuck you. Get away from me. Let's try that. I better get better real soon.
Well,
I feel like for-profit medicine has a serious alternative motive, and it's just not to get you well,
Absolutely. They created patents, and I think it was the 80s. That they allowed the pharmaceutical companies to create patents on the medicine that they make. Well, you create a patent, then you own the rights to that medicine. So
they're
going to profit from their patents. Go ahead.
That was just in the 80s that they allowed patents on medicine? There was no patents before then?
Well, there might have been. I just can't remember. I can't remember the exact date. So.
I did not know that.
And I could definitely be wrong about the date, but apparently they allowed patents on the medicine, and the pharmaceutical companies get to profit from those patents. And you tell me where that is about helping people instead of profiting. That's what I want to know. And I know you know.
Right. So. This is the whole point. I mean, I cannot believe that they let people suffer and die because they can't make money off of them. That's just unbelievable to me. That seems like the opposite of what medicine, your Hippocratic oath or whatever. You know what I mean?
I mean, people, physicians and whatnot, they need paid for their time, but I don't know, man. There's something seriously wrong in this country.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of things serious. There's a lot of fucked up priorities in this country, man. All the money that's spent on war.
That's the exact word. Yeah. Thank you. Priorities. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and let you go, man. That's all I wanted to say. It was a little off topic, but thank you for talking.
Hey, it's good to hear. I hope your dad is better soon. What's your name?
Mike.
Mike. Hey, Mike. Thanks a bunch for calling. I look forward to talking to you sometime in a not too distant future.
Okay, thank you, Mox. You have a good night, man.
You too. Talk to you soon, I hope. Bye. That's Mike. How do I not remember that name? A lot of things going on, a lot of things I'm keeping track of. I didn't write it down. Just had a fat dab. Not that I'm trying to blame the weed. That would just be hypocritical. And I don't blame the weed. It's that I have a lot of other things that I am working on here. So, again, if anybody else wants, it was really nice to hear from Mike. I hope that I answered his question. And I hope his dad gets better soon, It sucks being sick, especially in the summer. Endless summer forever, baby! No, endless summer's over. You can tell. Endless summer's over. Dang. Shit. Shit, dang. Dang shit. Louisville looks freaking awesome, doesn't? Look at all these people in Louisville. How cool is that? And there is good reason for the people to be on the streets in Louisville. In fact, I have a video which says Beyonce is calling for criminal charges in the death of Breonna Taylor. I have that video here to play. You want to see it? I can do that. Hold on. Here it goes. And I believe that's from Louisville.
In the death of Breonna Taylor, calls are growing for officers to be held accountable, and now celebrities are stepping in, offering their voices. Singer Beyonce sent a letter to the Attorney General of Kentucky saying there should be criminal charges in the case. Taylor was shot and killed while she was asleep in her home 3 months ago. Police were serving a no-knock warrant at her home. She was not the suspect in that case. Taylor was shot at least 8 times. Officers say they were returning fire as Taylor's boyfriend shot at them. He says he shot because police failed to identify themselves and he believed they were burglars. In her letter to the AG, Beyonce demanded charges against 3 Louisville Metro police officers. She called for transparency in the investigation. She called for an investigation into LMPD's response to what she calls Breonna Taylor's murder.
There is damn good reason for the people to be in the streets in Louisville. That's all I'm trying to say. So hello, caller.
Hello, caller.
What's going on, man?
How you doing?
I'm good.
Much. Monday, same clusterfuck as last week, except now we got crazy people coming on motorcycles with machine guns. It's a clusterfuck.
So that's what I heard. It's so weird to me, dude. Is I just can't believe that these people who call themselves militia, who are supposed to be about taking power back from the government, are somehow threatened by people taking power back from the government. It blows my mind.
It's a clusterfuck. 1/3 of America would kill another third of America while the third part just watches and does nothing. That's what America is right now. It's a clusterfuck. And all the confusion over the COVID-19 is mirrored by the confusion over the protests. It's like unconsciousness rules right now. And the people that are chilling and watching are pretty much the sane ones. Everyone is, taking a side and pitting one party against another. They're part of the clusterfuck.
What makes them want to pick a side so fucking? Why do they want to pick a side so bad? I mean, I don't want to pick a side. I've always stood in exactly the same place with the people, and I don't understand why this is so hard to figure out for everyone else.
Well, we know one thing is that our government has been taken over, and historically they have taken away our money and our freedom and our rights and our dignity step by step, incrementally, to the point where a third of America is clinically insane and wants to kill the other third of America. And that's where we're at. We're in a fucking clusterfuck. The mind control program is so complete that, I mean, as much as I like little girls in shorts and people declaring themselves autonomous from the government, I approve of that. I approve of people standing up against the police state. I'm not going to deceive myself into thinking those are geniuses down there on the street. They're not. You got a clusterfuck in the government. You got a clusterfuck in Seattle. You got a clusterfuck on the internet. And as far as the medical establishment goes, that's just another clusterfuck. The whole world is a giant sequence of amoebas, all of which are engaged in clusterfuck activity. The military-industrial complex. Who should we attack next? Clusterfuck! It's everyone who's a Democrat, clusterfuck! The Republicans are going, clusterfuck! Trump is I don't even want to talk about Trump unless you know what he's supposedly enacting some kind of police reforms, but I didn't bother to tune in to listen to what he said because I know it's just another clusterfuck. So I'm just watching the show. It's like I'm watching the wheels go round and round. I really love to watch them roll. But I don't know, man. I'm not taking anything too seriously. I'm on the side of the people, but I don't expect too many of them to be actually sane, informed, impartial, educated, self-aware. I know there are those people down there on the streets, but after my own personal experience with Occupy, I'm not going to engage in wishful thinking. It's like, okay, well, this is another clusterfuck.
If you want to know who's down there on the streets, go and talk to them. Everybody acts like it's terrifying. No, what? They don't have it where you're at? Okay.
No,
look,
man.
I don't need to know what's going on down there. I'm very aware of what's happening. Okay, I have all kinds of fucking information coming into me. Okay, I know exactly what's happening, and I know where these people are at. Okay, look, I understand these people are heart-driven. They may not be intellectually making shit happen, but they're heart-driven, and what the things that they're making happen are awesome. Okay?
Yeah, they beat the hell out of the police state, that's for sure. They beat the hell out of the police state.
They got Donald Trump whining like a little bitch.
Yeah, that's true. So, I think if you analyze any movement, let's say the MOVE people in Philadelphia,
okay, when you talk about the logic and stuff, again, I'm trying to get you. I want you guys to understand. This is heart-driven. That's the reason that they're not afraid of the guns. That's the reason
and that's the reason I'm behind them.
That they're not afraid of the flashbang grenades and the tear gas and the fucking ultra-violent police state. Little 90-pound girls, because they're heart-driven. They know they're doing the right thing. They may not even know where this is going to go. Most of them have no idea. Not a fucking clue. But they're following their heart and trying like hell to do the right thing. And if you're so afraid of that, maybe you should go talk to them. Because there ain't nothing to be afraid of from these people.
Well, that's a pretty persuasive argument that they are heart-driven. I can see that. I can put aside all the flaws and faults.
Because when you're intellectually driven, you're totally terrified of the police. Of course, the police they're heavily armed and they're trigger happy. And if they were thinking, in that kind of format, then of course they'd be terrified. But they know in their heart they're doing the right thing. So that's Go ahead.
So does the casual observer, unless you are some dumb fuck patriot on your motorcycle with your .30 caliber hooked to your Susie bar on your way to Capitol Hill, which I don't think that's really happening. I've seen the warnings and the statements.
Yeah.
But
I got that information on Thursday evening, and I didn't say anything about it till now because I didn't want people to be afraid of going down to Capitol Hill. You know, I even thought I'm going to put that fucking title up over the weekend. I was like, no, it's going to scare people from going down there. So, you know, and tens and tens and tens of thousands of people went down there over the weekend with their children and their little dogs.
Cool. Yeah, so what's, I mean, you got the live stream, so are we seeing the same numbers? Are they dwindling? Are certain cities dropping off? What's the national outlook on sustainability?
I don't see it. I really don't see it slowing down. It just, I mean, it seems like I'm really glad that Louisville is there's a lot of people on the street in Louisville, and they have really good reason to be there. You know,
that was where the guy was just shot over the weekend with
No,
Louisville?
that was Atlanta.
Atlanta, okay.
Yeah, Louisville was where that restaurant owner that was feeding the police got shot.
Right,
and a couple other people.
So all of these, since George Floyd, you've got 5 deaths by cops, at least, just since George Floyd.
Yeah.
So the police state is demonstrating its lack of consciousness and lack of awareness and lack of ability to change. And so what better argument is there for these nationwide, worldwide protests than that? Because we're seeing a machine which has, you know, it has put out all these soldiers who are mind-controlled and have guns and badges, and there's still murders and inappropriate activity and beatings. And so, yeah, it's a clusterfuck, man. So, yeah, hard-driven activism, I'm all on board with that. Not everybody has to be fucking systems analyst, you know. You don't have to know systems theory to be out there in the street trying to make your world a better place. You don't have to have a 140 IQ to grab a megaphone and say some stuff. So I'm all for it. As long as there is a pushback, and in my life I've never seen headway being made like it's been made over the last, what are we talking now, 3 weeks? Or is that 3 weeks since George Floyd was killed?
He was killed on the 25th, or I understand that he was killed, the way I understand he was killed on the 25th.
Yeah, that's almost 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it seems like we've already got multiple proposals for reform in Congress. You got every fucking nitwit congressman jumping on board saying, defund the police, doing all kinds of stupid shit.
Which is complete lie. None of them want to defund the police. None of the members of Congress want to defund the police, and they know that's not going to go anywhere. Anyone you hear saying that is complete theater, controlled opposition. They're not about to do that. And again, I have a video tonight of Don Lemon and Bill Maher saying, I don't want the police defunded. Okay, and why? Okay, because they're on the same side as Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity and all the members of Congress and all the other evil doers who could not get away with their evil deeds without the police state strongly in place. Don Lemon, talking to you. Go ahead.
Well, nothing makes me want to puke more than seeing a bunch of traitorous, quisling congressmen wearing African scarves. I think that's the most hypocritical thing I've ever seen. You know, if you're going to put on an act, at least make it believable. But, you know, when Nancy Pelosi's wearing an afro and she's got an African scarf on, it's like, oh man, I want to stick my fingers down my throat and just eject all the garbage.
Yeah.
It's so sick what's going on.
Nancy Pelosi. She doesn't want to defund the. It's all theater. It's all fucking garbage lies. They don't want to change a fucking thing. You know they don't. Otherwise, they would have long ago. It's not like any of this shit is something new, except for the people being in the street.
Well, I'm starting a new business. I bought about 4,000 African shirts, and I figure I can make about a 50% profit on that. And I think I might buy a new house because the price of African shirts is going through the roof, man. And I'm just going to take advantage of the situation. I'm going to give the Congress a special deal on African shirts. I think Joe Biden already placed an order for an African hat. And I would really love to see Joe Biden wearing an African hat telling black people they're not black. So it's like, what a joke, man. This is not a democracy. It's not a democratic republic. There's no representation. This is an oligarchy, people, and the government is your enemy. And so, yeah, I would take the protesters in Louisiana or Atlanta or Seattle,
the people
or Portland,
in America or anywhere in the world, the people in the street are the ones you back. They're the ones standing up against fucking police states. It doesn't matter where they are. London, fucking where they, I don't know, they don't do it in China, right? Yeah, Paris, wherever they are. America, they're standing up against a police state. So how could you back the fucking police state? What kind of people are you?
Well, one thing that you can logically construe, by the global spread of these anti-police protests is that there's a police problem all over the planet. That's like adding 1 and 1 and coming up with 2. Anybody can figure that out. The people wouldn't be in the street protesting the police if there wasn't police abuses.
Look at Portland. Look at Portland, man. You see that?
Yeah.
Do you see? Do you see? Go ahead.
Yeah, so once again, I'm on board with the protesters, even though I'm not one of them. I'm not out there. But I don't think we're going to be able to make sense of this yet, other than to say, hey, people in the street are recognizing there's a problem, and the government is doing a little dance, to pretend they're doing something about it. So that's all we can figure out so far, is that society is crazy. There's a bunch of people out in the street. Life is generally a clusterfuck, no matter which cult you belong to. It's going to be a clusterfuck. And the government is completely corrupt. And that's all we can figure out right now. As far as the coronavirus goes, it's gonna take a couple more months for the general population to learn the really nitty-gritty details about the coronavirus and how many deaths were faked, how much the numbers were cooked, how many different strains of virus is there, stuff like that. Who's behind it? Who funded all the? Who's funding the CDC, the NIH, the American Medalists, the AMA, the WHO? Who's funding all that? Unbelievably, it looks like the first rumors were true, that Bill Gates is behind a lot of this stuff. So it'll take more months to figure out just the coronavirus, and it'll take more months to figure out what the hell's going on in America in regards to these protests. And so, once again, I will caution awareness, because, at least that guy, Raz Simone, at least he's disappeared. I looked him up. He's just a schmuck. He's exactly the kind of guy you don't want to pay any attention to.
Yeah, but all the fucking lefties are like, oh no, he's the leader. I mean, not the lefties. All the fucking copsuckers are like, oh, he's the chosen leader. Fuck you, you're fucking idiots who gobble up garbage. Fuck.
And, for anybody, I know people will disagree with me. Anybody who thinks this is a Black Lives Matter issue, it's not. Cops beat up white people just as much as they beat up black people. And I know historically black people have been oppressed, enslaved, disenfranchised, targeted. I know all that. It's undeniable. But this is a multicultural event. This has nothing to do with color. This is citizens saying, I don't want this anymore.
You can play that if you want. You can play that if you want.
Let's not jump all on board the color issue. I know the media is doing that, but there might very well generally be forces behind the media trying to foment a race war, and that would be the motorcycle guys coming from Timbuktu 3 on their motorcycles with their fucking BB guns in their pockets, trying to come in to shoot little girls in hot pants, So let's just watch. It'll take a couple months to figure all this shit out. It's still a clusterfuck, but it's interesting to see the collective unconscious manifest itself in such a horrific way. It's like a 10-headed demon that keeps you. 7 of the heads are always above water, but there's another 3 that are about to pop up. So it's a weird situation, but I think I gotta.
Make sure the volume's off. Make sure the volume's off.
I gotta admit, I never thought of it as a heart center protest. That's a good way to think of it. If your heart's in the right place, you're allowed to be a moron sometimes. So that's cool. We'll see what happens. Eventually, I told you last week, I give them 2 weeks before Washington itself cracks down on these guys.
This is Saturday night in Seattle. This is the park directly across the street from the police station.
Cool. Nothing wrong with that. It's not my revolution if I can't dance, so that's cool. The cops would call that inappropriate behavior and rioting and
unlawful assembly.
Unlawful assembly and threatening a police officer. Look at all those dangerous criminals threatening police officers all over the place.
I keep being told it's nothing but white people down there. It's all white privilege. Yeah, that's all I see. I guess you're colorblind, huh? Fuck. Yeah. What's wrong with you? Nothing but white people. Something wrong with you. Buying into the bullshit.
I think that's pretty groovy, man. It's definitely not. I'm glad they didn't let BLM take over the protests, and I'm glad they're dancing. Soon they must have some kind of a sound system out there. Otherwise, all those people wouldn't be doing the boogie woogie on in center field like that. But
they have numerous sound systems out there. They're,
cool.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just chilling here and watching the show. I'm sorry that...
Man, there's a lot of people in the street in Portland. What's that, bro? Sorry about what now?
I'm sorry a whisper doctor threatened your penguin, man. It's like... I get all riled up when people threaten my penguins. I don't want nobody touching my penguins.
You know what?
So,
you don't like... Craig knows this, man. You don't fuck with Craig, okay? You can fuck with me all you want. Don't fuck with my dogs. Don't fuck with Craig. He said, take your dogs down to the center of that protest and make sure as many people as possible touch your dogs. Okay? Basically wishing that we both got sick on a fucking supposedly deadly virus. Okay? Fuck that guy. There's something... And Craig has been really nice to him. Okay? It's unbelievable that he somehow feels like he can just shit on us that way after being treated like a decent human being. What the fuck is wrong with him?
Yeah, that's small potatoes compared to what's actually going on in America. It's like you get a kind of an open forum like you have, and you're going to have all kinds of nut jobs calling up and...
yeah, I don't mind. I've talked to the nut jobs. I've
rather
talked
than
to the nut
addressing
jobs.
the issues, they'll fuck with you in a dozen different ways, you know. So I would rather hear intelligent callers. I thought that was Steve McClanahan for a second. Until,
It was.
Whisper Doctor is Steve McClanahan?
Yep.
I didn't know that, man. I didn't know that. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, at least my voice recognition software is working.
Yeah, like I said, he's been treated very well here. And
yeah, he has.
And then he wants to act like that towards me. Like I said, you can act however you want towards me, but you don't fucking talk about my fucking dogs. You don't talk about Craig.
He should have just stuck to the comedy routine, because the comedy routine was very entertaining when he was coming from Baghdad and India.
He should have fucking stuck with being a man of the people. But he never really was. He was always like, these people are defecating everywhere. He's always had a problem with the people. So whatever. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, well, I'm more issue-oriented. But at this point, society has gone so insane that the most logical thing for me to do is just sit back and watch and look for any government action.
Yeah.
Which is it is going to come. Some kind of government action is going to come. Maybe Trump will drop the mother of all bombs on Capitol Hill and solve all our problems, you know.
Trump doesn't have the balls to do anything. He's not going to he's not going to do a fucking thing in Seattle. Guaranteed.
He doesn't even have the right, you know.
No, he's got zero authority, and he saw what happened when he fucked with the protesters in Washington, D.C. Like 2 days later, they had to pull the National Guard out, you know, because it was outrage about treating the way they treated protesters. He's not going to do a fucking thing. He's a giant pussy who loves to fucking blow farts out his mouth.
I thought D.C. was the only place in the United States where it was legal to bring the National Guard in.
The active military.
Active military,
yeah.
I see. Okay. I didn't even know he pulled the National Guard out. I didn't even know that.
The mayor, mayor told him, get the fuck out. The mayor, like, I think they was like told the hotels to stop fucking serving them or something. Like, they wouldn't let them have hotel service accommodations and shit.
Huh. Wow. That's weird. But I know it's illegal in D.C. You can't. There's no open carry.
There's no guns in D.C., dude.
Yeah. Period.
Yeah.
I know one guy got arrested for having a gun in his trunk of his car, unloaded.
Yeah.
So that's weird. Yeah, it's a clusterfuck, and I'm not going to take it too seriously until I see what the government is doing, and I'm talking about the feds. The individual police departments are going to do whatever the fuck they're going to do, and that'll be interesting development, because the police state is not going away. There's a babe there on the left. The police state's not going away. They're doing a little dance and a sidestep, but no police department really wants to change what they're doing. They shot a police trainer in the nut. Did you hear about that? They shattered his testicle with a rubber coated bullet. Did you hear about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a black guy who was training the police how to interact peacefully.
Yeah.
You know, he was a police agent, basically. They shot him in the nut. And now he can't have any children. So that sounds like a pretty painful way to learn your lesson, you know. But
and that's got to be part of the training too, you know, to try and again, it's like when they have the batons out, they always aim for the knees and the elbows and the wrist. You know, they want you to feel these injuries for years to come.
Yeah, well, that's I hate to bring up the J word, but that's a result of police departments training in Israel. You know, that's been going on for years. So Just the fact that they bring military tactics into local police departments is a sin and a crime, and we are not expendable. We are not animals. We are not slaves. We're not your subjects. And I am definitely on the side of police reform and the people. And so, nonetheless, it's a clusterfuck. It's like Jerry Springer worldwide now. It's Jerry Springer worldwide. So I don't know. I'm not going to take it too seriously. I'm more interested in making sure that my little boat stays afloat. But I don't want to see any more people get hurt. I mean, we've got
more
20
people
years.
are going to get hurt. And people are getting hurt every night. The Oregon police are being horrible, dude. They are dropping flashbang grenades. They are beating people. I posted a video of a journalist getting slammed into a wall last night. They're the Oregon police. I mean, these guys. Oregon is time for another Occupy encampment. What's the holdup down there? Come on, Portland. I had more respect for you than this. Let's get with the program. Occupy #2. Portland. Pop, baby. Pop. Portland. Occupy. Protest. Let's get with that shit.
Yeah, we really, in order to start making some headway against this corrupt government, the military government that we're living under, we really need a third party. And, the Green Party doesn't cut it, and the Libertarians don't cut it. So we need something outside of these other already established third parties, like Natural Wisdom and Common Sense Party. That would be an attractive name. That might draw people from the left, the right. Natural Wisdom and Common Sense.
I think the Cannabis Party would draw a lot of people. Cannabis Party, that does sound pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I think cannabis should go along for the ride, but it shouldn't be driving the bus.
Well, that's where we differ.
Yeah, I know we differ, but well, you might end up being president, man. I'll be your bodyguard, Mike. So I'm just watching. It's a clusterfuck, and I'm just watching, dude. So take a hit of weed, man.
Yeah, it looks good to me. I'm really happy. Look, what isn't a clusterfuck? It's like you said. So, these people, I don't know how much more we can expect than them taking over a 6-block area in Seattle and kicking the cops the fuck out. I don't know how much more we can expect in the first 10 days.
Well, I think it's also important to connect the Patriot Act, 9/11, which was a false flag, to the COVID-19 hoax. And I'm not saying there wasn't a virus. I'm saying the media spin is the hoax. The media spin on 9/11 was a mind control device, a hoax. And the COVID-19 media spin is another hoax. So they enacted the Patriot Act because of this false flag that happened in New York. And now they've enacted all shelter in place, wear a mask, don't touch anybody, wash your hands, be afraid, stay in your house, we'll give you $1,200 for 4 months of slavery. I mean, so the connection between the Patriot Act, which brought in the police state, and this latest attempt at increasing the police state, the COVID-19, is an attempt to increase the police state. We can't forget to connect these two events 20 years apart. They just switched it from blowing up buildings to releasing bioweapons. This happened to have been an unusual but a mild bioweapon that was released. And if systems analysis is any judge of patterns to come, there will be another more powerful bioweapons release that they will just call the second wave. So we got to really, if you're watching your government, look out for that, because the second wave could be a false flag. Generally, as viruses evolve and travel through the population, they evolve or mutate back to their original form, which is coronavirus, and coronaviruses are common. So the chances of a second wave are way less than the people think. So in order to enact a real second wave, they would have to release a second virus, because of the simple fact that viruses mutate back towards their original form, which is the cold, a flu. And the thing that makes this COVID-19 a false flag is that they doctored the numbers. Oh, and I heard that Bill Gates had already hooked up a deal for contact tracing 6 months before the COVID-19 was ever a thing. 6 months before the turn of the year. So why was Bill Gates doing a $100 million deal with one of the congressmen, I can't remember his name, trying to get his contact tracing thing with Microsoft done 6 months before anybody ever heard of COVID-19? I would like to hear the answer to that question. If it's not a false flag, answer that fucking question. So you can't trust the World Health Organization, the CDC, the American Medical Association, the National Institute of Health. You can't trust doctors in white coats unless they're making common sense points like let's not use incubators, respirators on people. We're using all the wrong methods. Masks don't do anything to block the virus. 6 foot, social distancing doesn't make any sense. Lots of doctors are coming out saying we need to restart the economy. People need to go back outside. This was uncalled for. Those are the doctors that make sense. But, this is a false flag. COVID-19 is a false flag. And that's why I say we got to watch for the next couple months, because the public is getting more and more and more informed. And like even that guy, Mickey Willis from my town, making that Plandemic documentary, I haven't heard shit from him for almost 8 weeks now. So what the fuck is he doing? Maybe he's doing the same thing I'm doing, which is watching, gathering information, and seeing how it plays out. How can you make a good documentary right now when it'll be much easier to get verifiable medical information and sociological information and government information in another 2 months? So don't expect that documentary Plandemic anytime soon. He hasn't done shit. I know he's interviewed other doctors, Rashid Buttar, and maybe Dr. Shiva, and a couple other people. The lady from Scotland who actually ran a level 4 lab. I know he's interviewed those people, but nothing's come out. So he's doing the same thing I'm doing, which is gathering information, watching, and paying big attention to the government narrative. So 9/11 was a false flag. COVID-19 is another false flag, a biological emergency, overplayed, terrorists, COVID-19, fear, overplayed by the media. Media's not your friend. So the government's not your friend. That's those, and keep watching, people, and pay attention. It's a clusterfuck. We'll find our way through it. I love everybody. I love you, Michael. You're so good. I love your dogs, Mike.
Me too.
Okay, so how's your weekend? What'd you do?
We just walked, normal stuff. I really chilled out. I really needed a minute to just not overthink anything, so I just took a break. And
I can't remember what happened on Friday. Were you yelling at somebody?
Well, it's been kind of a never-ending yell fest for quite some time now. But the last 2 weeks were 6 days in a row, and I just was like, I really felt like I got to take a break for a minute, and I really felt really good about it. I was in the middle of a walk with the dogs, and I was like, wow, I really feel like something's been lifted off my shoulders. We just got over a hump or something. It was amazing feeling. So.
Well, good, man. It's got to be stressful dealing with all these people that think, the police ought to come down on on the Occupy camp in, Capitol Hill, or, I myself, I'm not in favor of tearing down too many statues, but, it's a kind of we're in a tumultuous, the collective unconscious of planet Earth is going off the Richter scale. It's like, oh man, what the fuck is happening? Everybody's upset. Everybody's got an opinion. They're willing to fight you for their opinion. People call you up for no other reason than just to fucking criticize your point of view. And you hold your own, and it's got to be difficult for you to hold your own. I cannot say that I wouldn't be yelling at people.
I yell at people constantly. Look, man, the problem is I have not changed. Okay? Somehow people who act like they're all about freedom all of a sudden are threatened by people taking freedom back from the police state. Not I. I have not a slightest problem with that. But for some reason, lots of other people who claim to be about freedom are threatened like that like never before. So, and all you gotta do to trick them is say Antifa, and they fucking you can see their eyes fucking get 2 times as big. Fucking bullshit, Antifa. It's garbage. It doesn't even exist. It's a fucking lie.
Yeah, it's just part of the clusterfuck. It's a bunch of people who are unconscious. They want to belong to a cult.
It's not even a bunch of people. It's probably 1,000 people. It's a fucking lie. Go ahead.
Oh man, I got Antifa right here in this podunk fucking town. It's way more than 1,000. When Milo Yiannopoulos was around, I think Milo Yiannopoulos was actually one of the 4 horsemen. He was the one who ushered in the apocalypse because he brought Antifa out from underneath its dirty little rock it was hiding,
Yeah.
And so Antifa's a real thing, way more than 1,000. You're talking 100,000 on a national level. It's just people, they actually believe they're anti-fascists if they beat you with a sign. I'm going to beat him with a sign because he's a fascist.
Okay. I'm not going to talk about this. All right, good. That's not who these protesters are. You can go ahead and buy into whatever you want. That is not who these people are. Okay? And that's just this fucking dog whistle word that you guys can't wait to be triggered by again and again and again.
Well, it's a clusterfuck, Mike. So I'm for the people on the ground, whether they call themselves Antifa, Black Lives Matter, or Occupy protests. I don't care. But the point is, it's a historic event. There's some small amounts of headway being made, some progress being made, and I don't think we're ever going to take our eye off police misconduct from this point on. The rest of it is a mystery. It's all in the future. We don't know what's going to happen. So it's a clusterfuck. So I'm glad it's happening. I'm ignoring the stupidity and trying to pay attention to the real shit. But I think the narrative is going to be dictated by 2 parties, the people in the street and the government. And we already seen the Congress putting on their little song and dance with their African hats and their African scarves. And we'll see what happens from here on out. But beware of infiltrators. The Congress is acting like the Congress is selling you snake oil.
Right. The Congress, again, they don't want to defund anybody. They don't want to take any power away from the police. And they're gonna try and grab this movement and say, look what we did. We're on your side. They're not on your side. They're not any part of this. They are never on the people's side. This is the problem with our government. They don't give a fuck about our side. Which is why I don't get all these other people who seem to be like, oh, how can we have this? Well, because clearly Don Lemon and Bill Maher, which I have a video right here, don't want to defund the police. Okay, they don't. So they're on the same side as you copsuckers. Figure it out.
Well, I don't want to defund the police either. I want police change. I want the police to respect the public and stop acting like a bunch of murderous bullies. I don't want to defund the police. But, just a little budget in my town, which is a podunk little town with 8,000 people, 30% of the entire city budget goes to the police in this town. I would defund that. That's what I call over-policing. I would defund that on an individual basis. But, when you just eliminate the police, who are you going to call?
Well, they're saying you can't, in Washington, first things first, tear gas. You guys can't buy tear gas no more. You can't store tear gas no more. You can't have tear gas no more. No more flashbang grenades. They're saying all crowd control weapons need to be immediately banned in Washington state.
That's the proposition, not the reality yet, right?
Yeah, that's actually City Council is in the process of going through it step by step. I believe they approved the tear gas part of it today.
Well, I agree. I agree with those recommendations, and they should be enacted state by state, city by city, all over the nation, all over the world. Chemical weapons should never be used. If it's illegal in war, you shouldn't use it on your own fucking citizens. That's rule number one. So that's quite different than defunding the police. If we make common sense changes like that and enact all of your suggestions, like no overtime, no moonlighting, drug testing,
That's just, those are the basics. I mean, this is what shows how broken this is already. Cops are fucking moonlighting all the hours they can get. Everybody understands how stressful this job is, and then they're moonlighting an extra 40 hours plus on top of it. Or not even moonlighting, just getting overtime at the police station. Okay? It's got to end. They can't handle that. It's part of why things are broken. They're also part of the victimhood here, regardless if you want to admit it or not. But it's got to stop. We all deserve better.
Well, we didn't get here overnight to this military police state, and we're not going to get out of it overnight, but it's a pretty good start. So play me that video, Michael. And
Which video?
Okay.
Which one?
The one you said you were going to play.
I don't know which one I said I was going to play.
Well, take a hit, then decide. I don't
All right.
care.
All right. I'll play videos. All right. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for calling.
Okay, bye.
All right. That's our buddy Michael from Southern California. I want to see what's going on here at the Capitol Hill Occupy protest. It looks like there's a little bit of movement going on. Not sure what's happening there. In Portland, they have a massive sit-in happening. I would really like it if Portland could start the second Occupy protest. Pop would be awesome, Portland. Let's get on that, people. We need some pop in Portland. Because that's what Donald Trump said today. This is why we have to stop what's going on in Seattle. You know why? Because this stuff spreads. Yes, it does. And it's about to. Isn't it, Portland? So Donald Trump, again, you're the smartest genius out there. This stuff spreads. You can count on it, buddy. And we're not done yet. Okay, so what do we got here? We got, Florida SWAT team resigns because the city council took a knee with protesters or something to that effect. Florida SWAT team resigns, the whole Florida SWAT team, because we're all about defending our community. That's what we exist for. Yeah, we're out of here. Fucking pussies.
All 10 members of a South Florida SWAT team have resigned from their assignment. They are set to meet next hour with the Hallandale Beach police chief to turn in their equipment and voice their concerns, which include this protest.
Get your knee off my neck! Get your knee off my neck!
Now, the officers are angry that their police chief took a knee with protesters, and they also accuse the chief of kneeling in solidarity with the city's vice mayor, who they have said is showing, quote, clear disdain for their agency. That woman, the vice mayor of Hallandale Beach, Sabrina Javillana, is joining me now. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for being with us to talk about this. What is your response to this mass resignation of the SWAT team?
Hi, Brianna. Thank you so much for having me today. And I was disappointed and I was shocked when I saw the letter on Friday, but I think it just resonates with what we're seeing nationally. I think our officers, one of them being the newly elected police union chief, saw what happened in Buffalo, New York, with the officers who resigned in solidarity with their officer who had pushed an older man on the ground. And the fact that they're singling out our police chief, who has been very reform-minded, very community police-minded, and truthfully not telling the truth and saying that she was standing in solidarity with me. That was not true. The chief and several other officers kneeled in this protest led by community members like Reginald Smith, Javante McCoy, Gary McDonald, Northwest Community Hallandale Beach residents who organized this in support of Howard Bowe Jr., who was killed by the Hallandale Beach SWAT in 2014. Many of them were his neighbors, his friends, even his family members. I met his sister there and we embraced, we cried. I told her that we are going to remember Howard. And that was a lot of what this letter was about. The fact that we were talking about Howard Bowe, that no officers were charged in this case, that we really truthfully believe that he was wrongfully killed and there was no accountability or justice held up.
And that was, that's part of the criticism of this SWAT team, right, that speaks to a larger issue that not just you have brought up, it's been brought up in the media as well. Howard Bowe was unarmed and he was shot twice in the stomach. His family was at home. In the end, when police did go in, they found drugs, not a huge amount, right? This speaks to one of the criticisms that has been made about this SWAT team, that maybe they go overboard for drug busts that are yielding no drugs or that are yielding very little. What is it going to mean? What is it going to mean to this community that they do not have a SWAT team? On one hand, you have this criticism of them in the Bowe case, in drug cases as well. On the other hand, of course, there are going to be proponents, as you know, Vice Mayor, of this SWAT team who say, look, if there's a school shooting, if there's a hostage situation, who are you going to call? Who are you going to have with expertise at your disposal?
Of course, and this SWAT resignation of the 10-member unit has absolutely no impact on the operations or the safety of our community, our residents, our visitors. We have a mutual aid agreement with the Broward County Sheriff's Office for those SWAT services, for emergency services if ever necessary. But SWAT is not the first, critical response unit. They respond to neutralize a situation after all exhausted measures are taken. And we are a small city, a 4-square-mile city, 38,000 people in a county with nearly 2 million residents. And I really don't think local police departments should be militarized. I hear the arguments both sides, but to tell the truth, Howard Bowe was a victim of one of 38 SWAT raids, almost all done in the Northwest historically black quadrant of Hallandale Beach. And he fell victim to 16 grams of cocaine, a very, very minimal amount for military-style drug raids, that the majority of which were finding little to even zero drugs in these homes, terrorizing a community. I don't think that kept us safer, and it didn't keep Howard, his family, his dog safer. And it's really reflective that it only happens on really one side of our city versus the other side, west side versus east side. I think our community can be safer by reallocating the funding for the SWAT department, unit, with regards to pay, with regards to...
Where do you want to see that going? Do you want to see that going towards pay for other officers?
No, I'm sorry. So what we've been hearing from a lot of our residents, from community members, Black Lives Matter Alliance Broward, is those funds should be reallocated to community-led initiatives, expanded scholarships for families who need childcare after school, mental health first responders, people, you know, the things that we really need in direct assistance to our communities that would keep us safer and root out problems at the stem, the things that our community wants, and not for a SWAT team that rarely gets deployed, and, you know, for assignments, for pay, for operations, for things that we really don't need, that don't keep us safer, versus community-led initiatives that will keep us safer and will keep our communities together rather than take away a life.
Vice Mayor, we really appreciate you coming on. Sabrina Javiana, thank you.
Let's see. Okay, so we're back. I have the bong heated up. We got Portland. We got Seattle. Seattle is going for a little walk. Look at Seattle. Going for a little walkie downtown. Oh, it's so nice to walk in Seattle downtown in the summer. So nice. What's up, Donald Trump? Domestic terrorist running wild in the streets of Seattle. Donald Trump, what's up? You gonna let this happen on your watch? Oh my God. All right, Louisville's going for a little walkie. Portland just got done with a little walkie. I have a lovely dab right here to share with you guys. Look at it sparkle. Look at it sparkle, ladies and gentlemen. And you can get your dabs ready, and we can have a big puff together. It would be awesome. You ready? Are you ready? I'm almost ready. I'm almost ready. Almost ready. You ready? Here we go. Say whatever you want about me, Barry. You know the truth. Let's see. Craig said we had a caller from Phoenix. So if anybody, he said he hung on for a long time, and then somebody got disconnected. So if you want to call back, we're waiting for a caller. If anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397. Is 805 Mox News. 805-669-6397. And we would love to hear from you. Craig feels like he's just all alone if you don't call. So, like he's not doing anything. But he is. He's finding us stuff behind the scenes. He found us that dance from the Seattle Saturday night. Okay, so what do we got going on here? Seattle's on the march. Hello, caller.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Who is this?
Oh, my name's Nathan.
Hey, Nathan.
Phoenix.
Thanks for calling. Craig said you held on a long time. Sorry about that.
It's all good. I'm just multitasking at home. So, yeah. I haven't really listened to you that much, but you just came on the. I must have subscribed at some point. And I just figured I'd call in and see if maybe I could talk with somebody. I think that's been the biggest thing lately, is that things are so polarized this way or that. Can't really talk with anybody. It's really weird. I'm just kind of like standing right in the middle of everything, and everybody's just running around like a chicken with their head cut off. So.
What's the weather like? What's the weather like in Phoenix, Nathan?
It's nice right now. I think it was like 103 today, something like that.
What's nice? What's nice for you? 90?
I don't know. The sun is down, so
That makes it much better, man. I was in Portland Arizona one time. I drove through in a convertible car, and I got the worst sunburn. And the entire time I was in the state, the only thing I wanted to see was a fucking tree. To get some shade. I just wanted to be in the shade for like 1 minute, man. And there is no trees in fucking in Arizona, as far as I know.
yeah. I'm a redheaded landscaper, so I wear a big hat and long sleeve and pants, and especially when the monsoons hit and the humidity comes, you're drenched. First 30 minutes you're out there in the morning, so it's just kind of like a natural air conditioning. So as long as you're covered up, man, technically you're in the shade.
Yeah, no. Now I always wear long sleeves if I go out in the sun, really, because if the sun's on my skin, it feels like I'm gonna catch fire. So I avoid that.
Yeah. Well, all right. So the Chaz thing in Seattle, it's kind of interesting from where I'm coming from, is to where the media saying, they made their own little nation.
Man, they have changed the title to CHOP because they felt that the autonomous zone part of that title was somehow not really sending the right message. That they're not separate from the country.
Oh, okay.
The name is now it went from autonomous zone to Occupy Protest, so it's Capitol Hill Occupy Protest now. It's been that for about 4 or 5 days now.
Oh, okay. Well, it shows how much I'm.
A lot of people are working to misinform.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, and speaking of that, as far as propaganda goes, are you familiar with I think it's the 2012 Smith-Munn Act?
I've heard of it.
So I just say, listeners, or you yourself, check it out. I haven't read the whole thing myself, but so far as what I've gone from is it's basically a propaganda bill to where, I guess, World War II, Congress passed something saying that the government can't use propaganda against its own citizens.
Right.
And then when Obama was in office, he basically changed that where the government can now legally use propaganda against its own citizens.
Right.
And I don't know. It seems like, it's always been crazy. It just always has. But it does seem like the circus sideshow that is, the media and everything else got even more crazy round about that time. And so, I don't know, man. Like, why would I believe anything? Like, in any of these, potentially false flags or anything?
Right.
Why would I put my heart into it in the first place?
Right.
Why would I put my...
Nathan, I'll tell you, I've done this on YouTube now for 17 years, okay? And what I can tell you is that when I hear the news trying to push a narrative really fucking hard, I immediately think they're lying and something else, there's something like... almost always, whatever it is that the media is telling us, that they're lying about it, and it's especially if they seem to be really trying really hard to get you to believe something. Especially what I've been pointing out to people lately, especially if you notice it to be incredibly divisive. Because that's one of their main goals, is constantly to keep breaking us down into these little groups.
Yeah, and so there's that issue as far as just kind of giving up on, you know, family and friends and just anybody who wants to take these narratives to heart. You know that what the reaction is going to be, of course. You know, if you call it a false flag or anything like that, because what we don't know, we have no clue. There's no way that we can know. There's no way that I can know. But I definitely don't believe in any of it. So,
well, we know. Look, we know. Here's what we know, Nathan. We know that. Let's say since 9/11, they've been yelling at us, the terrorists, the terrorists, the terrorists, the terrorists are coming to get you. They're going to get your children. The terrorists, the terrorists, the terrorists, right? Since 9/11, and yet they did absolutely nothing about the wide open borders, which 3 and 4-year-old little girls are walking across completely undetected. Not that I'm a big fan of Donald Trump or anything. Don't get me wrong. Or a wall. But I said, from the beginning, and I bring this up from time to time, simply because I said from the beginning of this terrorist narrative that if the borders, that we need to know everyone who comes across the border. You don't have to you don't have to put a wall on it. We just need to know. But there it's been wide open, and where's all the horrible terrorist attacks, right? So there really hasn't been a terrorist threat this whole time. And what I honestly believe is that the Pentagon, working with the media, is doing everything that they can to try and create a true terrorist threat, right? Like killing 1 million innocent people in Iraq based on lies, there's going to be huge blowback from that. Don't know, if it's going to come today or tomorrow or 10, 20 years from now, but it's going to be gigantic. And I can guarantee you that the Pentagon cannot wait to cash that check, baby. And they will not do any fucking thing to stop them. Okay? Because you know what happened on 9/11? Nobody got fired. No, nobody got their rank fucking demoted. Everybody got fucking big bonuses. And you know why?
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
now it's the fucking new American century. We just got the new Pearl Harbor that we were looking for, and now it's the new American century, baby. And you're gonna be more rich than you ever fucking dreamed of.
So, what to do about it? Are you familiar with it's a little long term here, the international right of self-determination?
I am not. Is that an organization?
No, it's just an acknowledgement by the nations of the world that a people can come together and create their own separate and equal station among the nations. Kind of like what Israel did.
Well,
in fact, it did that.
Is that a joke?
That's quite a topic right there, Israel. So instead of getting into that, but just look at that. Might is right. That's what that comes down to. So people have the right to come together.
My dad used to say it doesn't matter who's right. It matters who's left.
Yeah. So here's the thing. There's different ways of being. Okay. What I would like to see is people look into the right of self-determination internationally, right? As far as the parameters that, you and I, or, any group of people on this earth have the ability to exercise that right and constitute our own, way, I guess, out of this situation.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Because
I point out regularly to people that the Constitution doesn't give us our rights. Is that the founding fathers that wrote the document said we recognize these truths to be self-evident. Meaning you're born with these rights essentially as top of the food chain, as sentient beings. Can express yourself freely. To hamper that in any way is a threat to all of us, really.
Well, can I give you for instance? So when it says "we the people" in our Constitution in the preamble, there's no way that we can actually prove. This is my claim, I guess, and people might want to listen to this too, because it's just one of those things that we grew up, being told about, and so we just kind of believe about it. We don't really ask, is this really the way it is? But we assume that when it says "we the people," they were talking about us, and even to this day, that we are of we the people. But if you're speaking, like grammatically, it would be grammatically incorrect. If you reread the preamble, why did they make a pronoun out of posterity, people, etc.? Because that kind of makes it look like they were talking about themselves and their posterity, and the people or the residents or the in the 13 colonies at that time, they just kind of acquiesced to that. Just and that's kind of the thing about how international law works. So at the time, the right of self-determination wasn't really referred to that way. It was more referred to as like your right to exile. Like, if you don't like it, you can leave and make your own way. Simple as that. And that's what the founding fathers, these guys, did. And honestly, when I brought this up to people who've never looked at it that way before, they thought that I was trying to make them out to be bad guys for, tricking us somehow into believing that, we can vote in and out these people and the self-determination. All the rest is just privilege. You're privileged to be able to be a citizen of any given nation you find yourself born into. So I don't even base it off of our country or our government has gone to crap and we need to or point out, hey, this law is unconstitutional or anything like that. It's kind of a waste of time, really, because we can't prove that any of this was necessarily written for us and that it's not like a stealth monarchy, that's going on. So,
well, it's been told to us again and again and again and taught in the schools that this is the rule of law in our country. So,
right. Well, and it serves the government or whatever, powers that be, whoever does own, the government, the U.S. government, serves them very well to, what is it, the best slave is the one who thinks that he's free. So, it's nothing that.
Well, so you're saying that the Second Amendment, all these things are written primarily for the founding, the people with the money or whatever?
Potentially, yeah. And that's just, it's up to interpretation, but we can't. Nobody's spending any time trying to actually make this a concrete fact, because it's just an assumed belief. So it's just a religion. It's just a religion. That's all it really comes down to.
Sure. I mean, clearly we don't really have any rights in this country. I mean, that's certainly obvious.
Yeah. So it seems to me like it's more worth my time to try to get people to focus on international law and nation building. There's a big heap of trash in the Pacific Ocean, and we can claim that. Be like, hey, this is our new nation over here, and just turn that into energy and do some seasteading or something. But that seems to me like just an opening the door to a better way of thinking about all this. Because there's nothing necessarily, and if we don't truly own, this position, if we're really just a ward of the state, if we're really just a renter, if the federal we work our butts off for can are actually owned by somebody else and they're just letting us use it, well, then they can just take everything that we own. So there's no deeds, there's no lands that we can actually own here. So how do we get to that point? Well, it seems like the only way we get to that point is by looking at the way nations are built. And in 2020, in the year 2020, with technology and might, keeping in mind, might is right, the leverage that we would need might not necessarily be just making a whole bunch of money and buying an island somewhere, but the leverage could be intellectual property, a movement of people who understand international law and, the basics of nation building.
Yeah.
The right of self-determination comes to, you can say it in another way, peaceful settlement of dispute. Okay? Mm. It diffuses all this crap that's going on. Because basically it says, look, whatever we owe, financially, whatever, we're going to find a way to honor our debt. We're not going to just revolt. We're not just going to have a bloody revolution. We're not going to, take down the government, which is potentially not something we own in the first place. This is not, even ours to claim. Because every time that we're claiming that we're the people, we're actually potentially claiming somebody else's intellectual property.
Well, I say fuck copyright, number one. But look, what we're claiming right now is that we own the streets. Okay, what we're claiming is that we have the numbers, and if you want to fuck with that, try. That's what happened in Seattle, okay? For 7 days, they sat there on a police line, tens of thousands of people, me screaming, get the fuck out of the way. The police got out of the way, the people moved forward where they refused to allow them to go, and then they kicked the fucking police out. Okay, so they're making a point of
why did that happen?
Who the streets belong to. Okay, we have the power if we can move beyond the idiotic division. It doesn't matter what the Constitution says. That's what the facts are.
I don't know. To me, it's kind of like like the battle is more kind of like within. What can I create here? And
yeah, well, there's everybody's got their job during this revolution, right? So, you focus on the things that you say need to get done, and these people are focusing on what they're thinking needs to get done right now, in this minute.
Have you heard of silent weapons for quiet wars?
The what?
Silent weapons for quiet wars.
Is that an organization?
No, it's like this document that kind of has, it's anonymous, just kind of was leaked, found in a copy machine, I don't know, several decades ago, but it just basically explains, I guess the story is, which we don't really know is true or not, and in fact, I think I found, where that might have even been, drawn from, which is another document speaking about Russia. But Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, you guys should check it out. It just basically says that war is not to be fought in the same ways now. It's going to be fought by shooting situations out into the public.
Well,
and see how they react this way and that.
yeah.
And for me, I mean, it really goes into it. It's making the economy and basically treating us. It really makes a lot of sense. Just put it that way. So no matter where it comes from,
hey Nathan,
it'd be worth listening to.
You're cutting in and out. You're cutting in and out a lot. Can you say the name of that again?
I'll try to stand in one spot. Is that better?
Maybe.
Hello?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay. I'll try here.
You're digitizing like crazy. Silent weapons. What is it now?
Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars.
Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. That sounds like a name of a band. Somebody should get on that. Go ahead.
There is a band that put that name out, but that was they probably named it after that document. But so Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, something for people to look into, because I think once you get that under your belt, you kind of realize, how the media, which is exactly what we've been saying, and that the public is really perceived as the adversary to the government. I mean, everything that I've been proposing here kind of falls in line with that. I would be saying, how can we not be the adversary? The art of war or whatever would be to, not really have war, not really end up in a bloody revolution or anything like that, and if there's no more land to claim, go find, make another nation somewhere, some island or whatever else, it's not really feasible. But maybe there's a way to design, a society within that complements the system as it is, and begins to steer it in ways that's within everybody else's interests, within everybody's interests, the powers that be, their interests. And since we don't necessarily know who the powers that be are, but yet we have these talking heads, we have these figures, these political figures, these big guys like Bill Gates, et cetera, that we do see that are public figures, and we point to them as though that they are the powers that be, but they're probably not. The powers that be are probably behind that. And since we don't really know who those people are, we probably shouldn't really judge them either, as far as saying that they're necessarily good or evil, but just have a neutral stance on that.
Well, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. There is clear that they're evil. They look, if the powers that be can actually control things, then how come they're not providing us a 21st century infrastructure if they're not evil?
Because your right of self-determination isn't something that can be given to you. You have to kind of earn it. And, so like when you're trying to build a nation, when you're trying to create your own separate and equal station, become an honorable, entity among the nations, it's not something that you apply for. It's not something that you ask for or anything like that, or that you're submitting, for. It's something that you're notifying them of, that you are declaring your station. And so it's something that you kind of take because it's your right to take that. And that's what nobody in the general public is even close to realizing. And because they don't do that, what we do, what the general public does, myself included, we acquiesce. We acquiesce to the powers that be.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, I know, and it's hard to kind of wrap around that.
Well, look, the powers that be have been at war with me since I was 15 years old, okay? And I've stood up against them endlessly. I mean, since I was 15 years old, I've been told you can't smoke marijuana. So fuck you. So you're not the boss of me. I mean, so
Yeah.
the powers that be don't have the power over me that they want to have.
Well, I can agree with you on that, especially as far as that plant goes, because it seems like the prohibition of hemp and marijuana as a resource was one of the factors that really weakened our society.
Making cannabis illegal around the world is one of the greatest crimes against humanity of all time.
Yeah, definitely. And why didn't our doctors at that time, why didn't our parents, our grandparents, or great-grandparents stand up and say, hey, wait a minute, it was on the Popular Mechanics, was it something 1930-something front cover, it said hemp, the new billion-dollar crop. They just invented the decorticator, which is going to take out, a lot of labor, because that was always an issue in hemp production. It's a bad thing that happened, along with
Hey, I tell people, it grows everywhere in almost any climate for a reason. It's meant to be a daily part of our lives, whether we're wearing it as clothing, building our homes out of it, fueling our cars on it, eating it as food, or using it as medicine, a daily part of our lives. And again, to make it illegal around the world has been easily one of the greatest crimes against humanity of all time. And it's 100%, and it's 100% on the U.S. government. Again, evil.
But think about how many authority figures, in my life, the DARE officers, that they promoted me to do it, just to spite them. Think about all they're basically our fathers, and we all bought into, our parents did, their parents did, we all bought into that propaganda, that it was an evil, that a plant, any plant, could be an evil thing, the demonization of it. And buying into that is acquiescing. And it's not owning, your own mind. And that really is something that we could have not let happen as the U.S. citizen, as the general public.
And I've worked for the last 25 years to turn that around, so you know.
Yeah, and it's really scary now because, like with my kids and everything else, now it's more, it's such this big thing to where it wouldn't have ever been like that. It would, our economy should have stayed, 70% agricultural, hell, our public schools are still based off of working the farm on summer vacations, It's we should have stayed this way. And why didn't we? Because there were forces that were trying to weaken our society. And so whatever those forces are, people buy into it. And it's the buying into it that's the problem, more than the actual forces that are, it's the order followers.
It's the division. It's this division thing, dude. It's this buying into the right left. I keep telling them they're the same. They're the same fucking endless wars of choice based on lies, never gonna change, status quo, fucking coin. Just different sides of the same fucking coin. And I keep telling them they're just talking to different suckers, and they won't listen. They somehow have to buy into us against them bullshit.
All right. So following orders is acquiescing. And you're basically being a sucker if you're following orders, if you're buying into the propaganda, if you're putting your heart into that narrative, into all those narratives, into those silent weapons for this quiet war within us. It's really, you know, it's a battle for our minds. It's a battle for our families, holding our families together. It's so crazy how easy it is for your family to fall apart and be torn apart just by turning to outside sources.
No, I think that's one of the big dangers of the police state, honestly. I think the police state destroys families every single fucking day, dude. All day long.
Oh yeah. But it's not it look, I almost had a divorce this year and got lawyers and everybody else. And you know, my family against, you know, my wife and my wife's family against my family, and basically nobody talks to us anymore. And
but you're still together?
We fired the lawyers and fired the lawyers and we're back together. And it's like I have a wife for the first time.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, we've been married for 12 years and we never prayed. We never made that time. I didn't make that time as a dad, as you know, and to me that was my fault. And I just every bit of how the world is screwed up, I see people making the same mistakes that I made. I don't really look at it as far as, you know, it's these external sources as to why the world is screwed up. I look at it as how my personal world, how I almost let my family be split up. How, you know, and that's what my parents did. My parents got a divorce when I was 4, and they didn't have to. They could have manned up and done it right and turned to God,
listen,
and within themselves, and let go of their egos.
My parents got a divorce at 4 years old also, and I can tell you that my mom had to prayed a hell of a lot before she got a divorce, and she did what she absolutely believed was best for her children. So, you know, I'm just saying, you might want to give your parents a break on that, possibly. I don't know.
Well, I did, and I've forgiven my parents, both of them, and I think that's really what it comes down to, is all of us forgiving our parents, our moms and our dads, and not for their sake, but for our sake. Because if we harbor that resentment, you know, from childhood towards our parents, as to, you know, why this happened or that happened, why did my dad abandon me?
Sure. Well, you need to get over all of your pain. Otherwise, it's like this PTSD thing that you carry around constantly. You understand?
Well, it goes in like by proxy into your relationships in your life. And so it's just like a curse. So
right.
You
again, like
really need
like
to,
this PTSD thing that you don't have control of it. You have to move on. I mean, I know people who have issues from high school. You know, they're fucking my age and they won't move on from it. It's like they cling to it. I'm just like, look, come on. You'll be 10 times better off without it. It just doesn't matter, and it couldn't matter less anymore. You know?
Yeah, and say if your parents were abusive, you know, whatever. It by you forgiving them, it doesn't mean that you're inviting them back into your life. You know, it just means that you're realizing that they're human too, and you're letting go of the resentment.
Right.
For the sake of letting go of the resentment, because that's been holding you back.
Right, because otherwise you carry that with you everywhere all the time, and you're like, oh, because of this, because of this, because of this, and it doesn't add anything to your life. It doesn't make you happier. It doesn't allow you even to live your life, because you're still stuck on this thing that happened 30 years ago or whatever, you know?
Whether or not you think you are or not, you're still carrying it.
Yeah.
You know, you can think you've overcome it, but but actually going to your parents,
And
which
again,
is a really hard thing to do, especially to your moms,
well,
to our moms,
and,
and you know, just putting it out. It might get a little rocky, but you know, it's anyways. This is the same thing that needs to happen politically. This is the same thing that needs to happen internationally. This is the same thing that needs to happen on all levels, and that just basically comes down to forgiveness, and that is a peaceful settlement of dispute, which is the right of self-determination.
No. I mean, for humanity, we need to forgive each other, but politics, no. Okay, 1 million dead Iraqis. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
Well, the way that works, though, the way international law works, it runs
I don't
on
care.
tacit law.
I don't care about law.
So
I don't care.
Basically, the blood is on my hands.
I'm aware of that. That's why, and I've said that 1 million times. Okay? And every Iraqi that I meet, I apologize with tears in my eyes. Okay?
Yeah.
So I understand that very well. And in fact, the invasion was the day of my birthday. And every fucking birthday I have to think about that shit. Okay? So I understand it. And I live it. And it's not some fucking talk. Okay? Again, blowback is a real thing. And blowback from Iraq isn't even on anybody's radar. Pentagon knows it's coming. Pentagon can't wait. The sooner they get it, the sooner their budget fucking doubles. That's how it works. They're not going to stop it.
That's all the more reason to realize that, you know, it's time to get out. You know, in the most graceful, honorable way, you know, men and women can get out of the situation.
Look, you're right, and this is what I'm saying. These people in the street, this is a heartfelt thing. These people are out there saying, we can do better, we have to do better, you know? So whatever else people want to see, you know, they're doing their best to make it better, okay? They're fighting for something that's righteous, and it's not for them, it's for everyone. So, and you see that with them all the time. I mean, it's just shown again and again.
To me, protesting and everything.
Right, I know you're all about the law. So you should fucking focus on that, and you should, like, have a website and be explaining all this shit to people and gathering people who understand and want to do what it is you're talking about, man. Encouraging more and more people to do that.
Yeah. I had a website. I had a little show for a little bit on way back in the day on Oracle Broadcasting, and it's called Practicap Radio. And
right on, nice.
I had a few shows. I got.
I had a show too. It's called Mike Hunt Show.
Your what show?
Mike Hunt Show.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
that's your show now?
It was called, no, now it's Mox News.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought it was called.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
So you went from that to Mox News?
Well, I learned how to make television and video, and then moved on to Mox News. Yeah. And now we're
I really appreciate you.
We're endorsing Mike Hawk for president. Because Mike Hawk is what America is all about.
I hear you. Well, I've got to go make dinner.
Hey.
But I really appreciate you having me on. And
I hope I wasn't too hard on you, Nathan.
No. It was pretty refreshing, actually. And just some of those things that I mentioned. Let's see, what was it?
Silent but deadly.
International right of self-determination.
Silent but deadly.
Silent weapons for quiet wars. Check out a guy named David Williams with Matrix Solutions. he's all about self-determination, and yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thanks, man.
Hey, it was nice to talk to you, Nathan. I hope we hear back from you soon, okay?
All right, will do.
All right, stay cool, bro. That's Nathan from Phoenix. Nice to hear from him. Let's see. Oh, I have a video about everything looks chill. Everything. Look at how many people are in Portland. We have a video about SCOTUS. Supreme Court LGBT ruling. You can no longer fire for someone for being a transsexual in America. How about that? Freedom, baby. Why are you so threatened by freedom?
Time. Giving you a developing now, you're looking live at the Supreme Court, where justices just ruled LGBTQ workers are protected by federal law. On a 6-3 vote, the court ruled that Civil Rights Act means employers cannot fire workers based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. The Supreme Court action is expected to have a major impact for an estimated 8.1 million American workers in the United States. That's because most states do not protect LGBTQ people from workplace discrimination.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to...
Hello?
Aha, this is a cool call. How you doing, Michael Knight?
I am good. How about you, Dwayne?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. You done with your temper tantrum tonight?
No.
Oh, come on. Jeez. Stop being a fucking baby. You know, your temper tantrum the other night really sucked, man. Like, and then you let that old fart, that fucking useless eater in Southern California talk about me like that without me being able to defend myself. Come on.
When did I stop you from defending yourself? You defended yourself the whole time, didn't you? I thought I saw you in the chat defending yourself.
You played baby with me, man. You played baby with me. And you hung up on me like a little girl.
I slammed down my fucking tank of gas, and it hung up the phone, and I apologized numerous times.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it because I thought that little bitch, I'll be honest with you, I thought that little bitch hanged up on me like a 13-year-old girl.
Nope.
Why should I even call the show again?
That was incorrect.
I'm thinking, you know what, tonight, I'm like, you know what, I'm going to call him because things are happening. I've been, maybe you would say, brainwashed by my church as to how to deal with this.
Deal with what?
With all this hatred.
What hatred?
Black Lives Matter. And all this stuff going on. Because now we have a problem in our church, okay? I'll be honest with you. Okay? Like, one of the people in our church is a native, an Indian.
Don't you call them Aboriginals?
Aboriginal, Amerindian. Aboriginal is a good choice in Canada.
I have a story here about Australia is doing Aboriginal Lives Matter marches in Sydney.
Because that matters, you know, in Canada, listen, as a totally white man, whiter than you, you know, my mom is German and my father is French. That's as white as you get, right?
I guess.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. I'm white. Actually, I'm more pink, but I'm white. You know what I mean? Because white people are actually pink. We're not white. All right, unless you're a fucking albino. But we're actually pink people. And, you know, oh, it's just messed up because, like, listen, like, all the redskins, you know what I mean? There's a red person in our ministry who's really kind of high up in the ministry. But, like, how can, here's my debate. Here's kind of what I'm thinking after looking at my church. Not Mox News or anything else, but my church. Because there's a whole bunch of black people in my church, right? And it's like, and there are a lot of American blacks. But is their struggle in the United States worse than the struggle of the American Indian or the Aboriginal in Canada or even the United States? Because how many times have I called your show and these self-intellectuals in your chat not knowing a fucking thing about Aboriginal issues at all, talking about, you know, whites and blacks, and they don't know a fucking thing about the Nez Perce, the Cherokee Trail of Tears, none of that stuff, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it just got me thinking, it's like, wait a minute, like, first of all, man, you don't like the Bible, that sucks, because all these people are chosen by God to be their people, as opposed to the white guys with the pubic hairs on their face in Israel. You know what I mean? You've heard me say shit like that before.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm sorry. I'm kind of in the bag on a half a bottle of Sambuca while you listen to that sleeping pill before me.
Sambuca?
But, oh, I love Sambuca.
Right on.
Oh, yeah. Do you like that stuff?
No, but I know what it is. I don't drink alcohol at all. Smells lovely.
I know. You're just major pothead. I get that.
Actually, I don't.
A buddy of mine, who you totally disappointed Wednesday night, you little bum, you. I told him, I said, this is the greatest show in America. I told him this is the greatest show in America. Sit here and listen to while I call this show. And he listened in the background as you went completely nuts, screaming, why do you hate? Why do you hate? And you hang up on me.
I didn't mean to do that. I also said you could call back if you wanted to. I also said you could call back if you wanted to. I apologize.
Why would I call back if you hang up on me like a little girl?
I didn't mean to.
And
I
then you
didn't
let
mean
that,
to.
That freeloading fucking loser in Southern California
Everybody's
talk
welcome to
about
call.
me
I
like
don't.
that.
The only person I've hung up on is fucking Whisper Doctor, and he deserved it. And
No,
I didn't.
you hung up on
No, I
Mohammed
didn't.
when he used to call.
Who?
Mohammed. Remember him? The guy you used to laugh about being
He
his
started
taxi all the
talking
time?
about sex.
I know, I get that, but I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about real fucking
I
issues.
didn't hang up on you.
You did.
No, I slammed my
Everyone
tank.
in the chat saw it.
Hey, look. You can believe me or not. I slammed my tank of gas down and said, Dwayne. Oh shit! I must have hung up. I didn't mean. The phone bounced up, and everything on the desk bounced up an inch off the desk, and the phone hung itself up. Okay, and then I apologized and I said, you can call back if you want.
All right, you know what? Because I thought you were fucking being a jack off. Honestly.
I'm not afraid to talk to you.
Hey,
I'm not afraid to talk to
I don't
anybody.
need to actually subscribe because I know Mox News so well that, you know what? Like, I unsubscribed, okay? And I said, fuck you, and I said a whole bunch of dirty-ass shit to you. I know you read it, too. Because when you're talking to that dirty fucking snake in Southern California, that backstabbing piece of shit, okay? You agree with everything you said. You didn't stick up for me once. That's dirty,
It's
man.
not true, Dwayne. Look,
That is true.
Over and over again. I'm not here to call anybody names, and I don't stick up.
You let that fucker call
Daniel
me low
called.
IQ.
Daniel called fucking
You
Michelle a
let that dirty
cunt.
fucker. You let that dirty fucking old man call me low IQ, and low EQ, wherever the fuck that is, wherever psychologist he's been to. You let that dirty fucker say that shit about me, and you know what? That was the first time you never defended me. And say, hey, at least, listen to his point of view. I know you're pissed off at what I said. I know that. I purposely called to prove to my friend that you're a true freedom of speech guy.
Uh-huh.
I'm telling you, he was sitting right here.
And I let you talk for a half hour at least. I did not hang up on you.
And you screamed at me the whole time, but why do you hate? Why do you hate?
Dwayne, I don't think you get what's going on, dude.
I know what's going on.
You want to hate
Black
on these people.
Are getting their say finally. I'm as white as your fucking bare ass, man. Okay? And black people have been fucked around, and I get that. And you know what?
I tell you, Dwayne, I don't think I can actually identify as white,
so
you know.
Not actually, because I know Mox News. I'll never forget it. I've been a subscriber since 2012. Okay, 8 years I've been a subscriber. I'm never gonna forget. Look, man, you're not in my feed today, but
and yet you're here.
About an hour ago. I'm gonna pull up Mox News. It doesn't matter, man. You're in my fucking head. It's fucked. It seriously is fucked.
People tell me I'm never gonna watch your shit again. I say, good luck with that. Shit's everywhere, dude.
Yeah, you can say that all fucking day, man. Hey, look, I still like you, man. You let that dirty old fucking man in Southern California talk that dirty shit about me, though. That bothered me. You should have at least said, at least, I know you have some kind of cognitive dissonance or whatever. You should have at least said to that old fucking dirty fucker in Southern California, that old fucking Mike. You should have said something in my defense, man. You can't talk shit about me when you've never met me. And that three-way call we had on Mox News about 2 months ago was gold, and
Dwayne,
you know it.
He's said again and again that he has respect for you. I don't
care. You don't call me low fucking IQ.
Okay,
when you know what? I have a fucking degree that fucking dirty old man can't even pay for.
Look, okay,
you've heard me
talk about you
being living in
you having a degree and that you're a
patch of desert
scientist.
He doesn't have what I have, man.
So
I
don't know why
he's got Satan is what he's got. He's got nothing.
Satan?
And you know what? It's wrong for you to let that fucking dirty prick talk about me like that when I don't have the chance to defend myself.
Was it wrong
That's
to let you talk about
because
him
I never
that way?
Talked about that dirty fucking child molester
if he doesn't have the chance to defend himself,
okay?
Is that right? Is it wrong of me to let you do it because you love doing it
dirty ass
again and again
old man
with somebody? You gotta hate on somebody, don't you, Dwayne?
No,
feels good to hate on somebody.
I'm never going to see the fucking dirty old man anyway. What do I care? Now, did you tell him that?
Dwayne.
Why do you hate on Dwayne? Did you say that to him? Why do you hate on Dwayne? When he's 2,000 miles away in another country?
I said it to everybody.
You didn't.
Don't let the hate in again and again and again.
You had a sausage fest with him.
Whatever, Dwayne.
You did.
Yeah, you know what? You think about that shit an awful lot for somebody who doesn't like fucking queers. You sure think about that stuff an awful lot and bring it up an awful lot, Dwayne.
You couldn't answer me about it. We were having an argument about that video about that guy plowing into protesters and bodies flying everywhere and nobody was killed except that fucking idiot decided to punch the guy through the fucking window, and then you said, well, you hate queers, you hate faggots.
No, I said your heart is filled with hate,
That was your
Dwayne.
only defense.
No, Dwayne, your heart is...
I'm calling you bullshit now.
Your heart
you can
is
hang
filled
up on me
with
if you
hate.
Want.
Your heart is filled with hate, Dwayne.
Because you know
you
what?
know that
all
your
you
heart
had to
is
say
filled
was
with
you
hate.
hate fags.
No, that's not true.
That's all you had to say.
I can say plenty more. You know what? You wish horrible, horrible things on your neighbors, Dwayne.
No,
so that,
I don't
yes,
hate...
you do. So that you can buy their farm for a cucumber. You wish horrible things on people, Dwayne.
So what?
You have filled your heart with Dwayne. You filled your heart with hate. It's horrible. You should recognize and try and do better.
You are a
You
liar.
wish horrible things on your neighbors, Dwayne. I've heard you say it repeatedly.
Liar. You know
it's
what?
True.
If you're going to invest...
Everybody has heard you say it, Dwayne.
Liar.
Everybody.
If you're gonna
everybody. You probably tell your son constantly how much you hate your neighbors, and you hope that they lose everything so that you can buy their farm for a dime. That's your whole plan, man.
Listen. If you spend your inheritance on stocks that go to zero, and I can buy it for a cucumber, then that's your fault. Not mine.
No,
and I
that's
hate
what you
for doing
wish.
That.
That's what you wish happens.
No, that's what your fault is.
No, it's what you wish happens, Dwayne.
You know what? Like
you told me again and again, you can't wait till it happens.
Right.
You can't wait till these horrible things happens to your neighbors and everybody who's not ready. You can't wait for it, Dwayne. How many times have you told me that? You have filled your heart with hate, and it's sad.
No, I haven't filled my heart.
Deserve
I've never told you
better.
I filled my heart with hate.
Yes, of course. It's
never
obvious
told
to
you that.
anyone who's
I've
paying
never
attention.
Told you that.
What? That you wish
know what?
horrible
I don't
things
hate
on your
faggots.
neighbors and
I don't
everybody
hate
else?
faggots.
Sure you do.
No, I don't hate
Of
faggots.
course you do.
Because if I met a faggot...
What, are you going to change it
If
back
they
to that
turn to
now, Dwayne?
Jesus
Because you have
and
no
stop being
defense
a
for the
faggot?
other thing?
If they turn to Jesus and stop being a faggot, I wouldn't hate them. And I don't hate them anyway. God hates them.
No, God doesn't hate what? Unconditional
No, God
love?
actually,
Unconditional love
God
hates? You actually believe that unconditional love is filled with hate, Dwayne. That's, oh man, you believe unconditional love hates. Is that right, Dwayne?
No, but those people aren't accepted.
Because
cannot
your
make a
book that
baby.
you worship says so?
Listen, don't cut me off because I want you to hear. I want everyone on Mox News to hear
because
this.
your book
cannot make
that you
a baby
worship
in a
says
man's
so.
bum.
So what?
You cannot make a baby in a man's bum. Now I don't know what. That's the whole purpose of sex.
Oh, come on, Dwayne.
You think it's to have... You cannot make a baby in a man's bum.
The purpose
and
of
that's the
sex
whole point of
is
having a
in
penis
order to
with
share
semen,
pleasure.
okay? Is to make babies with a woman with ovaries and a uterus.
No.
That's the whole point. That's what sex is for, is to make babies, you know?
No.
If you don't have any, I can't help you. But don't stick it in a man's bum and say that's going to be a baby piece of poo. Like, come on. That doesn't happen, man. It's not gonna, you're not going to make a baby in a man's bum.
Again.
That's
Dwayne.
Hate.
Oral sex is considered sodomy, Dwayne. So you know.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not. It's
Look
not
it
the
up.
same. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You can say that all day long, but you are not the person I'm going to go to, or especially
Look
that
it up.
fucking old fart
Look
in
it
Southern
up.
California telling me what the Apostle
You
Paul
just
is
got
gonna
done
say.
saying you
fucking
can't make
man
a
is
baby
Satan.
sticking your dick in somebody's mouth, can you, Dwayne? Fucking better stay consistent, Dwayne. What the fuck's wrong with you, Dwayne? You some kind of fucking deviant? You some kind of fucking deviant sticking your dick in somebody's mouth? What the fuck's wrong with you, Dwayne? You can't make a baby that way. Come on, dude. Are you consistent or are you just full of fucking shit and hate?
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Calm down.
I'm so ready, Dwayne.
Have a puff, man.
How about you fucking face reality, man? You can't make a baby by sticking your dick in somebody's mouth, can you, Dwayne?
Have a puff.
Can you, Dwayne? Can you, Dwayne? Don't tell me what to do.
You might want to be on a higher plane right now
Yeah.
than you are.
You
So
can't make a baby by sticking your dick in somebody's mouth. Can you, Dwayne?
Have a smoke.
Don't tell me what to do.
You might need to be on a higher plane.
Answer the fucking question. Can you make a baby by sticking your dick in somebody's mouth, Dwayne?
No.
Okay, then again.
Wow! 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 You really educated me. Thanks a lot.
It's the facts, dude. Sodomy, oral sex is sodomy. Yes, it is.
Sodomy.
Yes, it. Ask your fucking pastor.
About sodomy. Listen, there's a direct distinction between sodomy. Like, listen, I have a wife, and you know that, right?
So it's okay to commit sodomy with your wife?
No, I'm not sticking her ass either.
It's not. Oral sex is sodomy, Dwayne.
It's sticking her mouth, though.
Oral. You can't make a baby that way, Dwayne.
No, you can't. But what part of the Bible are you going to teach me? You are going to teach me that I'm doing wrong. Probably not.
I don't think that you're doing it wrong. I absolutely would think that you were doing it wrong if you weren't putting it in her mouth. Okay? The facts are you're the one who seems to think that you can tell people that they're doing it wrong, Dwayne.
Because a man can't have a baby in his ass.
You can't have a baby in your wife's mouth either, Dwayne. Figure it out, dude. You're not consistent at all, Dwayne.
But you don't get it.
You're completely full of shit, Dwayne.
The whole point. Oh, you know what? You know nothing about the Bible, and that's fine. That's fine. If you know nothing about the Bible, at least fucking admit you're ignorant. And that's
Dwayne,
cool.
Oral sex is sodomy, Dwayne.
No, it's not sodomy.
Yes, it is.
Because
ask your
sodomy
pastor.
is talked about between men burning with men. It doesn't say women burning with women or men sticking in a bum of their wife. Okay? Because you know what? I don't even stick it in my wife's ass, man. That's gross.
No, you stick it in her mouth. You can't make a baby there, Dwayne.
It thinks like poo, man. Like, don't
Dwayne,
what?
How come you want to judge everybody else? Again, you want to judge everybody else like
they're
somehow.
Hyenas, man. They're hyenas. Like, okay, it's okay to be a fag because the natural world is faggots too. Yeah, like a hyena. So you can be a fag and be a hyena all day. You
or a dolphin.
Balls
or
and
a dolphin.
Stick in another man's ass. That's gross.
Or a
but
dolphin.
You know what? You ended up turning that whole conversation about that car that plowed into protesters into homosexuality. And then you let that fucking dirty-ass man in Southern California talk shit on me.
No, I
didn't
said
have a chance to defend myself.
You've allowed your heart to be filled with hate.
Really wrong of
I
you,
did
sir.
not allow it. You could have called back at any time.
Why would I call back when you hung up on me?
I didn't. I said, and I apologized and said you can call back.
I hung in the chat for half an hour.
Doesn't matter. I apologized multiple times.
I
did. I apologized immediately and said you can call back if you want to.
Then you know what? Stop smoking so much dope.
Don't tell me what to do, Dwayne.
Your bodily functions.
Fuck you, Dwayne.
If you can't control your bodily functions,
Dwayne,
what's gonna happen
you're
next?
the one who's trying to make babies in your wife's mouth, okay? Stop telling me what to do.
You hung up on me.
I did not.
And you told me to call back.
I didn't hang up on you.
Loser
the phone hung up on you. It was not I. And I apologized and said call back.
Listen to me, Michael Knight, my friend. I didn't hang up on you, and I never would have.
I didn't hang up on you, Dwayne.
Hey, Craig called me before. How come he didn't call me and say, "Oh, we want to get on a three-way with fucking Mike in Southern California"?
Because you just got done saying how you're never coming back, you're unsubscribing, you didn't want anything to do with, and went on and on and on for a half an hour about how you're out of here and never coming back.
You didn't want my view on your show.
I didn't hang up on you, Dwayne.
You did.
If I didn't want your view, no, I don't lie, Dwayne.
Stop fucking lying.
I didn't hang up on you.
You did.
And anybody who's paying attention knows I immediately apologized and said sorry.
I sure as hell didn't hang up on you. I'm the one paying this
Whatever,
long distance
Dwayne. You
here.
don't want to accept the truth,
Hang on, wait
man.
a minute, bum. I'm the one paying long distance, not you. And you hung up on me.
I didn't hang up on you, Dwayne. Get over it.
I'm paying the long
I've
distance
explained
here.
that very clearly. For whatever reason, you refuse to face reality, Dwayne.
Dude, you aren't in reality on certain things. You need to realize that those black people...
You can't make a baby in your wife's mouth, Dwayne.
Oh, come on. You hung up on me a little bit.
I didn't. I wouldn't do that, Dwayne.
You
did. Know me better than that, Dwayne.
Okay.
What?
Hang on,
I'm supposed to be afraid to talk to you and debate you, Dwayne?
I want to feel a real honest apology. Thank you.
I apologized the other day and said, I'm sorry, Dwayne. I didn't mean to hang up on you.
That's why I called your show, you dink. That's why I called back tonight. Listen.
I've explained this to you multiple times. You don't care. You just want to go on about it, dude.
I do now, because that's the first time I've actually... You know what? That actually mattered. None of this other shit where you're talking to that fucking child molester in Southern California. It didn't matter until you said that now. That you meant it to me. Because you haven't said it to me. You might have said it to everybody else on Mox News. You didn't say it to me. So that actually mattered. That mattered. And I accept it. Thank you. Because you know what? I didn't think you would fucking purposely hang up on me for no reason like that.
I didn't.
Screaming you hate, and hang up.
Why do you fill your heart with hate, Dwayne?
Oh my God, that's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. Stop saying stupid things. I don't hate you. Even though you're fucking stupid looking, I don't hate you.
Look, Dwayne, I don't hate you. I'm trying to get you to realize what it is you're doing.
Listen,
I'm trying to save your fucking soul, Dwayne.
You and that old fucker don't have to teach me anything.
I'm trying to save your fucking soul, Dwayne.
Speak truth. You know what you can do? Instead of you and that old fucker
I'm trying to save your soul, Dwayne.
Talking behind my back, you and that dirty
Stop
old fucker
filling
in
your
Southern
heart
California.
with hate, Dwayne.
Listen, you know what you can do? Speak truth to power. Other than that, fuck off. Because seriously, you and that dirty old man in Southern California, as long as you're speaking truth, I'll hear you. If you're not speaking truth, I won't hear you.
That's why you...
And I heard certain things. Oh man, I'm wasting on half a bottle of Sambuca. But listen, like, you and that dirty fucker, listen, I don't know if he's got to be your handler or something. Because every time I've called this show, every time, and I get in a huge fight with you, that fucking little guy comes on and sucks your wiener, okay? Like, seriously. He comes on and sucks your wiener.
You think about this shit an awful lot for somebody who hates queers, dude. You understand that?
I don't know.
You think about homosexuals. You think about homosex. You think about homosex an awful lot for somebody who hates homos. So you know, Dwayne.
That dirty prick actually said
in case you can't understand what it is I'm trying to tell you, Dwayne. You think about guys sucking guys' dick an awful lot. If not, you bring it up a whole hell of a lot, that's for sure.
I don't want that dirty ass fucking desert mongrel doing anything for me. Honestly, I don't need him, man. This guy wouldn't stand a chance anywhere near where I am. Now, maybe digging in the sand, I might not be able to dig down 3 feet as fast as him. But you know what? That dirty-ass fucker in the sand in Southern California, fuck you, you dirty old man. Stop talking shit behind my back. And you know something? This is the first time I've been able to speak after him. That dirty old fucker probably called you about an hour ago. And you know something? That really bothers me. Because you used to, Michael Knight, my hero, Michael Knight, used to say, hey, wait a minute, to him, that dirty old fucking, that cactus fucker.
Dwayne, yeah, because I've said again and again and again, it's not about Dwayne. This isn't about Dwayne. Okay?
Yeah,
You might want to make it all about Dwayne for the next fucking half hour, but none of this fucking shit is about Dwayne, except for trying to get Dwayne eyes open to the fact that his heart is full of fucking hate.
And you who doesn't believe in Jesus and a fucking Satanist in Southern California are gonna change my mind when you're hell-bent and serving Satan
trying
and
to
have
save
no
your
love in
fucking
your life
soul,
for
dude.
Jesus.
Trying to save your
You
soul,
guys are
man.
wrong.
Your
You know
heart
what?
is
You
full of
people are
hate.
going to the
You
pit.
can't face
You're
Jesus
going
with
to the
a heart
pit.
full of hate, Dwayne. Okay?
Oh, give me a break.
You can't do it, man. It will be horrible for
Hey,
you.
Wolko's right. That dirty old fucker's gonna call back now to save your ass. You what?
Because
He's
I
gonna
need
come back
someone
and
to
wanna
defend
lick
me
you.
so bad.
He's gonna lick you. He's gonna lick you.
Oh,
He's
call
gonna call back
quickly.
and lick
I
you
need
from
your
anus
help,
to
Mr.
penis,
Wizard.
man.
Help
He's
me,
gonna lick
Mr.
you from
Wizard.
anus
Help me,
to penis,
Mr. Wizard.
Hey, you know what? I'm telling you, Mike. Listen, man. We'd be awesome if we were face to face, buddy. I'm telling you, we'd see eye to eye if we could look in each other's eye.
Dwayne,
look. You know what? Honestly, I think that's what's going on in this world. Honestly, I think that's a major, major, major problem. Because if I could look in your eye, Mike, right now, all right, we'd agree. I know he would. Now, if you looked in the eye of that fucking pervert in Southern California, he'd be down on his knees licking your hairy bumhole, okay? But I wouldn't. I'd look in your eye and say, man, dude, Mike, we're right. We're right. Because, you know something? In a way, I agree with these protests. I do. This is the time of Jacob's trouble. And any of you fucking people in the chat, figure out what that means. Mike, maybe you should too.
The thing is, Dwayne, not for 1 second up until now have you acted like you fucking somehow have the slightest support for these protests. From day one, I've said nothing but support of these protests. All you cared about this whole time has been cop sucking.
All I care about is the people of Jesus know who they are. Period. And you know who they are? You want to know who they are? The black people in the streets that don't know who they are. That's the truth. That's the Bible truth. But the black people in the streets that don't know who they are actually the ones who are.
And these people are in the streets, and they're all fighting for those people. These people in the streets are all fighting for those people, Dwayne. And you said horrible things about them.
I'm talking about the white fucking little punk-ass fucking 16-year-olds that are throwing bricks through windows.
Yeah.
That's what I called the other night to complain about. But listen, hey, Mike, you made my night. Thanks, man. And you know what? I'm going to call back again. I don't know if I'm going to subscribe again, but I know where to find you.
Don't do me any favors, Dwayne.
I know where to find you.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not trying to hide from. I'm
not
trying to hide from anybody, Dwayne.
I've been a subscriber
I exist with zero fear.
I got your bumper stickers for my car, you know.
Good. Yeah, that's what we do here.
I know where to find you. Now, is that old
Everybody knows where to find me. I don't hide, Dwayne.
For 10 minutes, and if that old fucker in Southern California doesn't call to tell you what to do, I'll be surprised. So bring it on, Mike in Southern California. Call up and tell your student what to do. Hey, Mike, take care, my friend. It was great. It was great fucking screaming at you. I had to. Because you ditched me the other night like a fucking... Ugh. But you know what? Hey, don't worry, man. I'm watching Mox News. That's fucked up, isn't it? After you treated me like a fucking dirty ass piece of rag, I'm still listening to your fucking shit.
Because you know
Hey, take care.
I'm trying to do right by you, Dwayne.
You are, in a way. Stop being a bitch and just keep doing what you're doing. Stop listening to that fucking loser in Southern California with a cactus up his ass, and you'll be fine. Take care, my friend.
Bye, Dwayne. Thanks for calling.
Bye-bye, Mike.
Tell Jane Mike says hi.
I will. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. What'd you say? Okay. This is obviously, in case you guys don't know, this is Capitol Hill, right, Craig? Must be Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, I'm pretty sure. All right, we got another caller. Hello, caller.
Hey, this is Benny from Seattle. How's it going?
Buddy?
Yeah, a buddy from Seattle. Many from Seattle, actually. How's it going?
It's going good. How about you?
Well, I mean, I'm actually not from Seattle. I live in the Seattle area. I live in what we call the east side, east of Lake Washington. So, I mean, for those South people to cross over, if you come into the east side, they have to use the 5-lane bridge, which is a toll road, and that's like between $4 to $6 just to cross the bridge. So I don't think they're gonna come over here and make the mess of it yet. But I'm fine. I just feel like a little bit depends on how the city of Seattle is actually. I don't know. They're going down the toilet. They're thinking they're having good intentions on doing what they think they're doing, but they don't realize that they're actually demoralizing the people, is treating degeneracy, and at the same time, all those businesses that they work hard to bring jobs, to bring the economy back, they cannot open, and they're being heavily taxed, and they're scaring people away. I think Seattle is going to
There was fucking 30,000 people in the street both Saturday and Sunday. I don't think they're scaring people away.
These are regular leftist kids who have nothing to do.
Look, your labels are stupid and they don't apply here. Okay? So if you want to label them so we can disregard them, then let's just move on from this caller, because what you're doing doesn't work. Okay? You attach your little label and then we're just going to disregard these people. Is that right? They're leftists.
No.
They're leftists. They don't matter. They're leftists. Come on, get a clue, man.
Okay. Let me rephrase that again. Most of them are young kids. They're very passionate. They're very idealistic. But eventually they will find out what happened in Occupy Wall Street, that it's extremely hard to maintain and create that utopia they want to desire. It's one of those things that you're super excited when you're young, but when you grow up, you realize that the world doesn't work that way. The kids are in the very phases, and then the early phases that they think they're going to create their own utopia and things are not going to start working great. They start planting the gardens. They start pretending.
Look, here's what they're doing, okay? They're young people, and they're saying, we're not going to live the rest of our adult lives with this goddamn police state breathing down our fucking necks. It's that simple.
Okay. Well, I mean, I understand on the surface, though, but it's extremely more complicated than that, though, because there's a reason why the police act a certain way, and they're very offensive, or they're acting in a very offensive way right away when it comes to crime. So I'm from Mexico, by the way. And in Mexico, we don't respect our law enforcement officers. We can definitely spit on them. We can, insult them, and nothing's going to happen to us. In fact, it's kind of laughable when we see videos of police officers kind of cowardly pushing it out when actual citizens are trying to actually do something about it or try to
it shows how terribly broken the system is.
Yeah, it is. And over here, you do something like that, try to insult the police officer or trying to be very aggressive, or even fine. Just for the fact that you try to show your face to a police officer that literally tells you, they show you right away because they feel you're a threat. And that's one of the reasons why over here in America, a lot of Hispanics are very hesitant of actually challenge the police. What I've seen a lot is African Americans, they're the ones challenging the police and being so vocal about it. And unfortunately, this escalates very quickly though, because they don't know on the other side of the issue, on the police side of the issue, that if you act certain ways, automatically you become a threat, and they have to act right away. This is why you see a lot of minorities and African Americans getting shot, or they don't actually, they end up on jail or something like that because they don't understand the cops' culture, and the cops don't understand African American culture. So there's a cultural gap, a cultural divide that both people need to understand each other.
Okay, so in Nashville, right here in Nashville, what we're seeing is protesters being dragged off by the police because they're sitting there. Because they're sitting there and the cops want them to move and they're refusing to move, so the cops are dragging them away like fucking nothing. Go ahead. What's your name?
Well, I mean,
Manny?
Manny
okay.
from Seattle.
Okay, Manny, go ahead. You got it.
You actually, for example, in LA, for example, protests, and especially in the Hollywood area, Sunset Boulevard, the famous Hollywood Walk of Fame area, the protests, they're actually protesting though, and the police were actually trying to move, and the police respecting that because the protesters were actually respecting the police. So there's an understanding right there, and nothing major happened right there. There was no riots. It's just the kids keep moving and keep protesting and expressing their First Amendment rights. Great. But what happened 2 weeks ago in Seattle over here, when you start protesting and they start like burning vehicles, and start like looting stores, stealing clothes at the Nordstrom, stealing cell phones at the T-Mobile store, stuff like that, then that's another level. Now, if you read what are in the news, though, you're going to start realizing that Black Lives Matter protesters, the actual ones that actually care about Black lives concerns at the community, and they're complaining about this. Young guys, usually white guys who are from Antifa, which is an anti-fascistic group. They call themselves anti-fascistic, who are taking over this Black Lives Matter movement and taking over the movement at all.
Are you talking about these organizers who work with the police and the clergy and everything? That they're saying that the protest has been hijacked and that they're going to take the protest back over, because those guys are nothing but copsuckers.
Well, I mean, you can definitely say whatever you think, though. But
all they want to do is get things back to normal. They don't want a fucking thing changed. The way things work just fine for them because they have their position of power. And now all of a sudden it seems like someone's threatening their position of power, and they're like, oh no, we have to get control of this. Fuck those people.
Well, and that's what, that's what's happening though. You got this group called Antifa trying to take over the Black Lives Matter protest. And Antifa people, they don't care about Black Lives Matter. What they care is about their quote-unquote communist revolution that is happening though. They want to overthrow the system. They want to burn the police.
It's bigger than Black Lives Matter. It's about a broken justice system and over-policed people. We're tired of it.
I mean, I've never seen a police officer in the United States misbehaving though. Yes, I have my encounters with the police, and I always obey the orders, and I say, yes, sir. I don't say anything. I got sit on the sidewalk once, and then they look at my notification. They ask me a couple of questions. I just responded respectfully, and then let me go. I never harassed them. I never raised my voice. I never actually threatened them. They just see me. They don't even handcuff me. They just see me on the sidewalk for a while, but they look at my notification and start asking me a couple of questions. Then they apologize, and then let me go. So I never reached into that confrontation, which a lot of African Americans
But it's terrifying. But it's terrifying, right? It's terrifying, right?
It is. it makes you nervous though.
Yeah, it makes your heart go up. It makes your adrenaline pump. It's very, very unhealthy way to live. We can do better in this country, especially when you consider this person as an adult. Imagine what it does to a 5-year-old black girl. Okay, it's just not fair, and it's got to stop.
Well, I mean, you're comparing a 5-year-old with a 33-year-old guy. Come on. I mean, I understand you're comparing that to, I don't know, a 14-year-old kid who has no idea what is.
I saw a 3-year-old girl in Dallas who saw police coming by, and she put her hands in the air because she was afraid they were coming to kill her parents.
Have you ever thought who taught her to doing that though? Because sometimes I feel like she was trained by someone else to do that though. A 3-year-old kid, they're very malleable, and you can definitely train and do things that a lot of people might find it questionable. So, I mean, maybe their parents trained her to raise their hand and kill the cops. So a 3-year-old is very innocent, and their mind.
The cop stopped. The cop stopped because she was saying that she couldn't stand the idea of a little girl feeling that way. She stopped and talked to her, and the girl said, "Are you here to kill my parents?" Okay. It's horrible, dude.
No, I think she's being manipulated.
Yeah.
And the other thing is like.
I think you should have a bigger heart.
I had a big heart when I was younger. I'm 33 years old, by the way.
Yeah. So, I thought you just said you were 23. I thought you just said you were 23.
No, I'm 33. I'm 33 actually. I actually work in the city in downtown, so I've seen what the damage was done. It's very sad. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's very sad, and it's actually making me thinking twice of moving downtown and just stay on the east side. I don't wanna. After what happened 2 weeks ago in downtown, I said, you know what? I don't think hanging out in downtown is a good idea anymore.
What happened 2 weeks ago was that peaceful protesters were brutalized again and again and again with rubber bullets, flashbang grenades, tear gas, and pepper spray. It's been well documented. What the fuck do you think happened?
What happened is some groups of people within that process.
Incorrect.
The police.
They have nothing to do with that process.
They actually burned vehicles. They actually burned.
Oh my God! They fucking torched fucking police cars that were fucking dropping, fucking hitting them with rubber bullets and fucking flashbang. They hit a 90-pound girl in the chest with a fucking flashbang grenade. Illegal. It immediately stopped her heart.
And it's quite unfortunate that happened.
It's not unfortunate. It's wrong, and it must stop.
Yeah, but it's not black and white though. Okay, hold on. Let me explain to you what I saw. Okay, there was this legitimate Black Lives Matter protesters protesting police brutality, and they went to City Hall. They protested Westlake Plaza, and they were moving around that area. And then there was another group that went to the East Prison, where they had where the police left a few days later. Eventually, there was these groups of kids, usually very young kids, sometimes even high school age. In fact, if you go to Seattle, I recommend you to go to this place called Left Bank Books in Pike Place. It sounds to me that bookstore over there in Pike Place is an Antifa headquarters. And they have stickers, and they have like books, and they have signs, and that they're like an anarchist bookstore in Pike Place. And when you enter inside that store, you see the anarchist flag, and then some kids saying that to refer them with the pronouns and stuff. So they're obviously somehow affiliated with Antifa. So I'm pretty sure that's where the headquarters of Antifa is in Seattle. So but yeah, a lot of those kids apparently they come together and they join the Black Lives Matter protest, and then eventually they start smashing cars, they start calling the police to escort themselves out, they start throwing them firecrackers.
Yeah, that's not okay. Look, that's not this group of people. Okay, these people are fucking. They have taken over a 6-block area of Seattle and kicked the police out. Okay, they took power back from the police and said, you're no longer welcome here. Power to the fucking people. I don't know what your problem is with that, but this is the land of the free, okay? This is what the founding fathers expected of us. This is the stock we come from. This is the basis of this country. Revolution, baby.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to overturn what is already existing. You're supposed to reform. And that's what I want. If you want to change things, I'm completely with you as long as those changes are for the good of everybody and not just a small group of people. What I'm seeing over here is that they want to change for a small group of people and they're screwing everybody else. Again, that's just my opinion.
That's not why there's tens of thousands. That's not why there's millions and millions and millions and millions of people in the streets around the world because they want to fix things for a small group of people. Otherwise, they'd be fucking out there protesting for Palestine. And that ain't happening. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah, because apparently the Palestine situation will be controlled by Israel, but that's another story. Anyway, all of these kids, though, they're to cover the Black Lives Matter protest, and now the Black Lives Matter people, they're very angry that these anarcho-communists took over the Charles area, and they're taking over their movement, and it's no longer about Black Lives Matter. It's about, I don't know, overthrowing the system, I guess.
Again, you want to make it about this small group. One second you're whining about how if they're going to make it about this small group, then how many people, blah, blah, blah. They're not, that's not what they're doing. And then you're like, oh, well, the Black Lives Matter people say they're taking it over. Right, because the Black Lives Matter people are too small. And they're fucking copsuckers. The leadership of the Black Lives Matter, the people that are claiming to be Black Lives Matter, which they're not. They're Seattle Council fucking for some bullshit relations. And the clergy, they're not there. The clergy specifically hates your freedom. Okay? They love the freedom of religion, but they hate your freedom for you to think on your own and not pay attention to the fucking rules. That's why they threaten you with never-ending torture if you fucking don't live by the rules. Okay? The clergy hates any freedom, free thinkers. They hate God. Okay? And they're a bunch of copsuckers. And these other people claiming to be Black Lives Matter, which they're not, and are trying to take over this movement, and they got booed the fuck out of this giant 6-block area because they're nothing but copsuckers. So stop taking the opinion of copsuckers.
I'm a person who independent thinks by itself, and I'm looking for different sources, and I'm not just listening to my echo chamber. Speaking of which, when it comes to echo chamber, yes, you're saying there's a group of quote-unquote clergy trying to manipulate the people to think the way they want to think, but you also have to understand that a lot of protesters inside the church area are doing the same thing. They're actually asking for purity tests. If you want to go inside the church, they're asking for ID, they're asking some questions to make sure that you're one of them. And if you don't answer the right question, they're gonna kick you out, and then they wanna expose you, or they wanna.
That's a fucking lie. You are completely full of shit or drinking massive amounts of Kool-Aid. So please, piss off.
No, sir, I'm trying to be reasonable.
No, you're not. You're lying through your teeth. There are no checkpoints. There are no one checking IDs. You are completely full of shit.
There's Twitter, and there's Twitter evidence.
Nope.
Photographs.
Nope, you're lying.
Look it up.
You're fucking lying. We watch what goes on here again and again. I have multiple reports on this page from Fox News, which I'm sure you love. No checkpoints. No problem whatsoever. 99% very peaceful. Okay? That's a direct quote from Fox News. Figure it the fuck out.
Okay. So if that's the case, though, how can when there's another journalist trying to go inside, they get kicked out right away because they think that there are people spying on them, or they're trying to overthrown the chat area, or they're trying to get information about the people organizing stuff. How can you explain how paranoid some of the organizers are over there because they think like I don't know, there's some infiltrators trying to derail the whole movement. And also you have these African American men trying to pretend to be a warlord of that area. So they're trying to create an utopia free state like a perfect communist state. But next thing you know, they already have their own council, and at the same time they have a warlord trying to police the area.
Again, you're just eating fucking garbage. What, do you watch Fox News all day long? Okay? It's fucking lies. You're full of shit. You sound like you know that you're full of shit, too. Okay? So just piss off, okay? We don't need your full of shit crap here. It's lies.
Well, I mean, are you in favor of diversity of thought? Because I'm in favor of diversity of thought. I'm glad that you exist to be the counter argument. But I'm not gonna shut you down because you think completely different from me.
You're full of shit. You're saying lies.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're saying lies. You're not going to continue to spout your bullshit without being challenged.
Well, I mean, you want to challenge me? Go ahead, though.
You're full of shit. There you go. Stop being full of shit or piss off.
Okay. Moving on. Next to the next point, though. I think that the only thing to solve this situation, obviously, it's several things. One of them, which nobody wants, is to send the National Guard in the police and kick him out by the force. Nobody wants that. It looks bad in both sides. It looks bad in the protesters because they're going to sell the press and they're going to get bitter. And in the other one, it's going to look bad on the police, so because it just looks bad for everyone. So that's one option, though, to use the National Guard and the police to kick him out.
Fucking National Guard are a bunch of pussies, okay? These people sat for a week with fucking tear gas and flashbang grenades and rubber bullets being shot at them. Okay? Bring your little pussy National Guard down. And by the way, the National Guard was there too. And we kept telling them, get the fuck out of our way. And you know what happened? They finally got the fuck out of our way because they're nothing but a paper tiger. Okay? Fuck your National Guard, pussies, and your goddamn Seattle police, pussies. Fuck them. We don't need them.
I do agree. Okay, first of all, let's agree on that one. I definitely agree that the Seattle police are a bunch of pussies. I totally agree with you on that one, though. Especially since they left the East Prison. That really pissed me off, and that's when I felt I lost total confidence.
And Donald Trump, too, is a giant pussy. He keeps saying that there's domestic terrorists running wild in Seattle, and he does nothing about it for 2 fucking weeks. Donald Trump is a giant pussy.
Okay, I mean, if that's what you think about Trump, that's your opinion, though.
He is. He's going to sit here. He's letting domestic terrorists run wild in Seattle, according to him. Fucking pussy.
Well, anyway, but moving on. So, and then you have these people like Sawan, the councilwoman Sawan, and the mayor trying to encourage these people to stay there. Like the mayor mentioned, though, on a tweet that she thinks it's going to become the Summer of Love type of festival. Okay. If it is going to become a festival and it's going to benefit and everyone, that's fine. No. But if you're shutting down 6 blocks and not letting the police in and not letting
fuck the police
out like completely free,
fuck the police.
So, and well, I mean, what's going to happen to crime though? 300% increase in rapes and sexual.
They've got kicked out fucking 10 days ago. What's happened to crime? There isn't a problem.
Increased 300% according to the mayor. The mayor mentioned there's a 300% increase in crime within the chat, including sexual assault. So what are you going to do about the rape?
There isn't a problem. Otherwise, people wouldn't be going there. It's completely safe. I see little children walking through there. Okay? I don't know why you have to fucking buy into this divisive bullshit. Why you can't side with the people, why you're so threatened by the people taking power back from the police state. But you should ask yourself those questions.
Okay. First of all, there's nothing here to wrong for the people to take power, though. The problem is when this happens, though, it's just basically an inverted pyramid that crumbles. Basically, you're creating a new pyramid, a new top. So they're supposed to fight for like an utopia-free police in the state, and when they finally create this utopia-free state, eventually that becomes the state. And when it comes to the police, they say we have a police-free location, and eventually they create their police. So this is not about creating an utopia. This is not about creating, I don't know, a communist fantasy land. This is about creating for them to take power over or remove take power for themselves. That's largely. They're doing live action role playing though. They're thinking they're like the biggest thing ever, and they're gonna be taking the power. And they're gonna be like the new president of the new
millions
government.
and millions and millions of people in the streets around the world. This may be the biggest thing ever, so we're clear. Okay? And you ought to get on the right side of history.
Yeah. I don't know about the right side of history, though, but what I can tell you is this might become the new Arab Spring, basically. The American Spring.
That's what it is. How can you not support those people? How can you not support that?
Because I'm on the side of law and order.
Yeah, well, that's fucking in the land of the free. Good choice.
Well, in the land of the free, I can choose whatever I want, and I choose that I'm on the side of law and order.
You can choose to be a cop sucker all you want. Just please go do it somewhere else.
I'm a Mexican guy who supports Trump.
You're a cop sucker through and through. Okay? Go do it somewhere else.
No.
Yes. You want you are threatened. You are threatened by the people taking power away from the police state. You are threatened by that.
No, you know what I'm checking is I'm checking that there's a lot of people who are having this idea that taking the power away from quote unquote the government, and they will become the new government, and they will take the power away from the people. They will take away the property.
Well, you know what? They couldn't do much worse. They couldn't if they take over the government. They couldn't do much worse than this government we already have. That's for fucking sure.
And you know what's going to happen though?
What?
Eventually, everybody's going to end up losing though, because eventually we have to be conformed to what they have in idea. We're going to be on a power trip. And if we don't think that what they are, we're going to be problematic. And you know what happens though? Eventually, everyone's going to get shot. Remember,
eventually everybody's going to get shot. All the people down there are going to get shot. Okay, so everybody's going to get shot by the police state, right?
They got power though, and that's not expanding.
You're saying they're going to get shot by the police state, right? By the police and the National Guard.
They are going to shut us because we're on the right, quote unquote, on the wrong side of history. Because they think that they have this high moral ground, and they're going to become very I don't know how do you say that when they have absolute power.
All right.
Anyway, but yeah, and eventually they're gonna start going after the people that are problematic. First of all, the far right, the legit white supremacists, the Proud Boys, and eventually they're gonna go into the more moderate, like conservatives, like all of the centrists like me, and then eventually gonna go to liberals. Remember, these are the people who say liberals get the bullet too, though. So this is not about liberate.
Hello.
That they want to liberate the area, and at the same time, what they're doing now.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. I don't understand. You cannot see that they liberated the area. They kicked the fucking police out. You can't see that it was way more dangerous when the police were there. You can't fucking realize that with your own goddamn eyes.
Capitol Hill has always been a nice area, dude. I've been in that all the time. In fact, Capitol Hill.
I'm talking about when the police were there. It was way more dangerous. Then we kicked them out, and there's no more fucking people getting injured.
You want dangerous areas in Seattle before all this happened? Go to West Seattle. Go to Tacoma. Those are dangerous areas, bro. Capitol Hill in downtown was actually nice. It was actually nice place to for this.
It is nice. There was fucking 50,000 people there over the weekend. It's very nice. Lots and lots of people went there to hang out. This specific area. And you act like somehow, oh my God, it's so dangerous. It's not.
It is dangerous. It is dangerous.
No, it's not.
These people don't have an idea what they're doing in the country.
You know what? They'll figure it out. Lots of people don't have an idea what they're doing. It gets figured out. There's a lot of people. You have to come together to decide what it is we're doing. Okay? Right now, we decided we want to take this spot. We took this spot. The police tried and tried and tried to make us go away. And we said, no, no, no. And we took this spot. Okay? And now we want to hang out here and we want to discuss what needs to happen.
Okay? So what's going to happen with the people living in there who actually have the legitimate right of that land? I'm talking about the residents. I'm talking about the owners of the businesses. I'm talking about
again, it's fucking Capitol Hill. This shit happens. This block party environment happens regularly. Okay, if you got a problem with noise, you move to the wrong fucking neighborhood. If you got a problem with whatever else it is, there isn't issues going on there. Look, you don't seem to understand how confused you are. You seem to think that there's people there, checkpoints, checking ID. Okay? This is idiotic. No, you're misinformed. And in fact, the police had to apologize and take that lie back because they were spreading that lie. Again, the police are the problem. It's unfortunate that you can't recognize. Thanks very much for calling, Manny.
All right. Well, nice to talk to you, though.
All right.
Quite unfortunate we didn't get an agreement into something, though. But I mean,
we're not going to agree on this, Manny.
All
right. Call back anytime.
Have a good day, sir.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. That was Manny from Seattle. I guess he said like Bellevue or something. I don't know. I don't know. He's in the Seattle area. But look, there isn't anybody checking IDs. If there was, there'd be video all over the place of it. It would be all over the news. It wouldn't be good enough just on Fox News. I posted video of Fox News this weekend at the event talking about how it's 99.9% very peaceful. I posted video. I played video here and posted video about the chief of police lying about there being checkpoints, lying about business owners being extorted. I posted videos about this. They had to retract. We don't actually have any reports of that happening. We don't actually have that. We just made it the fuck up and then spread it through the mainstream media like wildfire. Because police are completely full of shit. Something I've been explaining to you way before anybody ever heard of George Floyd. Way before COVID-19. Way before any of this garbage. Craig, you got the volume on for a sec? Okay, he got the volume. It doesn't matter. Hold on. Alright. So, let's see what we got here. I don't know what we're looking at there at the top. Looks like that's cement. But in Portland, again, there are a lot of people out in Portland. Portland, we need a new Occupy protest encampment. Pop sounds freaking awesome. So get on that, will you? Come on, Portland. Get with the program, man. It's Occupy. Occupy this fucking town. Make it ours. Show who really owns the streets. Pop has a nice ring to it. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, it's Al from Illinois. How you doing tonight?
Hey, Al, it's good to hear from you, bro.
Good to talk to you. So, it's been a wild-ass weekend this weekend.
This weekend? What happened?
Yeah, well, you know that shooting down in Atlanta.
Oh, yeah.
That was a crazy one. They've been doing their mental gymnastics and trying to make it seem like the cop was in the right, when any way you look at it logically, if it's not.
You know, I mean...
Tasers are...
Yeah, they want to insist.
Tasers are deadly weapons,
right?
Or they're not.
Right. I agree 100%, Al. You fucking nailed that one.
And if they are deadly weapons, then the guy running away was well within his rights to do so. If they weren't deadly weapons, then they should have never shot his ass in the back.
If they're deadly weapons, why are they telling us that they're non-lethal?
Exactly.
So I hear you, Al. I that was actually the very first thing I said. You know, was I thought, you know, but I mean, it's not funny and it's horrible to see another guy getting shot in the back running away. You know.
No, it is horrible, but you know, it's why everybody's in the streets. Yet again, another reason we can't go 3 days without them proving this protest valid.
Yeah. I agree. And that's the thing about this. I mean, the last thing they want to do in Seattle right now is somehow try and push those people out, because it's going to get really ugly really fast. And you know, and it's going to again prove the people's point. We have this peaceful thing going on, and you people just can't stand that we're not bowing down to you every second of every fucking day.
You know, the anarchist in me, whenever power gets, you know, the light shown on it, and we see this throughout history, whenever power structures get unveiled, they fall apart. And I think we might actually be on the brink of that right now. So, well, fingers crossed. At least they're fucking Trump's fucking Gorsuch pick. It freaked me out when he first picked him. I didn't know how it was going to go, but goddamn, that judge votes on the letter of the law, or rules on the letter of the law, black and white every time. And it's actually been quite funny to watch. Kind of nervous about Roe versus Wade with him, but when it comes down to, you know, the black and white letter of the law, he doesn't get politics involved. He goes with the letter of the law, which, you know, there's a lot of different schools of thought on that. I tend to go with fuck them and their law, but if we're going to pretend to have a system, at least there's some people in there that
I hear ya. Gorsuch was one thing, but fucking Kavanaugh is just fucking horrible scumbag piece of shit.
No, shit stain. I can't stand him. But I mean, I went to Catholic private school for a few years, and I went to school with assholes just like that prick. And you can find them everywhere, and whenever there's a fucking country club, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, I mean, he was, you know, he was right there in the White House with W, and when they were writing all this fucking Patriot Act and all that shit, man. Or you know, I mean, they really, he's the one that said it's okay to torture. He's the one that said it's okay to ship people off to Guantanamo Bay with no judge, no jury. You know, he just green-lighted, he just shredded the Constitution. And then Trump wants to put him in as a fucking permanent representation of what the law should be. Makes me sick.
Yeah. Well, Trump only picked those because somebody gave him a list and said pick a name.
Yeah.
No,
that makes the most sense.
Anybody who thinks he's playing 5D chess needs their fucking brain checked.
Yeah. I hear you.
You don't care about anybody unless they appear to have money in their wallet and they're willing to give it over to him.
I agree. I pretty much know exactly where he's coming from, and the only thing he cares about, you know, is Donald Trump, you know.
Right.
And it's been obvious for anyone who pays attention forever, you know.
Yeah. And that is true. I'm liking the fact that this protest is picking up steam, and not just here, around the world. Hell, did you see the stuff that was going on in England this weekend?
Yeah, it looked pretty hot there.
I'm actually surprised I'm surprised it hasn't happened here, Albuquerque aside. That was a bit crazy tonight, but I'm like I said from the get-go, I'm really shocked that there hasn't been counter protests by organized right-wing groups. It sounds like they're starting to or trying to, but I don't know. It's really odd. The other thing that's really odd are these sporadic spats of black men hanging from trees all over this fucking country, and I've seen 5 reports in the last 2 weeks, and nobody on the national news seems to be covering it, except for just recently they started covering it because of that young man in Palmdale. But there have been multiple incidences, and even another one a couple of weeks ago at outside a homeless encampment 50 miles outside of Palmdale.
Right, I heard that.
So
I have a video about that actually.
Okay, I didn't know if you had played it or not.
No,
I kind of, when you're talking to Killer Mike, kind of dozed off for a bit, but
it's understandable. I haven't played that one yet. I do have a video about the black man in Filler. I didn't realize that there was. How many reports are you looking at that you're seeing?
I heard of one in southern Indiana last week. There was another one, in a southwestern state, and there was 5. So there was 2 in Palmdale, Indiana. I don't want to say it was New Mexico. Maybe it was Arizona. And then the other one was in Louisiana.
That's got to be terrifying. I mean, that's pretty darn scary,
man. It's one of them things. If they can't get away with shouting it in the streets, they're gonna fucking find a way to spread their hate message, and that's an unfortunate symbol of this country when it comes to their fucking hate messages. They like to fucking hang that strange fruit, and that disgusts me horribly.
It's terrifying, dude. It's terrifying. And they're saying that it was like suicide or something, right? That's what the cops are saying.
The one that got a lot of attention, the young man there in Palmdale, said it was suicide. They immediately said it was suicide within hours of discovering the body. And of course, the residents were, "What the fuck do you mean? What did you even check? How do you know?" You don't know. You're just saying that to keep people quiet. Is what it seemed like the residents were. I mean, of course, who's gonna trust the cops? They always fucking lie to us. They're legally allowed to lie to us.
Yeah.
You fucking lie to them, and in most states that's a felony. So, I mean, it's... we call it obstruction here in Illinois, and it's a felony. They'll fuck you up for life.
It's the justice system is just so fucking broken, dude. I mean,
it's not a justice system.
Yeah,
I think that's another reason why there's a lot of people in the streets. They want a justice system. They want justice.
Right.
They don't want this arbitrary law that doesn't apply to rich white folks, or it applies to, but for some reason they can get off with literally everything. Or black men too, if you play professional sports. But everybody else has to fucking go with those public pretenders if they can't afford a lawyer. And even if they can't afford a lawyer, half the time those lawyers are still having fucking brunch at the golf course with the fucking prosecutors. You know what I mean? So it's like, what the fuck? It's controlled opposition.
A lot of that going on. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But there's no justice. I agree 100%, and that's really why these people are in the street. Is it? I've said again and again. As all these young people, and they're out there because they don't want to live the rest of their adult lives with this fucking police state breathing down their fucking necks. It's just not. It's a totally like I've said. I've been at war with this government since I was 15 years old. And that's the facts. It wasn't my war. They brought the war to me. I don't want to be at war with them.
Yeah. No, I agree. And, I think these young people are they give me some hope. I think they're going. They're not making anything crazy demands. Not even there in the little fast shop, whatever. The little. I'm likening it to Christiania. I don't know if you ever heard of that place there in Norway or Copenhagen, Denmark. So little in the 70s and 80s, it was like a freaking open air drug market until like they cleaned it up in the 90s, late 90s there. But it was an autonomous zone that there was no cops, and it was freaking basically like a hippie commune in the middle of a city. But yeah, it was one of the few open air cannabis markets in the world for a long time.
Yeah, I fucking love that idea so much. See, in my opinion, when what legalization actually looks like is you taking your flowers down to the local farmers market and selling them down there. All you fucking want. And no laws, no fucking bullshit. Just like you would your tomatoes or whatever else, man. That would be a fucking beautiful thing.
That would be. But I think these kids got the right idea, and I felt like my protest, was the WTO there in Seattle. I didn't get a chance to go out there. I made it halfway there. Made it to South Dakota before we decided to not make it all the way out there, and we hung out on a reservation with a bunch of Lakota, and that was my first experience with Native Americans. Like that. I mean, where I grew up, there was a lot of places named after them, but there weren't any really around where I was. And I never really got to hang out with them, and it was some really cool shit. And
oh, hell yeah.
So I missed out that protest. Of course, the Iraq War protest, I was over there, so I couldn't protest against it.
Well, we were in the streets here for you, bro. There was a lot of us here in the streets during that.
Oh, I know. I actually saw the footage when I was over there on the little military has a little propaganda network. It's not propaganda. No, it is propaganda, but it's for the troops. It's very PBS-y, really, and it's
they're all propaganda.
They're all the Air Force bases and all the Army bases and all deployed troops. How we get a lot of our information about what's going on back home, and of course they showed. They were talking even on there. It was the largest street protest that had ever happened in America when you guys were protesting the Iraq War. And I was sitting in Doha ready to go into country when that shit was fucking going down. And I was really proud. Because, I signed up. I was going to go wherever they sent me, follow orders, that kind of shit. Mm-hmm. The way you're programmed when you're in there. But, it was hard. I knew it was a bullshit war from the get-go. I mean, Afghanistan I didn't have a problem with. Obviously, there was terrorist cells there. How we handled that entire thing is, in hindsight, a clusterfuck. But it was a clusterfuck the day one when we were in there.
You know what? It would have been so easy to fix Afghanistan, dude. I'll tell you exactly how to fix Afghanistan. You go in there, you settle things down, and then you just start making road projects everywhere. Just build roads, and you fucking put up telephone poles, and you put cable TV in every fucking home in there, and you pump Laverne and Shirley and Happy Days in there endlessly, and those people would just be in love with America now.
Most of the urban areas are literally like mud huts, and that was at the beginning of the war. So,
yeah,
I don't know how well cable TV would do, but for a lot of those tribal people, it did too much, really. But we went in there completely fucked up, and never really. It was never a cohesive mission. It didn't seem like I was only in Afghanistan for 4 months when it really kicked off. It was November of 2001 is when I went over there and helped set up Bagram Air Base.
Wow. So you're working with all the CIA guys, huh?
Well, yeah, there were CIA guys. I had to hook up their communications back to the mainland. All went through my equipment. All the routers and shit, everything went through the multiplexer machine that I ran.
So you work with the CIA guys that all got like the big bushy beards and stuff?
It wasn't just CIA guys had big bushy beards. A lot of active the duty dudes, and it had big bushy beards and on purpose to try to blend in.
Yeah.
Actually, it was funny though. By the time Iraq kicked off, there was more of that. With the bushy beards in Afghanistan, it literally was just like CIA contractors and very few special forces guys. And you weren't even sure if they were special forces because they weren't actually in uniform. You weren't sure, but you kind of could tell that they had been military at one point if they weren't still. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, a lot of those guys are like contracted by the CIA as soon as they get out, you know, even before they get out.
Yeah.
That's partially why they leave.
Yeah, no, you get paid a hell of a lot more going over to the contracting side.
Yeah.
And they win because they don't have to train you. You're already trained.
Yeah. Well, you
But,
know, at least you know who the good guys are.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, in combat, there isn't a good guys or bad guys. It's your side and their side. So it's not whether you're good or bad. It's just getting home and making sure these guys come with you.
But we've established which side you're on. That's what I'm saying.
But yeah. Anyway, where was I? Protests. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. And then Occupy happened, and by the time Occupy happened, I was settled down with Roots, just got my house. You know, it was hard here, but I actually ended up switching careers and going from a retail career to I went to work in a factory because I was just sick and tired of no, motherfucker, the customer is not always right. I just got sick of dealing with Karens. It really is what it come down to.
You try doing that in the casino, man. Working in casinos, the customer's always right. Almost. It's very rare. And they mean it. You know.
No, it was working for a convenience store where you get rules from people who've never been behind a damn desk. I'm managing this store, making money hands over fist every quarter, just increasing sales. They're sending me out to train other new managers on how to figure out the easy shit of over ordering when shit's on sale if you know it's got a good long shelf life, and then when you've got this extra back stock, you keep your shelf full. You're going to make money the way they've got. I mean, it's got to be a moron not to be able to make money in a convenience store.
It sure seems like
it's so marked up, dude. It's not even funny.
Oh, yeah.
So, but, now I'm at the age of this protest. I walked in town with about 200 people that walked around my neighborhood, my town, for about 2 hours the second weekend of protest. That was our little peaceful protest here. It was a good portion of the community just out in solidarity that, we are sick and tired of this fucking police state, especially that treats everybody like that. No lives, to the cops, no lives matter.
Yeah.
You know, and then that's the kind of culture we need to fucking change.
Yeah, this is, we can do better. I don't know why these people can't just admit that. You know, these people that are just endlessly cop-sucking, why can't you just see that we can do much, much better than what's happening now? And we all deserve better than this.
We can, and the world's waking up to it. And I say the world because it is global now. There's people in Africa having anti-police brutality protests.
Yeah.
Throughout Africa.
Yeah.
There's people, of course, throughout throughout Europe. They've had a few flash protests in Moscow. Those get shut down real quick, though.
I heard about one in Syria.
I hadn't heard anything about Syria, but I know Lebanon's in full-scale, pretty much rebellion, and they were going that route before COVID. they locked down, and then as soon as we took to the streets, they were back in the streets in Lebanon.
No, shit's fucked up
in
Lebanon right now. There's
No, shit's been fucked up in Lebanon since the 80s. So.
Yeah, well, it's actually a hell of a place to party, but there's real fucked up shit going on right now.
Actually, it's funny that you said that about place to party. It seems like a lot of the cities in northern Levant, within Syria and Lebanon, the metro area they've actually traditionally been pretty cosmopolitan metro, the party spots, and the people there have a horrible fucking social system, but the young people party their asses off because they don't know. And this is before the Syrian civil war. I'm not sure how it is now. I mean, it's a little weird, but yeah. Before the Syrian civil war, it was quite a party spot there in the larger cities.
Yeah, no, Lebanon looks. I mean, one of my best friends is Lebanese, and he always wishes he could go back, but it's a pain in the ass right now. But yeah, it looks like just a great place to spend a week or so, a couple weeks, just hang out, fucking smoke that good blonde Lebanese hash.
Oh, I know. Oh, they just legalized medicinal grow there in Lebanon, and it was funny because they did it to defund Hezbollah. Because there's that valley there, that Central Valley in Lebanon is one of the best hash growing regions in the world.
Yeah.
And they make some of the best hash have traditionally, and of course Hezbollah has been running that trade and arming their militias with the profits, and by legalizing the medicinal grow, which funny enough Israel helped do. Go figure, if it's going to take money away from Hezbollah, they're all over that shit.
And this is how you fix crime, man. This is how you fix crime. You legalize drugs.
Well, they'll find something else to trade. I mean, we legalize all these drugs in the U.S. and it's not. I don't think it's going to make Mexico any better because we're still going to be selling arms.
Look, I don't care. I don't care. I mean, I hate to be cruel, but I don't care about Mexico. And if we end the drug war and we end the DEA, I guarantee you Mexico is going to be 1,000 times better off.
Yeah, and they're getting close themselves to the legalizing cannabis.
Yeah,
that could change things. I mean, there's obviously the big thing now is getting the proto-chemicals from China and making meth there in Mexico and bringing it on. And bringing fentanyl in. And now I know it's not coming across the border traditionally. They've got subs, they've got, airplane mules and shit like that. They got all sorts of ways to get shit over.
Right, but if we make the shit legal and then just have the pharmaceutical, whoever's going to fucking produce, I don't give a fuck, but we have it produced by, local people, then, we're not funding Mexico garbage. We're not funding, the never-ending police state. We're not funding crime. That's the big thing. The crime, the violent crime gangs have a never-ending river of money, so much so that they can't spend it all. They can buy all the fucking weapons they want. They can buy anything they want. They have so much money, and it's never going to go away as long as the drug war exists. So it's got to stop. That's what funds all this crime. And if we just stop that, then that's going to take a huge budget off of the fucking. Like, you want to defund the police? Legalize end the drug war. That's, how much money is going into, fucking people's lives because they have a fucking controlled substance. Let's stop that now, because they did something 1,000 generations before them did up until, 50 years ago.
Well, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And it's not the first time that cannabis wasn't the only thing they did that to. They did it to a lot of other shit that you can just grow and produce. We've used the poppy as medicine for about as long as we've had the written word. We've had the poppy described taxonomically as medicine for eons, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is in all of those references of this plant as a drug, and there's no reference until the 1700s about anything addictive about opium. It wasn't until they brought it into the industrialized world and refined it down into morphine, heroin, that we started having problems with opioid addiction. And, 30 years ago, grandma could get a hip replacement and get put on opioids, and she wasn't turning into, a drug user.
Right.
They started prescribing them, obviously, for shit they shouldn't have. You never want to take opiates for freaking chronic pain. That's ridiculous. It's not what it was ever meant to be used for.
No, that doesn't make any sense at all.
But of course, the drug pharmaceutical companies, they convinced those well-educated doctors that that addiction was fake. Dumb fucks. Problem is there's so much despair now. You get that taste of that crutch, and you always want that crutch. You always want that warm hug of that feeling of getting high. And it's funny. I started eating cannabis because of your show, actually. And I've been doing it for about 2 months now, every day. It's funny. I don't get high from smoking anymore. Very, very rarely do I get a good head buzz from smoking, but I don't miss it, and it's like when I was just smoking it recreationally, you go a couple of days, you get that, you kind of feel a little shitty, you're like, cranky, you're just a grouch, take a couple hits, you're like, oh yeah, everything's great. Well, by doing it the way, by eating it in butter, like medicinally, dosing myself a certain dose morning, lunch, and night, take care of my arthritis and shit.
Right.
I don't feel the need to even get high to feel better as an emotional thing, as that anxiety crutch or that depression crutch. Oh, I need to feel better. Let me smoke a little weed. I'll feel better. I don't have that anymore. It's odd in a weird way, and I kind of really like it. Because it's like I said, I'm out of pain all day long now, and and it's got my mood just fucking really just evened out. There's no more ups and downs like crazy. It's just evened out and mellow. It took me a couple of weeks to get used to it, but now it's, I have to say thank you. I didn't realize how eating it like that would actually make that much of a difference. And it kind of changed my relationship a little bit with cannabis too.
It's
all good. It's all been good.
Yeah, that's what I say is I have a cookie in the morning. Like this smoking thing on the camera really is just kind of theater. Because I have a cookie in the morning or a brownie or whatever, and then I have a brownie before I do the show, and I'm good. I really don't need anything else.
Yeah.
I'm glad I could help, Al.
Thank you, though. Seriously, I appreciate it. And appreciate what you do here. Fuck the haters. Keep cussing the bigots out. No problem with that. You're one of the few communities I go into that doesn't police its chat like that. That's fine. You don't have to. I can police it myself. I find people I don't like fucking listening to their bullshit. Boom, block. I don't have to fucking put up with them.
There you go.
So, you keep doing what you're doing, keep up the good fight, and, I'll talk at you again soon, all right, bro?
I look forward to it, Al. Thanks a bunch for calling. I'm glad things are going good where you are.
Yeah, they're doing great here, actually. Really good and chill. My community has struggled with this kind of shit and overactive policing for like 10 years. And for the last 3 years, they've been, with the administration, the police department, the sheriff's department, have been cracking down and getting rid of wife-beating cops And come to find out, those asshole cops who were beating on their wives, but they finally started prosecuting, you look at their record, they're the ones that were the shithead cops over tasing people till they had cardiac arrest, over brutalizing young people, young men in my community. Those cops are gone. It sucks they didn't get gone for doing a shitty job at work.
Yeah.
They got gone because they were back home beating on their wives. But it's the same kind of dickheads that do both, really, in my opinion.
And that's the point I keep making, is that they know who these people are that are going to go out and hurt somebody because they can. They know who they are, and they protect them. I'm glad to hear that the department in your neighborhood has gone a different way.
Yeah, they've gone a different way because 10 years ago when it was really bad, nobody would talk to a cop. White, black, brown, didn't care.
Yeah.
Something went down in the neighborhood, everybody kept their mouth shut. Nothing got better. Everything got worse.
Yeah.
And they've been really trying hard. Like all the new cops in our county in the last couple of years have been specifically not in like drug enforcement task force or anything, but in community relations task forces. They're out there trying to get to know their community. It's like I said, it's been
essential.
A struggle.
It's essential for them to do that. That is so essential, though. That's one of the biggest parts of what they have to do.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, you were talking about, the different things, no overtime, more training, things like that. I'd like to go above and beyond that a little bit. You can't be a cop in a neighborhood you don't fucking live in.
I agree. I've said that too, man. You got to live in the neighborhood that you serve, because you're not going to beat up on your neighbors, probably, or less likely, anyways.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And you're actually, I feel if you're in the neighborhood that you're policing, you also take that protect and serve role that mythological role that they even have printed on some of their uniforms and cop cars in some areas.
Yeah.
You actually kind of walk that talk when you're in your community, protecting your community. Serving your community.
I agree, Al.
To more heart.
I agree, Al.
But yeah, they gotta. We all know that they don't hire smart cops too. So
we can do better. It just really boils down to I got to take a break, Al.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Good night.
Hey, it's good to hear from you. Okay, looking forward to it. See ya.
All right, bye.
That's our buddy Al. I wanted to play this video. Which one is it that I had? I was talking about it with him. Let's see. Bill Maher. No, not that one. Black man hanged. There we go. Hold on. I think that's important. Be right back.
Meanwhile, the Los Angeles County Sheriff and other authorities say so far there's no evidence of foul play in the death of Robert Fuller, a black man found hanging from a tree in Palmdale, California.
We hopefully with this death investigation will answer all the questions and we'll give full closure to what happened here. And it is our interest to make sure that we leave no rock unturned.
Authorities initially said Fuller's death appears to be a suicide, but amid protests, there have been calls to investigate his death as a homicide. The Attorney General and the FBI will review the police investigation. The chief medical examiner in LA said the cause of death is being deferred, so they're not making a determination just yet. They say they will evaluate evidence like doing forensics on the rope and dissecting the knot structure to see how they were tied. Investigators will also research Fuller's medical history. Fuller's death comes just a few days after the body of another man, Malcolm Harsh, was found hanging from a tree about 50 miles away in Victorville, California.
Not that one. That one. All right, so it looks like there was some kind of a small fire. It looked like maybe somebody set a trash can on fire in Portland there when I was talking to Al. And it looked like the protesters tried to put it out. They spread it all out so it wasn't like contained and like, moving up against something. That's what it looked like to me. I'm not positive. That's what I saw, though. So, again, the protesters in Portland They're not causing problems. You can see all these windows that they're walking by are not boarded up. Well, that's the federal building. The federal building is all boarded up. The one across the street is like some kind of a fucking courthouse, I believe. So yeah, that's boarded up. But all the businesses that they march by, they're not boarded up. We watch that again and again. They're not boarded up. They're saying, "Come on in, have a burger." So that's what we're seeing here tonight in Portland, and you can see the Capitol Hill, Occupy protest is right there, and it is in full swing. Also, I mean it's pretty chill. They did a big old march tonight. The real stuff's going on in the park mostly, I think. But it's pretty chill over there. So, let's see. If anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397.
There will be a brief delay for this phone to reboot.
No, man. I'm fucking one.
They'll just get the voicemail. Don't forget to kick that restream machine too.
Okay. Which one? There's more than one or just one?
Just one.
Okay.
If I'd have to be up at fucking 5 a.m., I'd keep unscreened calls, guys. Trolls call now.
Don't encourage Dwayne. He already called once.
Whisper's asleep. He has to wash windows all day tomorrow.
Whatever.
I did find that piece of audio about him threatening the dog, which he now says, "Oh, I was just kidding. I was just kidding. I was just joking with you guys." Whatever.
He wasn't threatening the dog. He wanted us all to die.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Maybe people can bet him. I got the audio. We'll play it tomorrow night.
All right. Thanks, Craig.
Night, guys. I gotta get up early.
All right.
Unscreen calls. Call now. Fucking Mox. He's on his own.
They're all unscreened, so you know.
I know.
We let everybody through.
Unless you're just gonna drop the N word with the F word back and forth. There's no merit to just saying that over and over.
And Craig does screen out some of those people, but it seems like they've kind of dissipated.
We call those guys Twitch monkeys. Or tweakers.
All right, so it looks like there's still a lot of people on the street in Portland. Again, the police have been quite abusive in Portland, and the people are responding. I really hope that the people in Portland set up the second Occupy protest encampment. I think that would be freaking awesome. You know, pop sounds fantastic to me. So people, Portland, get on that, will ya? Come on, man. What's the hold up, babies?
I wanted to take this call.
Hello, caller. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, so I guess my opinion on this is I totally agree with people protesting and doing their thing to voice their opinion. But the fact that, you see rioting and destroying property, realize these people that are, running businesses, or even I've actually seen stuff in actual communities. These people are not having to do anything with this. They do not have any input on what the city is allowing these persons to do.
In Seattle, that's not true. The local businesses are bringing cases of water and many other supplies.
Well, that may be in Seattle, but I mean, I'm hearing on my radio scanner for the police and firefighters in one of the local towns that I deal with, which is not a huge town, and they're dealing with rioters and looters having to deal with businesses that have nothing to do with this. And That's where I draw the line.
What
if
town
I was a
is
business
that?
owner,
What town is that?
that's St. Cloud, Minnesota. They're dealing with rioters and looters at this point, and that has come out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, obviously. But they are dealing with this, and I fully support shooting these people dead because they are damaging businesses and property and everything else. And I think they should have the same property rights as a homeowner. If these rioters come into a homeowner's property, they should be shot and killed.
Okay, thanks for sharing. You know, there's a lot of people who seem to feel the same way about the police, who kill and kill and kill again. Okay? But that's not something that I promote. There's a lot of people who feel the same about lots of people. Okay? It's not something I promote. I've never promoted violence against anyone. Okay? The simple truth is that what I see happening in Seattle, in Portland, is I see thousands and thousands of people marching past businesses, no broken windows, and they just march on back to their little encampment and they do their thing. Okay? I see thousands and thousands. There was like 50,000 people at the Occupy protest in Seattle over the weekend. Okay? Just hanging out. Just chilling, just seeing what's going on, listening to speeches. I'm trying to understand families, little girls, little boys, cats and dogs, parrots, living together happily, sharing an ice cream. I showed you guys this, you know, and all you want to focus on is this evil. These people are evil. These people are evil. Okay? If you want to buy into the division, then there's not a lot I can do. Okay? The people that you're talking about in your community are not these people. These people are beautiful. These people are standing up against oppression. They're standing up against ultra-violent, heavily armed, trigger-happy police state that cannot stand being questioned. Okay? In Portland, we've watched the police state shoot them with rubber bullets and flashbang grenades and tear gas and pepper spray again and again, beat them with sticks right after the local news ends. In Seattle, we watch a little 90-pound girl take a flashbang grenade directly to the chest, and her heart immediately stopped. If it weren't for the medics there, the brave people who run into fire, tear gas, and flashbang grenades and rubber bullets, not paid, they're there to protect the protesters, rush in to help this little girl who got hit in the chest with a flashbang grenade. If they weren't there, she'd be dead, because the fucking cops wouldn't do a goddamn thing. Because they're horrible piece of shit who aren't supposed to aim dead center with their flashbang grenades. Especially at little girls standing there with their hands out like this. Okay? Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Got a problem with that? There's lots of other YouTube pages. We'll see how well that works out for you. Craig was like, aren't you worried Dwayne's not going to come back? No. Dwayne hasn't stopped thinking about the last night that he called since he fucking called. Okay, so we're clear. I'm not worried about it. Dwayne knows I'm right. And eventually he'll actually admit it. So you know. Okay, so I think we should watch this for a little bit longer, mainly because I know the Portland cops are not going to let this continue. You watch, okay? At the last couple of nights, it's been 11:33. The cops just fucking. This is an unlawful. This has been declared an unlawful assembly. All nonviolent protesters must leave immediately or be subject to arrest and police brutality. I've watched it again and again. I've posted videos. We've seen it happen. We watched it happen in Seattle. Not lately, because the people of Seattle because a judge ordered Seattle police to stop using tear gas and rubber bullets and flashbang grenades and pepper spray on protesters because they were doing it unprovoked. That's who the police are. This is the point. Fuck the police. And they are working on eliminating those tools that the police crowd control weapons. They're working on eliminating all of those. And in fact, that's one of the protesters' main demand. No more crowd control weapons. Take your LRAD and shove it up your asses, fucking pigs. Fuck you and fuck your crowd control bullshit. There is no reason to fire on these people. And I'm telling you, you see all those people there? They are about to get fired on in the next, let's say, my guess would be 25 minutes or so. That's the courthouse right there across from them. The one with the pillars is the federal building, and then the main picture right there, that's the courthouse. And I think there's some kind of a jail on top of the courthouse, from what I understand. If anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397. I want to keep doing this for a little bit. You don't have to call. It's okay. We can just watch this, and I just want to watch this so that I know, because I'm telling you, these people are about to get tear gassed and shot with rubber bullets. Hello, caller.
Hello.
What's happening?
Yeah, let's talk to Mike.
All right, go ahead. This is Mike. Go ahead.
Mike, what's up?
It's doing this.
What's up? What's on your mind? What are you really thinking?
Well, I'm thinking I gotta grow some marijuana. Why? What are you thinking?
No. I mean, I don't know I have no idea what I'm really thinking. You want to grow some pot in a time like this? You want to grow some pot? That's what you want to do?
That's all I really want to do is grow marijuana.
So screw the guys on the street.
I'm not.
Fuck
Hey,
all that.
I
You just want
am.
to grow your pot?
I am here supporting the people in the street, as I have been for 17 years, night after night, showing you the people in the street. Does it seem like I'm saying screw the people in the street to you?
Well, no, not exactly screw the people in the street, but I mean, what, you don't care about anything getting burned, you don't care about the turmoil, you don't care about none of that?
What turmoil? And look, what I see going on in Seattle is not turmoil. There's your tear gas, there's flashbangs right there. Here we go. I told you this was coming up. There's more flashbangs. Okay, again, protesters getting brutalized by police.
Well, this is going on all over the country. This is not some isolated incident.
Right. The justice system is completely broken. Mikey. The justice system is completely broken.
Why is the justice system completely broken?
I blame primarily the drug war, but there's other numerous reasons, like that the cops are never held accountable.
Mike. Oh my God. It's not completely broken. It's you know, you do have a lot of kids that came back from the war. You remember the war, right? I know you remember the war.
Which war are you talking about?
Both of them.
Okay, well, there's currently 7 of them going on, from what I understand. But okay, the comeback. You're saying the veterans come back from serving in theater.
Yeah, and then they become cops because they got nothing else to do. That's the only thing they're qualified to do, and you know, and then they end up kicking the shit out of people. That's horrible. It's horrible. But on the other hand of that, what the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing? I love all this revolt. I want more of it.
We're explaining to the police who it is that has the real power. That's what's happening here. In case you don't actually get it, that's what's happening here.
So we have a lack of training? What do we have to do in your mind to fix this? Because I want to fix it. What do we have to do?
Well, first off, you know, the police are working as much overtime as they possibly can. So they're taking this incredibly stressful job, and then they're working 80 hours instead of a normal 40-hour work week. Why? So they can all buy fucking, you know, $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 cars and $1 million homes. Okay, whatever. More power to you. That's what America's about. But this is unacceptable. These people are broken because of this fucking, you know, it's super high stress. And then you make them, and then they work twice as many hours as a normal person who's already incredibly stressed out. Okay, so that's one thing. Then there's all these training issues, and it's, like I said, the cops have to be held to a higher standard. That being said, they should have to immediately be drug tested pretty much every single day. Because as long as there's going to be a drug war, them busting people for controlled substances, ruining people's life for controlled substances when they're doing the exact same thing, is again, it's disgusting. Okay, and a lot of police officers have horrible substance abuse problems. So you know, I grew up with cops.
Well, yeah, they're in the union, so any substance abuse problems are listed under. It's a disease. So if you're an alcoholic, if you're a pillhead or whatever, it's covered under the union.
Yeah.
So they're covered under that. What are you saying they're on? What are they on? Pills? Are they on steroids? What do you think?
A lot of them are taking steroids. I posted multiple videos about cops being busted, selling steroids to other cops, and smuggling steroids across the Canadian border.
Canadian border.
Yeah, they're also. That's a big part of the problem. Again, you know, we have to move beyond this fucking drug war shit. Really and truly, my understanding is that, you know, like 80% of crime is caused by the drug war. Because you have this big, never-ending supply of money that goes straight to the violent gangs because of the black market. And then they can fund all the crime they want forever, and it's never going to end as long as that black market exists.
Well, we're definitely in agreement there.
I mean, it's just obvious. The cops know it too. I say, you know, end the drug war, save a cop's life. You know, that's a bumper sticker for you.
Bumper stickers. No jingoisms. Let's not do any of that. So, what's the solution, Mike? What do you got? What do you got in your head? What's the solution? How do we make this end?
The really first thing that has to happen is that the police have to admit that they're a problem and that they are it. And then we can actually move forward. But, you know, then we can go, okay, so really what is the problem? No, understanding that the policing in this country is broken. What is the problem? And then we can go, okay, the problem is clearly the drug war. The drug war has brought us a fucking heroin epidemic. You know, how long are we going to keep doing the same fucking crazy act and expect some kind of different results? That's insanity.
Yeah, we did it with crack, right?
Yeah.
We did it with crack. The CIA brought in all the coke, and now we're doing it with heroin.
And it's the DEA and the Pentagon bringing in all the heroin.
But the DEA, they're not. They don't control that, Mike.
I posted videos of DEA guarding the poppy fields in Afghanistan.
Oh dear Lord, Mike, you know it's not the DEA guarding the poppy fields.
It is. I'm sorry, but it is. I don't know. Who do you think are guarding the poppy fields?
Well, the DEA is United States. Okay, so DEA's over here, man.
DEA is
over
everywhere
there.
around. You trying to tell me there's no DEA in South America? No DEA in Mexico? What the fuck are you talking about?
That's the CIA.
No, the DEA.
Completely different.
The DEA is completely out of control, and they have spread their works around the world and should be abolished immediately.
See, now, if you want the DEA abolished, who's going to do the piss tests? Who's gonna check these people?
I'm sure there'll be pharmaceutical companies lined up to take care of that.
So now, wait a minute. Whoa. You want corporations to control our lives?
No, I want the drug war ended. That's what I want.
I'm with you. I want the drug war.
You end the drug war, and then we don't have to test these people. Okay? We end the drug war. That ends 80% of crime. You know what happens then? That ends 50% of police. Yay!
Well, that's not. It's not feasible. That's not going to work.
Yeah.
You got to. I really want you to like. I really wish, because you're smarter than this. You're a smart guy.
80% of crime. 80% of crime comes from the drug war. It's fueled by the drug war. We end the drug war. We end 50% of crime in this country easily. Okay.
You can't stop a narco state. That's going to destroy the world economy.
No, I don't give a fuck.
You can't stop it.
I don't give a fuck. Okay?
Well,
I'm done with the police. The policing has to end. Okay? These people are over-policed. You end the drug war, there's no longer any reason for the policing. Or at least 50% of it can go away.
Well, that's a good idea. However, that's not your utopia, your pogrom, so to speak, is not. It's not feasible. It's not workable. You want to drug test all these people, but you don't want federal oversight.
I don't want to drug test all these people. Okay, what I want is to end the drug war. I don't give a fuck about.
You want.
Mike,
you want junkies, Mike. You want junkies shooting dope and smoking crack whenever they want?
Isn't that what we have now?
No, that's not what we have now.
You should open your eyes. Because that's what we have now. We have a heroin epidemic in this country. Yes, we do.
Okay.
We all
Yeah,
know
same
it.
as crack.
Anyone
It's the
who's
same
been
thing.
paying attention knows it.
It's
That's
the same
what
thing as
and that what
crack.
was brought
It's the
to us
same
by the
thing.
drug war and the DEA. That's what you get with the drug war. You get a heroin epidemic. It needs to stop.
Wait a minute. So legalizing it is going to stop it? You're for legalization of all the drugs, Mike?
Absolutely. Legalize. Why? You going to run down to the corner and buy heroin? You afraid your neighbors are going to run down to the corner and buy heroin at the local party store? What are you so afraid of? That some fucking dumbass junkies are going to die?
Hold on.
You afraid some
Mike,
dumbass junkies are going to die? What's the problem here, dude?
No. Let them die. Fuck them. What I'm afraid of is when they don't have their fix. That's what I'm afraid of.
Well, if you make it legal and you make it $1 a dose, then we don't have that problem anymore, do we?
Well, that's not capitalism. That's
I don't give a fuck about capitalism. I don't look, man. We're trying to fix the problem. Okay, not make money off of poor fucking souls. How hard is that to figure out? I know that's what this country's all about. Fucking people every which way they can out of $1, but that's not really a very nice way to go, is it?
Mike, that's a false. Mike, that's not. How do I explain this to you? Have you ever dealt with junkies? Have you ever fucking dealt with a dope fiend that's getting high? Okay? When they don't have their shit, right? When they don't have their fix, they're going to rip off anyone they can.
No, not if their fix cost $1.
Your mama.
Not if it cost $1. They're not going to do that.
It doesn't matter how cheap
yes,
you
of course
fucking
it does.
make it.
Yes, of course it does. If it costs $1, you can get $1 anywhere. Okay?
Well, now the junkie doesn't even have $1. Now he needs $2.
It's
Where's
not
he
a
gonna
problem
get
to
the
get
extra
$1.
from?
Look, dude, you're the one not being realistic. Okay? This is easily solved, and for whatever reason, you want to keep it just the way it is. Why would you keep doing the same thing that brought us a heroin epidemic? Why would you keep doing that?
The way it is.
Why would you keep doing that?
I do not want to keep it the way it is.
The drug war has brought us a heroin epidemic. End the fucking drug war.
The CIA has brought us a heroin epidemic, please. I do not want to keep it the way it is at all. I do not.
End the drug war, and you fix the problem.
Your solution to just give people
freedom, to give them freedom, that's a horrible idea. What a horrible idea. Where would I come up with such a stupid plan?
What?
To give them freedom.
I would love for people to get high all day.
I don't give a fuck what they do. I just want the police state off their fucking neck.
Okay? Well, then how do you get the police state off their neck, Mike?
Is you fucking end the drug war. What part of this are you not listening to?
So it comes down to the drug war?
It causes 80% of crime in this country. You defund the criminal, the people that are... Look, as long as there's a black market, the criminals are going to make huge, massive amounts of money. Okay? So their crime will never end. If we take that away from them, their organizations will dry up and shrivel away.
Well, you see, here's the problem. We took pot, all right? We took pot away from the government, okay? And pot's not a drug. You know that. You know that. I know that. Everybody that's fucking listening or watching or whatever the fuck, we all know that pot is not a fucking drug. And pot's just a fucking plant that God put here that makes us feel good. All right? So we took pot away from them, and what does it solve? Solved fuck all or nothing. We still got the cops are still running wild. Okay, so I
Right.
mean,
Okay, look, number one, we didn't take pot away from them, okay? We did not do, they made it legal in some states. Okay, which
we've
if
gotten a foothold with pot.
if you make it legal in some states and not all the states, then you still have this giant black market. Okay, you need to end all this fucking garbage shit that has brought us a heroin epidemic. Come on, man. The drug war has brought us a heroin epidemic. It must stop.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. I'm with you in spirit. I am. End the drug war. I do not think we should make drugs legal. You know what we should make legal? Tuna. We should tuna. If we could all have fucking tuna forever. God.
Okay.
But seriously. No. Seriously though. I want an end to the fucking to the mayhem that's going on around me. I need the end to it. And you know, what the fuck is going to satisfy everybody? I want police reform.
Well, if you need an end to it, I gotta tell you, it's not
taken.
coming anytime soon. The end is not coming. The police are not going to work with these people. The Congress is trying to fuck them out of some bullshit. Okay,
you know what?
And Donald Trump ain't about to sign any kind of real police reform that takes the slightest little bit of power away from the fucking cops. So it ain't gonna end anytime soon, so you know.
Well, what are you doing? You know, what are you doing in Seattle that's not happening on the East Coast? Because on the East Coast, we still like to burn things. We like the trash stuff. We like to hit
have
cops with
marijuana
bottles.
legal here.
You think it's it's all pot? Pot will solve it all. We should all.
I don't know. Have you been watching the show? Do you hear me tell people you're not eating enough cannabis? Yes, we have marijuana here. It makes a huge difference.
Do you think that what it is? On the West Coast, you guys are all relaxed with the pot, and on the East Coast, we're all pissed off. We're smoking crack and shooting dope over here.
I don't know what kind of drugs you're doing, but I know that you're going to get in trouble.
We're doing a lot of on the East Coast. We're doing a lot of fentanyl.
I don't know. Like I said, this is what the drug war has brought you. Okay, it needs to end.
That brought me, but I see it. I don't care what you do. I'm a liberal conservative. I don't give a fuck.
Let them do what they want. That's what freedom is messy. And there really is no such thing as safety on this planet. So stop acting like the police somehow make the world safe when the facts are that the people in Seattle kicked the police out of a 6-block area, and it is way safer now than it was when the cops were there.
You watch too much mainstream media because you're just, oh my God, you. Don't presume for 1 second there, Mr. Mike, that you know one thought that's going through my head. Please. I mean, my God, we are so much on the same team, but then you're very divisive. It's like, you know, you want to.
What did I say about you? What did I say about you? You're the one saying we can't end the drug war. That's a bad idea. And then you say, oh, I agree with you completely. Come on, dude.
Mm-hmm. Touche, my friend.
I don't know what it is you think I'm saying about you. What is it you think I'm saying about you?
Well, all I was saying was you guys on the fucking, oh my God. Oh, brain fart. Too much vodka. Yeah, let's shift gears. Oh, man. Well, I can't argue with your point about the drug war. I can't argue about that. I want to argue with you. I want to yell at you and tell you you're wrong.
Well, look at these people marching down the street in Portland, okay? There's windows, there's windows, there's windows. These are peaceful people. They're not trying to smash things. They're not trying to start fires. They're playing ball in the street. They're skateboarding. They're dancing, okay? They're really not a problem until the police start a problem.
See, I don't have any of this over here. I have looting and fires. I have all that. So I mean, it's night and day, man. West Coast seems to be pretty fucking peaceful. You guys are just, hanging out and fucking dancing. And on the East Coast, it's more like, go fuck yourselves. We're gonna do what we want. So it's kind of, I don't know. It's weird, man.
Well, these people are doing what they want. They're hanging out in the street. They're marching down the middle of the street. They're doing what they want. They kicked the fucking cops out of Seattle. I mean, they're doing what they want, but they're not breaking things. They're not smashing things. They're not setting fires. They
did set fires though.
They set 3 cop cars on fire downtown like 2 weeks ago. Cop cars. That was it.
Well, it's going to happen.
Well, if something deserved to be set on fire is probably a cop car.
On the East Coast, we had a bunch of pipe bombings. They were blowing up ATM machines, Mike.
Huh. Yeah, we don't see that. We don't see anything like that. Look,
No.
there may come a time and a place for shit that needs to happen, but these people are simply trying to explain to the police who has the real power, okay? And I think they're doing a pretty good job in Portland, and I think they're doing a hell of a job in Seattle. And all over the place. I see protests around the world, and it's fucking beautiful.
Are you, Mike? Are you gonna get down to that protest?
I have to stay away.
Why? Why do you have to stay away?
Well, because because there's this COVID-19 thing that supposedly is going around and is a deadly virus.
Stop it.
And I can't...
You're a pussy all of a sudden? You're a pussy now?
I can't...
Now Mike's a pussy.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a pussy. You got it right.
Are you? Come on. You're scared
I have
of
a
COVID?
lung condition, okay? I have a lung condition. I am prime subject.
What do you smoke pot like nobody else?
I don't smoke pot. I vaporize essential oils. I heat up a piece of crystal and I put nothing but highly concentrated marijuana, very small amounts. Okay?
And that's your excuse for not getting down into the protest? Are you kidding me?
What? A plague? A plague is my excuse for not getting into the protest? What's your excuse?
I've already been into the protest.
Okay,
I don't want to be there, Mike. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad.
That's
it's
not
no
what's
good,
happening.
man. I don't want to be
It's not what's
there.
happening. Okay? I don't believe you. It's not what's happening. I see what's happening. It's right there in front of you. Okay? So, good. Good. Yeah, you went to the protest. It's bad.
What? That doesn't even make any sense. Mike, your excuse for not... I mean, you were the champion. You were the champion of getting into the fucking fray of shit. You've been sitting here fucking night after night fucking talking about, these people, they're proud Americans, blah, blah, blah.
Brave.
And
brave.
you know what?
And
God bless
I've
you.
also,
Mike,
every time
God bless you.
every time I've mentioned that they're brave Americans, I have mentioned that in a time of plague, they go down into the streets and demand something better. Okay? Yes, brave, proud Americans.
Get down there.
I'm
What the
here
fuck? Your
making
people.
sure lots of people understand the fucking truth. Where are you?
anywhere, Mike. I'm hiding out in my fucking house.
You're in a fucking bottle of vodka. When'd you crawl into that? 10 years ago? Good plan. Yeah, you got your drug. Of course we can't make fucking drugs legal. You got your drug. Why should we make drugs legal? Fucking give me a break, dude. You don't support this. Okay? You want to act...
What, Mike?
You want to act like these people are criminals and that the cops have a reason for cracking down on them. That's what you keep telling us is happening in your community and how terrified you are of it. So don't give me this fear shit on Mike. Fuck you. You are incorrect.
Oh, you stop it. I'm not incorrect. I'm just, look, I'm only saying that being so vocal as you are, that it would do a service. You know, didn't you have one of New York's representatives call in the other night?
Yeah.
Right? So wouldn't it be nice if you got out there with the people? Look, I mean, put a fucking mask on, Mike. What the fuck?
Look it, man.
Well, you put a gas mask on.
Look it. Dr. Whisper called and told me to take my dogs down there and make sure as many people as possible touched on them and basically wishing death on me, my dogs, and my roommate. Okay? So I don't need you to tell me who I am or what I fucking done. Okay? Because you don't know the fucking truth.
Death.
You don't know the truth.
I don't want you to risk death. I don't want you to risk death. Okay? I want you to put yourself out there, Mikey. That's what you got to do.
I'm out here for every fucking jackhole who wants to call me and tell me what I'm supposed to do. Okay? Good plan.
Oh, stop. It's not like that, man. Dude, I've been out there. Please. Please, Mike. I've been out there.
I'm not going to surround my people. I'm not going to surround myself with people in a time of plague. Okay? I've been social distancing for 20 years. I have explained this to you again and again. This is a time of plague.
You've been doing it forever. What's the difference?
Right. The difference is when the Iraq War came out, we went out in the protest. When Occupy came out, we went into the protest. Now is a time of plague. I cannot risk that. Okay, so go ahead and laugh and not listen and not get it. Okay,
I'm not laughing.
But I've told people.
It's weird. It's weird, Mike. It's weird because you're I don't want to say that you're a social justice warrior. I don't want to say that, but you are.
I am a freedom-loving American. I want freedom for everyone.
Freedom.
What?
You don't love freedom.
Really?
Freedom to leave your fucking house. Leave your fucking house.
I leave my house every fucking day. I leave my house every day. I live my life freely. I go where I want. Where I want. I don't tell people. Look, man, you seem to think that you're some big dude. Okay, I am a fucking living legend in Seattle, and I would love to go down there and see all those people. Tons and tons and tons of them would recognize me instantly. Many of them have probably called me patriot in the past. Okay, I would love to go down there. I have more important priorities than getting sick. I can't get sick, dude. I have to protect myself.
What are these more important priorities?
My home,
what are you doing?
My life, my dogs. If I get sick, the dogs don't walk. The dogs are 12 years old. They need to walk every day. If I get sick, the dogs don't get their teeth brushed. The dogs need to get their teeth brushed. Okay? I don't know. Look, man, I have priorities. And whatever your deal is, that's your deal. Okay? But I'm out here every fucking day making sure people know what's going on in these neighborhoods.
You're not
And I think that's how
You're
I
just
can
sitting in your fucking house, Mike.
Yeah.
You're sitting in your house,
And what do you...
I enjoy it. I fucking watch it. It's hilarious. But I mean, I want you to get out.
I don't care what you fucking want. It doesn't matter what you want.
I'm a fucking viewer. I'm a viewer.
I could give a fuck. I don't get what you people don't understand.
That's why Dwayne is like, fuck you.
No, Dwayne isn't like, fuck you. Dwayne said, I'm never coming back here on fucking Thursday, and then he's back on Monday immediately. Okay? So you don't know Dwayne like I know Dwayne, and I knew Dwayne was coming back, and I'll guarantee you he's coming back again. Okay? And anybody, just like all the other people who said, I'm never going to watch your videos again, I said, good luck with that. Because it's not that simple. My videos are everywhere. You guys don't get what it is I've done. Okay?
I get what it is you've done.
No, you don't. You're sitting here,
God.
you're telling me all you do is sit there and do nothing. Give me a fucking break.
What? I go to work.
Good for you. I'm here every fucking day, making this happen, and lots of other videos.
Do you go to work, Mikey? Do you go to work?
This is what I've been doing for 17 years on YouTube, and many years before there was a YouTube.
Sad. That is so fucking sad.
Oh,
so
really?
Sad.
Is it? I've only served 800 million views. I've only reached people around the world again and again and again. It's so fucking sad that I open people's eyes and people call me patriot, and that people fucking say, you really helped me understand what's going on in the world. That's so fucking sad, while you drowned your fucking brain in your shit-ass vodka. Yeah, it's so sad, isn't it?
Oh my God, you...
Oh my God, you... Fuck you. It's so sad. God, what is wrong with you people? You just calling to fuck with me? Is that the whole purpose? Because you want to know what's sad? Is a troll. A troll is a truly sad thing. And it's unfortunate that that's your life again and again and again. And how many people seem to fucking love that lifestyle now? Okay? I don't know what the hell is wrong with you, but I've been called patriot thousands of times by much better people than you. Okay? And it's because of my actions. I never called myself that. Doesn't mean... That's not what a patriot does. A patriot works hard to do the right thing for his brothers and sisters and his country. That's why people call me a patriot. Because I fight for freedom. And I haven't stopped once in 17 years. Just keeps going. And I come out here and I gotta take shit off of fucking nobodies. Because you think it's cool to be a troll. Because you fucking have bought into the troll lifestyle wholeheartedly. I can just fucking say whatever I want about you. No, you can't. You don't know a fucking thing. Okay? So, maybe if you get a clue, you might be able to say something about someone someday, but not today. So you know. I'm going to play a video. I'll be right back.
First then, thousands of Australians have been jumping on the Black Lives Matter bandwagon following the death in the US of George Floyd. Anti-racism protests have been taking place in major cities, with one of the cornerstones being frustration at the lack of Indigenous rights. For more, we can speak now to Amy Maguire, an Aboriginal writer and journalist who joins us now from Queensland. Amy, thank you very much for being with us. First of all, in what ways are these Australian demos different to those seen in the US and elsewhere?
Well, in relation to the numbers, there's not a great deal of difference, but Aboriginal people have actually been protesting the deaths of Aboriginal people at the heart of the justice system for a very long time. The difference is now white Australia is actually standing up and taking notice, and that's largely been from a little bit of guilt over what's happening overseas and seeing how Black lives are treated in the US, but also seeing how Black lives are treated in our own country. Before it has been shrouded in secrecy, and now it's sort of out in the open. So finally, I think we're in a situation where white Australia might be ready to sit up and actually listen to what Aboriginal people have been calling for years, and that's for our lives to matter. Aboriginal lives should matter.
Now, Amy, you've been focusing on the number of Aboriginal deaths in police custody in Australia. Tell us more about that.
The difference is, I guess, when you're looking at the US, is that a lot of it isn't caught on video footage, and I think that's it's harder to actually explain what's actually happening because it's tied to history, it's tied to intergenerational trauma that is at the heart of the country. And so I think it's hard to actually articulate and to show non-Indigenous Australia what's actually happening. And there's a rhetoric that actually covers over the violence of the justice system and how it specifically discriminates against Aboriginal people because of their race, class and even gender, and so it's harder to articulate because it's not as easy to see in a video camera, in video footage, and yet we continue to have these deaths. There's never been a conviction over an Aboriginal death in custody in this country, and yet we've had 437 deaths since 1991. So someone has to be held accountable, and there's never calls for accountability.
All right, again, so note all these windows. If you look on the screen, you'll see all these windows, right, that people are just walking by. There's no smashing of windows. There's a car right there in the middle of the protesters. Nobody's smashing the cars. There's multiple cars, okay? These people are simply trying to do what's right for everyone. Why you think it's okay to hate on them? Why you think it's okay to paint them as criminals? You know, again, you know, there is no left-right. Okay, it's just the appearance of left-right. This garbage with the media and the politicians. You know, none of them want to take power away from the police. They don't want to take the slightest little power from the police. Okay, and shit's about to get hot in Portland, I can tell. Hold on just a sec. None of them, okay, watch. None of them. Bill Maher, and in fact, you're siding with people like Bill Maher and Don Lemon when you say, oh, I don't want to defund the police. I don't want to take any power away from the police. That's Bill Maher and Don Lemon, Sean Hannity. They're all the fucking same, okay? There is no left-right. It's a fucking lie.
The New York Times has cleared up any confusion on what defund the police means. The editorial page says they want to abolish police. In a related story, liberal HBO host and longtime political commentator Bill Maher said on his show on Friday night that the, quote, defund the police motto is, quote, blanking stupid. He used the F word. Still to come.
You know, we got to do better than this.
Well, I'm out of time, and we're going to continue to talk about this because I just had a conversation about what it actually means to defund the police department. You know, is there a better term? Some people are asking because when they hear defund the police, they're thinking that means dismantle police departments. And I got to tell you, it is a very strong argument for people who may not agree with what you're saying. And even for people who do agree with what you're saying, when you say, again, defund the police, people think it's dismantling a police department. And I certainly want, if someone is in my house or if I have an issue at my home or there's a burglar or anything like that, I want a police officer to come. And so, you know, just give that food for thought, okay?
Absolutely.
I got to run.
Yeah.
Based on whatever you're talking about there.
Well, we're talking about freedom. That's what we're always talking about.
Yeah, and I think that's actually pertinent. Wow, the delay is weird. Anyways.
Oh, it's,
Yeah,
it's best to
I
shut
think,
off. It's best to shut off the sound of wherever you
yeah,
might be.
I totally turned it off now. But yeah. I think the protesting is great. I think that it's awesome that people are getting out there and doing their job, voicing their opinion. I mean, that's the First Amendment and all that other stuff.
Yeah, they're exercising their rights, man. This is a proud American tradition.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. But I warn you, because there's tons. I mean, I don't know. I look at what happened in other, areas, and they're burning down businesses, and they're doing things to people that are just not connected to. I mean, you have Cup Foods there in Minneapolis, and they've kind of been saved because they were the instance of the actual event. But you see all this stuff happening all over the place, and it's just mind-boggling. And I agree that police are overreactive and totally. I mean, they do overreact and do that sort of thing.
And the people are over-policed in the first place. They're just
I agree.
Over-criminalized and over-policed. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, and like the drug war is freaking insane.
Idiotic.
I mean, locking people up for having some plant.
For doing something
ridiculous.
For doing something 1,000 generations before them did. 1,000 generations being 20,000 years, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I do see a problem with people burning people's businesses to the ground.
Everyone sees a problem with that, dude. Everyone understands that's unacceptable. Okay, it's just there's incredibly I mean this shit that went down in Atlanta over the weekend, and they burned the fucking Wendy's. I mean it's kind of understandable. It's not like they set the whole town on fire.
Well, yeah, but I mean I'm from Minnesota, and they just decimated it. I mean, literally decimated that area of Minneapolis. And
I think there was a lot of paid instigators in there, but Minneapolis has had a really bad history on this as far as killing people a lot, right?
But from a libertarian aspect, protesting is fine, and I totally agree with that. But burning someone's business down,
right? That's not. I get it.
Sorry, I don't care. Okay. I don't care if they're insured or not.
Yeah, I get it. It's not
holy
okay.
Crap!
But the point is that when again there seems to be an even bigger problem in Minneapolis. It might be understandable that people would overreact in a much bigger way. And I'm not justifying anything, and it's not right. And honestly, I think, if the police hadn't stepped out of the way and let the looters and rioters run wild while they're fucking with the peaceful protesters, that they probably would have been able to contain it much better. But they stepped out of the way.
I agree.
They stepped out of the way. So
the protesters are not the problem at all.
Yeah, and the police aren't acting like that. That's not how the police are acting. The police are acting as if the peaceful protesters are a problem.
Yeah, but when they set a curfew and people disobey it,
well, you know what? Fuck your bedtime. No, there does not. This is the land of the free, and we don't need your goddamn bedtimes. And if you're going to try and put a bedtime on us, we'll show you that you're not the boss of us, right? That's what Americans do. We're not fucking going to roll over like sheep because you told us to.
I agree. But there also has to be a point when reasonable Americans say, okay, we agree that burning down businesses and killing people and beating people is not accessible. And
We've
all have to
already
agree
pretty
that
much
there's a
agreed
certain
with
point.
that. We've already pretty much agreed with that. And again, the people that are doing that are primarily paid instigators.
Yes, and those paid instigators should be dealt with appropriately.
Right.
They
They're
should be
gonna
treated
look,
as
they're gonna go to jail because I'm telling you, there are video cameras everywhere, and and you know, everywhere. So even if the store you attack doesn't have them, they're gonna get your images. Okay, if you got fucking television in your hand, you're gonna get caught on video. The cops are gonna spend however long it takes to figure out who you are, and they're gonna track you down, and they're gonna make examples out of you. Okay, so that's the fact. So, and that's what it means to live in the land of law and order, because the people who broke the law should have a price to pay. Okay.
Yes, exactly. And if you are a protester, a peaceful protester, and you are witnessing people just damaging people and businesses, you should record that and report that to the police. I mean,
well, it's gone beyond that. Okay, I've seen the protesters in Seattle grab people and drag them up to the police and say, "This is the person that's throwing the rocks."
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what they should do.
Yeah. So, and they are.
Yeah.
I just told you that. That's what they are doing. Not everywhere, but look, again, the people are just tired of this police state, man. We got to do something better.
I agree totally.
And you know, you got to give them some kind of understanding. And I agree. It's not right to do all this shit, but they've been living under this "it's not right" shit for a long time too. You know, so and blowback is a real thing, man. I mean, I say this all the time. You know, you can only push people so far, and they're gonna push back, and they're gonna push back hard. That's what's happening right now in the streets of Portland. That's what happened in the streets of Seattle. You know, we kicked the fucking cops the fuck out.
And I hope that in Seattle it remains peaceful, unlike here in Minnesota.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, I mean, if you look on this video right now that's on the screen, you can see people marching past business, marching past cars. They're not smashing windows. They're not breaking anything. They're not setting fires. You know, it's not who these people are trying to be. It's not why they're in the streets. It's when the cops...
I support that 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, peaceful protests, go for it. Do whatever you want. But don't hurt private businesses.
Yeah.
They are your lifeblood. I mean...
Yeah, well, they've worked hard. I mean, it's just horrible when you see that happen. I understand exactly what you're saying, and I guarantee the vast majority of people agree with you, like 99%. So, you know, I mean, nobody's trying to argue that we should burn everything to the ground. Now, there may come a time when we got to burn it all to the ground. But that's because when a peaceful revolution is not allowed, a violent one is assured.
Yep, exactly.
So, but now's not that time. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to make something bigger, better happen. And you can see it in Portland, and you can see it in Seattle. And it's unfortunate that it's being hard to see in lots of other places. I see it in Minneapolis. I see it in Atlanta. The people there are you know, the same protesters. They're just, again, this small element that's the criminally minded. You know, that's the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all these people are doing in Portland. They're explaining to the police who the streets actually belong to. And again, they're not fucking... They could tear down everything. They could set this entire town on fire. That's not what they're doing in any way, shape, or form. So, you know, we got to recognize what you actually see with your own eyes, you know?
Yep. They got to prioritize in the sense of what's most important. And, you know, protesting, go for it. But, you know, you can't be attacking private companies and business. They have nothing to do with.
Right, yeah, we've already established
society's, yeah, they have nothing to do with society's influence on things,
Yeah,
or
right.
the cops or
Right.
anybody else.
Right. Well, what you're seeing here again is not that. So that's what I'm actually trying to establish, is that that's not what we're seeing happen. And you keep going back to that again and again as if that's what's happening. That's not
in
what
those
we're
places
seeing.
that it's not happening, that's amazing. But we saw it here.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot for calling. It's good to hear from you. Okay, so again, we've watched these protesters. You know, it's the cops that start the trouble. We watched in Seattle, cops hurting people day after day after day. Okay, then we kick the cops out, and it's not happening anymore. There's no more violence. Look how quiet the streets are in Seattle. That's not how it was when the cops were there. Not at all. It's peaceful. It's beautiful. Okay? This in Portland is beautiful. They're not smashing that windshield right there. They're not smashing those windows on the side of that house. They're not smashing anything. Okay? And they have been brutalized night after night after night in Portland by the goddamn Portland police. Okay? Because the Portland police are cocksuckers. And they need to fucking find a better way. We all deserve better than the fucking suck-ass Portland police. That's for sure. How can you be so afraid of the girls marching down the street in little short shorts? You know? Oh, we got to send the militia in. Make sure that they're heavily armed so they can deal with the little girls in the streets dancing in short shorts. You know who's not afraid? The little girl in the streets with short shorts. You know who apparently is afraid? The big heavily armed militia guys. Terrified of the little girl in the streets wearing short shorts. Dance and dance and dance and dance. How terrifying she is. And I honestly think I figured this out, why that little girl in the short shorts is so terrifying to the heavily armed militias. Why is she so terrifying? Because she's not afraid of your fucking guns. That's why the cops have to make examples of the little 90-pound girl standing there with their arms out. Because she's not afraid. Oh, we'll make her fucking afraid. We'll make her really fucking afraid. And I guarantee you now she has nightmares. Because that's what the police state offers all your children. Endless nightmares. And that's why they're in the streets. Saying, we don't want your fucking nightmare society. Okay? We don't want to live under the never-ending threat of the police state fucking our lives. We don't want to live that way. We're not going to. And if you think it looks like this is quieting down and that these people are going to give up, you're not paying attention. Occupy. We need Occupy Portland. Come on, Portland. Come on, you can do it. Portland Occupy protest. Pop. You go there, baby.
Call.
Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, how are you doing tonight?
I am doing good, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing fairly well. I'm doing all right. It's another rainy day, but I got some reading done. That was good. And I watched a good film last night.
Was it rainy? It wasn't rainy. We went for a long walkie. It just rained a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's been really wet here.
You're very sensitized to the rain, man.
It's going to change in like 2 days. It's
I
supposed
think
to be
you're
like
right.
75 degrees or something this weekend. So
I think you're right.
summer's supposed to start in earnest. But other people have noticed this January thing, and I've spoken with other Washingtonians about it. And, it's always the same rap, haven't you heard about January? And, like, I know, I've heard about it. And there was an article about it today with the local paper as well, and saying a lot of people have noticed it's been a little wet this June.
It's the Northwest, man. I love the Northwest. It's so beautiful because it's wet.
I like it as well, and I like the forest here and the sea, the Salish Sea, the Puget Sound, and
the water
the
everywhere.
closeness to the ocean.
The little lakes and everything, the little creeks fucking everywhere, man. I love it. I don't want to live anywhere else.
The mountains are accessible, they're there. So yeah, it's a beautiful place, and but it's just a little pet peeve of mine. I'm a gardener, I'm a landscaper. I work outside. So it's hard to work in soil when it's wet.
Yeah.
It's raining. It's easier, when it's at least overcast. But I have a lot of observations from the program tonight. Well, first of all, just as a side note, unrelated business, T-Mobile apparently had 80 million or 65 million people lose service today with outages across the United States, the cellular telephone provider.
And was that an extended thing or a very short period of time, or what happened there exactly?
I think it's been happening all day. I think I see stories that are just posted like 26 minutes ago on United Press International, but I also heard the story this afternoon as well. So, apparently they've been experiencing outages across the United States. And I haven't really heard a good explanation as to why. But what is interesting to me, when these stories just kind of show up, they pop up for a second and then they disappear over the horizon, is how easy it would be to control people by just having a cell phone outage. Kadoom, right? A lot of the information that we're getting from these demonstrations are through people's cell phones, right? So if the state really wanted to clamp down, one way they would do it is just there would be no cell phone service. I think that's like a given.
Yeah.
And that always just kind of stays in the back of my mind. There was a story at King 5 that was interesting to me. A scientist in England, in Nottingham, at the University of Nottingham, have determined that there are at least 36 intelligent communicating alien species that could be in our galaxy, according to a study. And it's based on how the universe is expanding and how old the universe is. And they say, in addition to the assumption of 5 billion years for intelligent life to form, researchers take into account the need for these civilizations to have a sun that has a metal content similar to our own. If one presumes that civilizations have spent the last 100 years sending out signals into space similar to radio, television, satellite transmissions, there should be about 36 ongoing intelligent technological civilizations, researchers found. This model assumes that these civilizations have managed to survive as long as ours has. The researchers say that what we find or don't find could be a predictor of our own fate. That was interesting, I thought.
It makes sense. It seems incredibly shallow to think that we're the only ones in the universe,
Yeah, and another article I read about this story said that considering the size, and this is in our galaxy in the Milky Way, but considering the size and of dimensions that we're talking about, the nearest of those 36 civilizations, so to speak, would be like 17,000 light years or something away from us. So pretty far away from us. Like the odds of us interacting with one, I don't know. I don't know how far out there. We've left our solar system now. We have probes that have gone beyond, the furthest planets and the furthest objects in our solar system that are 2 objects that are headed out into deep space. But, we haven't really gotten very far on that story,
Yeah, well, I think at a certain point, distance is kind of It's not as black and white as it looks.
Yeah, I agree. So I watched that movie last night. The movie I watched was Planet of the Apes from 1968. And
1968.
The first movie, Planet of the Apes. And it was written by Rod Serling, who also did Twilight Zone.
Yeah, he did a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah, and it was interesting. I mean, I'm sure I watched the original movie in the 70s when I was a kid, and probably again as a young adult, drinking beer and laughing and not paying close attention. But I watched it more closely last night, and there's all kinds of things going on in that movie, like how the apes treat the astronauts with the tunnels that they had dug in the fields, and chasing them with horses and like with these nets and spears at the exact same time that the Americans were killing people in Vietnam during the Vietnam War.
There used to be so much more depth to movies than there is now. There's so little actual creativity and thought process in movies now. It's just kind of a formalized thing. Give us a basic outline of the story, and then we insert so many car chases and so many fucking gun battles and explosions and such.
And the other weird thing about that's absolutely right. And this was an action movie in 1968. And even action movies have these deeper thoughts that are kind of built into the film, which are kind of interesting.
That's the one with Charlton Heston, right?
Yeah.
Get your damn dirty hands off me, you filthy ape.
Yeah, he smashes into the planet with his 4 crew.
Yeah.
And then like 3 of them survive, and they go on a journey into it's very like kind of H.G. Wells or like Jules Verne style. Like this is a different kind of thing. Science fiction. It was interesting. So blah blah blah, and that just kind of tied in also with there's possibly 36 intelligent life forms that have civilizations in our galaxy, in the Milky Way. And also there's a lot of stuff about racial caste system in that movie, with orangutans in charge, chimpanzees are the managerial class, and gorillas are the workers, the military people. So there's a lot of discussion about how those groups work with each other, talking about race in 1968. 2001: A Space Odyssey came out 1 week after Planet of the Apes. They came out within 1 week of each other. Yeah, Stanley Kubrick, the one where it's like the fusion of human beings with machines at the end of it, where you kind of don't know whether the guy has become a machine or the machine is a guy. Has the machine become human? The end of 2001.
Mm-hmm.
So there was another unrelated thing going on at StopTheDrugWar.org that was published today. And it says there that New Jersey sees second marijuana decriminalization bill. A bill was introduced in the Senate on Monday, advanced from Assembly Community Development and Affairs Committee. The Senate bill would decriminalize the possession of up to a pound of weed, while the Assembly bill only decriminalizes up to 10 grams. The Senate bill has a $25 fine, and the Assembly bill has fines starting at $150, going to $200 for a second offense, and $500 for each of the following offenses.
Wow.
And this was in New Jersey. And I noticed that the caller earlier, one of the callers was from New Jersey. And I'm just really sorry that you live in such a backwards place, my friend. And I'm certain that most of the people in New Jersey's prison system, and I know I follow Chris Hedges, the writer, and he works as a teacher, as a professor in the New Jersey prison system, helping people get their bachelor's degree at college. So he works with a lot of these people who are in jail for like petty fucking drug offenses.
Yeah, that's really
just
cool.
like what y'all were talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is New Jersey's solution to this? It's cheesy. It's like so weak, right? Decriminalization with fines, $150, $200, $500 per offense for smoking, for possessing marijuana, or possessing cannabis, right?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. And that's the best that they're going to get this year, like through their legislature. And it also kind of coincides with this other article from Stop the Drug War about policy, and it's talking about people who work with Joe Biden, and it's called the Joe Biden Bernie Sanders Task Force Members. They push for legalizing marijuana and other drug reforms. Joe Biden may not have yet endorsed marijuana legalization, but members of a criminal justice task force he organized appear to be getting ahead of him. One unnamed member, a former federal prosecutor, says that Joe Biden's proposal to decriminalize marijuana doesn't go far enough and should be replaced with legalization. And another, a former Attorney General Eric Holder, suggested broad drug decriminalization without using the word. He said dealing with drug use should be a public health issue and taken out of the system of law enforcement. And when I read that, I wanted to share it with you because for this reason, all right, it's the same story as the one that was up above, Mike, about New Jersey, right? Mm-hmm. So what is New Jersey? What are the Democrats in New Jersey doing? Instead of legalizing pot and decriminalizing, cannabis and decriminalizing cannabis, right? At the same time, instead of doing that, giving people access to the marketplace, letting people grow plants in their yard, things like that.
Yeah.
Instead of doing that, they're doing the very least they possibly can, to just make it to save face with the public, to make it seem like they're making progress.
Right. We're going to trickle out your freedom as little as possible. That's how it's always been.
Yeah. And that's what Joe Biden and Eric Holder are doing with their idea. So Eric Holder saying, well, we should just decriminalize drugs, but then we'll call it a public health issue. Well, you know what that means? Drug courts,
right?
Private drug rehab facilities that are paid for with taxpayer dollars, probably. It means supporting this fake addiction industry, which is totally bogus. They just steal money from parents by saying, I think Johnny might be a little strung out, but send him to our rehab center and he'll be good as new.
That's not the only way they steal money. They steal it by the court ordering them to go to their fucking scam bullshit.
Which somebody like Eric Holder and Joe Biden are going to be oh yeah, that's the solution.
Yep.
So just to say the Democratic Party is not the answer here. There was an incident yesterday, or it happened on Friday. Our mayor had her front door and her house spray painted. Mayor Selby in Olympia, Washington.
I had to cut that out of 7 stories. Go ahead.
I'm really sorry that you had to see that picture of our little suburban paradise there where the mayor lives. And
it was so terrifying, wasn't it, when they spray painted that BLM on her house? Oh my God! They acted like the whole fucking world was coming to an end. Go ahead.
As you know, Mayor Selby said to the world that she thought that the 19-year-old kids who were on her porch and didn't break anything were domestic terrorists. She used the exact same language that Donald Trump uses.
And that's a Democrat,
and
right?
Also, she's big time Democrat.
Yeah.
And she also took a knee at City Hall with some other established people in our community, like maybe the police chief. They took a knee with the demonstrators to show their solidarity. And it was all kind of fake because we're not really getting the reforms. It's kind of like the same story with the drug war with Joe Biden and Eric Holder. They're going to do as little as possible and then act as if they're all fucking self-righteous.
Right.
So Joe Biden literally put fuckers in jail. He put millions of people, most of them black, into prison.
Yeah.
And now he's standing up and acting like he's the voice of African American community. I mean, it's so insane.
Well, if he's not, you ain't black.
That's right. Well, yeah, you ain't black. So I don't agree with the younger anarchist perspective on everything. All right, but in the honor of free speech, I wanted to share this with you. And this is from a website called enough14.org. And on this, they're reposting an article from Puget Sound Anarchist, who are the kids who have accepted responsibility for this. And I'll be very quick. And this is what they said. They said, Fuck the Olympia Police Department and every single cop. Fuck Cheryl Selby and every politician. Fuck City Hall and fuck the state. Fuck white civil society and all of white supremacy. Everything must go. We wish to voice our total contempt for every facet of white civil society, from the gentrifying businesses that put up BLM signs on the window while they advocate for police to further deprive homeless people of access to means of survival, to the liberals who support peaceful protest but want the rowdy black youth who have been burning down the American plantation to rot in prison, to the lying snake politicians who start their speeches with land acknowledgments and take a knee in front of City Hall and cry their fake tears for the murder of George Floyd, yet continue to employ the piece of shit cop who shot 2 young black brothers in Olympia over a case of beer, to Olympia police officer Javier Del Vigo, who had the nerve to visit the Chaz up in Seattle after testifying against those same black brothers in court. We say fuck the police because they killed George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Tony McDade, and countless others. Fuck the Olympia Police Department because they shot Andre and Bryson and refused to properly investigate the death of another local, Yvonne McDonald. Fuck the police because they pose with white supremacist right-wing reactionaries who point guns at us. Fuck the police because they also point guns at us. Fuck the police because they brutalize, torture, and kill us, our friends, and our comrades. Fuck the police because they are descendants of slave catchers. Fuck the police because they defend the property of white settlers on stolen land. Fuck the police because every single officer upholds white supremacy. In order to bring an end to the police murder of black people, we need to bring an end to the police. A world without police means a world without politicians who write racist laws for cops to enforce, who criminalize poverty, who brought us the war on drugs. We say fuck you to the politicians who fund the police weaponry used to brutalize those fighting for black lives and pass budgets to build prisons their goons will undoubtedly fill. We will not fall for the tricks of politicians who put on a nice face and funnel money to cops under the guise of reform. Politicians will never be on our side. They will always uphold law and order, no matter the cost, over a freedom that threatens their hierarchies. And it goes on. And I'll just,
it's awesome. You don't have to stop. Go ahead.
Well, okay.
No, you can do what you want. You can do it.
In liberal Olympia, the city government claims to stand against racism, but has shown their hand too many times. In a recent press conference, Mayor Selby decided to preemptively blame violence on an anonymous group of black anarchists, the Salish Sea Black Autonomists, invoking the good, bad protester narrative, counterposing peaceful white activists and radical black militants, all while she evaded questions about the presence of racist white gun-toting militiamen in Olympia out to use violence in defense of property. We're not divided or confused by where politicians stand when they praise some of us and attack others in the same breath. The city has always demonstrated that they care more about broken windows than black lives. We see your crocodile tears, Mayor Selby. We know your feigned ignorance will put us and our friends in danger. So together we say, fuck you, eat shit.
Nice.
And that was from the Puget Sound anarchists, who probably are some of the people who painted those black straight paint. I mean, whatever. They do their research.
They acted like the fucking world is coming to an end. I did not hear her call them domestic terrorists. That's just fucking.
She did. No, it was one. That's the thing that's been promoted around in the media with that photograph.
Wow.
And then there was this other. So the reason I say this, not that I agree with everything that they say, but I think people need to understand what these people are saying from their own mouth, and then they can characterize it as they want to. But if they want to just read somebody's characterization of who are these people, well, Christ, visit their website and read what they have to say. They're not crazy, all right? They have an agenda. You might not agree with it, but there it is. Read it yourself if you wish. Or if not, you can just characterize them however you want to. But they want a better world, and they're not happy about the status quo. They're certainly not happy about the police.
Or the politicians.
Or the politicians, or the petit bourgeois, the people who are like the managerial class, kind of like the upper middle class that goes along and turns a blind eye every time this happens and just is worried about their money. They're partially complicit as well.
I agree.
So this other article was from SPD's Seattle Police Department blotter at seattle.gov, and it's from June 11th, 2020. And what it is it's a story, and I think this is the police department's website maybe, but it's a story about this person who was arrested in Tacoma who was accused of burning 5 police cars at demonstrations earlier in the session, like a couple weeks ago. And the reason I wanted to share this with people listening is because I want them to understand that the federal government and the Fusion Center, military police, and the state police have all infiltrated these movements. Okay, so always remember that not as a component of fear. It's not to be afraid, but just know that is going on in all of these resistance organizations, everywhere on every level. So when people say, "Oh, those violent protesters, they were federal infiltrators, they were cops," I tell you, cops. I want to tell you something else, that a lot of the peaceful demonstrators have also been infiltrated by the cops. And they use all kinds of tactics to fuck with people's heads so that they don't have effective demonstrations.
Oh, I believe that. Look, this is, these people are they are fucking with people's heads 7 ways from Sundays. It's a big part of what's
That's right.
being done.
Oh yeah, Chuck Schumer even yeah, that's right. Very good. So I have like this memorandum here, which was from Freedom of Information Act, from somewhere. This is from a book called War at Home: Covert Action Against American Activists and What We Can Do About It. And it's basically a memo from 1956, just telling FBI agents how they're infiltrating the Communist Party, and how their goal of infiltrating the Communist Party is to create disruptions within the party. They say they want to create an atmosphere of internal fighting that would rage inside of the party so that they wouldn't be effective. In the 1960s, these same clowns with COINTELPRO infiltrated the Black Panther Party and murdered activists. The federal government murdered activists.
Yeah.
So they have a history of doing this shit. So that is the background to this woman in Tacoma, and this story from the Seattle Police Department. And this is a quote from that story from Seattle.gov. It says, and because they worked with the FBI to catch this person using photographs. It says, the number one mission of the FBI is to protect the American people and uphold the Constitution of the United States. The First Amendment guarantees Americans the right to express their opinions and peacefully protest. What it doesn't provide is the right to invoke violence under the guise of free speech, said FBI Special Agent Raymond Duda of the Seattle Field Office. Quote, in cooperation with our partners, we work tirelessly to identify, investigate, and prevent individuals who are inciting violence and coordinate with the United States Attorney's Office to address any federal violations. Quote, ATF is the federal agency primarily responsible for administering and enacting the criminal and regulatory provisions of federal laws pertaining to arson. Arson is a crime of violence, said the ATF acting special agent in charge, Jonathan Blaze. While we stand by everyone American's constitutional right to protest, when someone turns to violence, we will work tirelessly to investigate their crimes. We are working shoulder to shoulder with local, state, and federal partners to bring those responsible for actions to justice. And they busted her. It says she was captured by multiple cameras using an accelerant, lit a blowtorch to start fires in 5 vehicles, putting the public at risk and creating the very possibility of a structure fire at the Toronto people protesting downtown. And then it says the police department reviewed various videos taken on the Saturday arsons as well as videos taken at the protest Friday evening. Shannon appears in videos from both days, and tattoos she has on her hands and arms are clearly visible. Some of the tattoos link Shannon to a missing person report in Texas in 2019. Ultimately, investigators uncovered her various social media accounts, which helped confirm her identity. So let's just stop right there. She appears in videos. So there's videos of you on the street from like shops and windows and other people's phones, right? So there's photographs of her, and then there was a missing report. So the cops had like a mug shot of her from another state, and then They used those two pieces of information, and then they used her own photographs of herself on like her Facebook page or her Instagram page, and matched all that data together. So they were working with like Facebook or Google, right, with the help of the FBI, and voila, they caught the person. Well, I'm saying this because I'm not trying to discourage people from doing anything they need to do. Whatever they need to do, if they've thought it through and they need to do it, that's what they need to do. But the power of the state is like going to is looking at things from so many different angles. And in 2013, there were May Day demonstrations in Seattle, and there were windows broken, like there often are on May Day at the demos. And there were like 2 or 3 activists from Olympia that were accused by a federal grand jury of like not providing information to the state about friends of theirs who were anarchists. And because they refused to testify to a prosecutor, they spent like 4 months in jail, like in a detention center, without being charged for any crime except for not cooperating with a federal grand jury. So as a consequence of that, there were a lot of other people in the community who had to spend all of their time doing court support and raising money in order to support these people so they could build a case, a legal case, which took a lot of time because you have to have lawyers, you have to make arguments, you have to gather evidence, all of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So every time that the federal government fucks with these activists, you know, they're zapping the energy from like a whole bunch of other people that you never ever even hear of. So that's something you should think about before you commit, you know, one of these acts of property damage, destruction, because you are, if you're caught, you are going to suck a lot of energy out of the movement just in the legal system. So that's a kind of, you know, just saying heads up.
And that woman that you were talking about that set the cop cars on fire, she was wearing a mask, but they identified her with tattoos on her hands. So we understand what you're saying.
So it wasn't the facial recognition technology. And I want to talk about that because I think Google said we won't give facial recognition technology to cops. And then I think Facebook said we won't give facial, or Microsoft said we won't, or Amazon said we won't give facial recognition to cops. For a year.
Yeah,
but
for
until
a year,
Congress works until the Congress works out the civil liberties aspects of it, which you know, it's inevitable. It's already there. They have the technology. 2 or 3 different firms have it.
Yeah.
You know, it's there. It's already
if it's
here.
developed already, you know, big deal. If whoever says we're not going to, some company trying to make sure that they don't get on the wrong side of Black Lives Matter at the moment says we're not going to let them use it because it's everywhere. They'll be able to find it somewhere else. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, they probably can already buy bootleg copies of it if they want to. You know, and So yeah, there's 18,000 different jurisdictions, and so one of the arguments the other night I read to you like the list of 10 police reforms that are going through the House Judiciary Committee that seem to be like, you know, kind of semi blah blah milquetoast reforms, a little better than nothing, but not that great.
Yeah.
So
the registry list seems like a really good thing, but other than that, there's not a whole lot there.
Not a whole lot there. So I just want to let people know that there were a couple essays. They can read them at their leisure, but one was by Glenn Ford that was today posted at Mint Press News. He writes a Black Agenda report, and he says his article is called "Having Not Yet Won Any Real Power Over the Police, This is No Time for a Truce." So he's saying that we need to control the space in the city square. Like we can't back down at all.
Right.
Because if we don't win the power.
We need Occupy Portland right now. What the fuck? Get that encampment going, people. Go ahead. Sorry.
Because if we can't win the power and hold the power for in the street there in those 6 blocks and in other places in America, if we can't do that, there's a much greater risk that these like police reforms that are being put forward by people like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the kind of like the people who put on the the Kente or whatever, and took a knee in the Congress.
Yeah.
Those people who created the prison industrial complex, the
Right.
people who voted for it, like those people who actually made it, they are going to get a pass, and they're going to get a big shot of adrenaline in the arm for the November election, in this culture war that's going on. So that if we leave the streets, if the people leave the streets right now, that becomes a much greater possibility. If the people stay in the streets right now, the odds are that it's going to evolve and other social issues are going to be discussed, because like I mentioned, a lot of people aren't going to be able to pay their rent in like 5 or 6 weeks. So those other issues are going to be like added to the discussion. And Black Lives Matter, as you pointed out very accurately, is, Chris Hedges has an article today where he writes about gaslighting by the ruling elites. He makes a note that they get like $100 million from foundations.
Yeah.
That would be Black Lives Matter, including like the Ford Foundation and a couple of other large foundations. Not just George Soros, but like very wealthy people in the United States who are philanthropists. So they tend to support the Democratic Party. And anyway, that's who they are. And that's another one. So anyway, those are some things I want to talk about.
But yeah, a lot of these people who call themselves the leader of these movements are just not there to lead us anywhere except for to sell us out. They're there to, they're the ones that are going to go negotiate and then negotiate away everything. So don't fucking get behind these so-called leaders.
They're like the mop-up crew for the elites. They send the mop-up crew, and that's when Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson get off the plane, and they take a car to an arena and they make a speech, and then they take a car back to the airport and they get back on a plane, and that's like in the news cycle for a whole day or two. That's where so-and-so and such and such flew there. Yeah, we care. The world cares. And then they get a little interview on CNN or something like that. And then the issue they hope it just goes away. Like, we addressed it. Let's just hope it goes away.
Yep.
And hopefully this won't go away. And considering that we have 25% unemployment, real unemployment probably in this country right now, well, there you go. People have a reason to be angry, and they have a reason to be in the streets. And
lots of reasons. And
public officials are going to receive more pressure. Yeah, like the mayor here in town, like Mayor Selby. What the fuck? You think you can support these corrupt institutions and not pay attention to the people and not expect there to be any kind of repercussions for you?
Yeah, this is the only reason. Again, these people are not about limiting police power in any way, because the only way that someone who calls peaceful American protesters domestic terrorists can survive is with the police state firmly in place. Take my word for it. I guarantee you she's got cops out in front of her house right now.
And these are the same, as I think people in chat may have noted, these are the same fuckers as well. Like, if I recall, the Patriot Act was a bipartisan project. It wasn't just supported by Republicans.
Which is what I said. Even if it wasn't a bipartisan project in its creation, it has been a bipartisan project being kept.
In its
has kept it
in
place. Yeah, and its implementation. None of these people really give a shit about your freedom. They hate your freedom. In fact, they hate it. They consider it a personal threat.
Yeah, they don't like freedom, and that's the reason why the federal government infiltrated Occupy. It's the reason why Barack Obama passed one of the authorizations for the national defense budget. Also passed legislation that said the federal police or the army could work with like local law enforcement. Military intelligence can work with fusion centers, things like that. Anyway, that's where we're at. We're in an oligarchy, like Mike said. He did it perfectly. And on that note, I'm going to exit. But I would recommend everybody watch that first Planet of the Apes. It's a campy movie, and the dialogue's not the best, but the story is weird. It's a pretty wild story. Like, just look at it with a blank mind. You know, it's a weird story.
It sounds, I don't think when I watched it, I recognized all the social hierarchy and everything that you're talking about in the past. Although it's obvious, it's blatantly right there for anyone to see.
And it's also written like a Western a little bit. I don't like that, but I mean, anyway, it was weird. All right, I hope you have a good night, and if Craig went to the casino, I hope he's doing well.
No, Craig got to get up at 5:30 in the morning.
Oh, man. Well, I hope he has a good day tomorrow morning.
I hope we're not. We're not keeping him up.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you for the program, and I'll let other folks call or listen to some other.
All right, Chris. It's good to hear from you. I look forward to talking to you again soon.
Yeah, likewise. Have a good night. Peace.
Bye. That's our buddy Chris from Olympia, and he is always a barrel full of information. There is no doubt about that. I'm not sure where these people have stopped in Portland. This is a new spot from where we usually see them. But it looks like they're owning the streets. You know, they're peaceful. They're not causing problems. They're just marching. A lot of them. So it's good that they're letting them walk, because, you know, we don't need... Every time they push on these people, the people just come out more and more. And we want to see more and more. So we don't want to see people pushed on. It's the reason that they're out there, you know, in the first place. And then the cops push on them. They shove them down. They brutalize them. They drop flashbangs and tear gas and on. Shoot them with rubber bullets. Pepper spray them. It's horrible. The good people deserve better. And these are good, brave people. All right, so I am getting extremely hungry. We are working on hour 6 here. I'm getting extremely hungry. I think it looks like Portland might be settling down a little bit here. Like, they're probably going to walk for a little bit longer, but I don't think, you know, it's getting time. I think everybody's probably getting ready to go their way, since the cops aren't fucking with them. Because that's what they do, you know. They go and they do their thing, and the cops don't fuck with them. They go home or something.
Oops, your caller just hung up. Goodbye.
Bye. So man, I don't know what that bright red light is. I thought it was a flare, but I don't think it's a flare. It's bright as fuck though. I am so hungry right now.
Just wanted to take this call.
Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, what's going on, man?
Just doing this thing that I do. What's going on with you?
Oh, man, this is Two Bronze Star Brandon, man. I had a bad day today, man. I got caught up with everything going on in America, man. It just really upset me.
You got called up?
No, I got caught up with everything that's going on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear you. I got caught up. Yeah, it's easy to do, man. You know, there's everybody's running a little hot right now.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's just like so many people are not focused on the bigger picture, and that should concern everybody in this country in the melting pot. And what we've been seeing for years is just certain people get by, you know, how we talk about, you know, the elites and all that, and the hardworking Americans are the one who just get pushed at the bottom. And then I think a lot of us are feeling that they're never going to be able to get out, and then you throw on top the political realm, and then you throw the salt and pepper of the black and white situation we got in this country. Then you throw in immigration, and then no jobs, and then Corona.
Right.
Boom. You got a ton of dynamite ready waiting to explode.
That's a lot of dynamite, man.
Yeah, and I don't think we got enough scissors to cut the wicks off of them, and I think some of them are going to go off and explode eventually.
Well, there's no doubt about it. I mean, again, you can only keep the lid on a boiling pot so long.
Yeah, it won't boil over.
Yeah. So I mean, we all see it coming, and that's the big problem. Is, I mean, it should be more obvious. I think that's why the Congress is acting like they're pretending like they're trying to make like they're pretending like they're kind of hearing what the people are saying, but they're trying to settle it down. But I don't know, what is it that you see coming?
I say what I see is it's like people are starting to realize that life is a little harder than what they expected. It doesn't matter if you check the block on everything you do in life. At the end of the day, we all see where our grandparents are, or were, and where our mom and dads are going, depending on what's your age. And then a lot of kids grow up and they see the struggles their parents make, and they don't want nothing like that, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So it's more or less a lot less hope, than what a lot of people thought. You're looking at all these small business owners that are just crushed and crumbled, and they're not going to be able to come back. And who's going to profit? The bank.
That's who always profits.
The politicians.
Yep.
Yeah. And they're the ones who make decisions. Let's just say you got 10 employees, and you don't have enough money to pay 10 people $300 a week.
Yeah.
And that's bottom line right there when it comes to like how much you pay them anyway. And you can't even do that. It's devastating. It's crushing. This to make an immigrant want to climb back over the damn fence. Hell,
And lots of them have.
And then we're going through this hard time, and then we're constantly telling each other, "You're not wanted." That's what's scary. When a lot of people look at you, regardless of what side of the fence anyone sits on, and people point at you like, "Well, I don't want you," and and that's not good for us, man. It's not how the American psyche is designed. We don't do well with failure.
I think people in general don't do good with rejection.
Yeah. And now you got, like I'm from the South, so you got the statue situation, and I have an ancestor that fought for the Confederacy, and I'm biracial, and my story is quite unique. My grandfather got a Purple Heart when he was 19 years old and battled the Vosges, fighting the Germans. And years later, my grandfather was in the Ku Klux Klan. And I would like to know how my grandfather would feel now if he was still alive, seeing the Ku Klux Klan, not the Ku Klux Klan flag, but the Confederacy flag, because of his heritage, and he was in the Klan with the Confederate flag also, but how he would like that, seeing those pictures, at some of those Trump rallies, and in Charlottesville and what happened in Michigan when they, protested at the Capitol building and stuff, with those flags side by side. I would really like to know what my grandfather would think of that, because he understands the Southern heritage portion. I'm assuming he did, the way he interpreted it. But this stand beside, it's posted beside the flag where the guy was trying to kill him in Europe. Yeah. I think some way down the line, brother, we got lost.
Everything's screwed up, dude, and it's by design. They want us to be divided and angry.
Yep.
And fear and afraid and all these things, which makes it just almost impossible to make anything happen moving forward, which is exactly what they want. They want it to be just status quo. We're in charge. You just let the adults take care of what needs to happen.
Yeah, but depending on how open, just depending on how some people think. I mean, there's no more pensions.
Yeah.
What? Very small percentage of American jobs give a pension. You got to work for the federal government, state government, or something like that. Then you got to invest in a 401k for your future. And the stock market, every 10 years, it seems like it falls. Almost 20 years ago, we had a 9/11. And now 20 years later, we got this down there. It's like, how can anyone ever really, just get a leg up?
I hear you.
Got to see it so to the devil.
I hear you. I mean, and then there's the police state on top of that, holding down everybody, and breathing down everybody's neck.
And that's where, and as a man of uniform that I was for 20 years, I get the uniform. But a lot of people who support the police and always point the finger, well, they resisted arrest, like, that's their right, then that means they should be killed on sight. But at the end of the day, government is the police. They're going to come and knock on your door when the government says, take your guns away from you. That's who's going to come and take your guns, the police. They're the ones who's going to come and evict you from your home when you can't pay the rent or you foreclosed. And a guy's going to show up and repossess your car, and he's going to have a badge with him.
Yeah.
So the cops, the police have a very, very, very hard job. Just like when I was in the military. But when I was in the military, we kicked a lot of people out because they couldn't do it. And just because you can get through a school or a course doesn't mean you can do the job, because that's a 24/7 hour job.
Yeah.
And it's a hard life to live to where you can't fuck up 24 hours a day. Believe me. I never smoked marijuana until after I retired in 2015, and I was 39 years old.
Yeah.
That's how strict, you can't fuck up. And that's how the police got to think that way. You're on call 24/7. I almost killed a kid in Iraq because he flinched, and I pointed my weapon at him, and the fucker dropped a rock.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to, throw a grenade or whatever. If I would have killed that little boy, it would have been my ass, because the big picture is you represent the country. Cops need to represent their community.
Well.
And be nice to the people who live in that town.
Yeah, but I mean, even more than that, Brandon, if you had killed that little kid with a rock, you would have never fucking, you would have had to live with it forever, and that would just eat you alive,
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's good that you did not do that.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude. Listen, you're on pins and needles, and the thing is, law enforcement works in a country where everybody speaks English, okay, minus a certain, people who just speak Spanish or whatever. But all the road signs are in English, every fucking thing, and then they grew up not that far from a majority of the time where they work at anyway. So they know the community. It's not like you're 9,000 miles away in a foreign fucking country with a whole new culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out
it's very different.
I agree.
More complicated.
Yeah. And there's, look, we can do much better when it comes to policing in America. We have to get these are mostly like young people. I would say like 90% of these people are like very young adults, and that they're like, we don't want to live the rest of our adulthood with the police breathing down our necks. It's got to stop, you know? Because the police are rabid dogs. It'd be one thing if they were breathing down our necks and acting with respect towards us, but they're breathing down our necks looking at us like we're criminals, and they're waiting for us to, you know, do something wrong, color outside the lines so they can ruin our fucking lives.
Well, they have a us versus them mentality.
Right.
It's us versus them. My family versus, you know, my family live over here, your family lives over there. And if you're not in that circle, it doesn't matter. I mean, we're gonna talk about shooting, you know, black people all day, but that one execution of the white man crawling down the hotel hallway where the guys in Arizona just killed him, the cop.
Yeah.
You know, and the cop that shot him is medically retired. He gets a pension for the rest of his life, courtesy of the state of Arizona.
Right.
So it's government, and government wants control, and that's the reason, you know, if you can legally own a gun, own one. You know, I hate to say it that way, but
well, if you don't exercise your rights, they will take them away.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right. I mean, but they too much act like everybody's speeding and no one's wearing a seatbelt. You know?
Yeah.
That's the way that they treat every situation. Like, it's nothing good's going to come out of this. Then if you don't understand human nature and you don't know psychology, then why would you ever want to be a police officer? I get it. I understand it. Because I've seen people join the military with good intentions, but they just couldn't do the job.
Yeah.
And when it came time for you to re-enlist, we told you we're not going to let you re-enlist. Huh. You know, we made recommendations to the commander. Don't let him re-enlist. He ain't cut out for it. He'll get somebody killed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I keep saying about the cops. The cops know who the bad cops are. They could get rid of them, but they don't. They protect them.
That's that click.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I don't know if you follow football that well, but isn't it funny that all these quarterbacks in the NFL that's been there for 10 or 15 years all suck, and they're all backups? Because once you make the group, you're in the group. Like some basketball players who suck, who score 2 points a game, and they're 6'8". They're just there because they're in the group. So once you get inside that little clique or that group, you're good. And you're protected. Just show up, you know, do what we tell you to do. Because I believe that one junior officer that I think they let him get bailed out, that was on the job for like a day or a few days or whatever, with that George Floyd situation.
Yeah.
He was a baby at work. He didn't know what the hell was going on. And you always know, never correct a superior. And if you correct a superior in front of his subordinate, that's going to cause an issue. Then if you do that in front of the population, meaning those people around, and they was looking at it like that, meaning it'll take care of itself because we're all in the same clique instead of an outlier. Like that Asian guy that was standing up, he could have easily been the outlier and said, hey, man, get off his neck. So now because of 2 or 3 people didn't do their job, COVID just opened we just opened the country up, and now we had to close it back down. It's going to get worse because of 3 people. So COVID shut America down, but 3 idiots just fucked it up even worse.
Yeah, well, I mean, but you know, this isn't really about just one guy, you know. I mean, this shit's been a long time coming.
Yeah. Well, Mike, this is what I'll say. As a person of color, my voice is going to be deaf on some people's ears. You know, it's white Americans, politicians, lawyers, police officers, teachers, fathers, especially fathers, and mothers, of course, have to make these decisions at the kitchen table and at their jobs so that their kids don't grow up thinking the same way or the same ideology that, let's say, my grandfather was raised upon. You know, that's really where it starts. You know, and just stuff like that. It's a real sad situation. But if you look how much money it cost this country to suppress people, it wasn't even worth it. We're $20-something trillion in debt.
Yeah.
When you could have just made people free and equal, and they could have worked and paid taxes, but you was too busy, you know, not wanting to do that. So, yeah, we're screwed.
Well, you know, I mean, they got us bent over a barrel, but we're marching down the street, and when we took over part of Seattle, and we kicked the fucking cops out. So, you know, we're kind of getting up off the barrel a little bit. You know, we'll see.
Yeah, that's, you know, that's very unique. What is going on with you out there in the Pacific Northwest? Because me being from the South, that shit never would have happened. It's amazing but the thing is, y'all, you know, you grew out, you know, it's just different out there than how it is, you know, which I live in Missouri now. But everything's different. Like, y'all are more of a progressive people, you know, that whole West Coast is, you know,
Yeah.
Oregon,
Yeah.
California, you got Nevada, prostitutes, cat houses, gambling. You know, it's more or less the you know what is in y'all's DNA from your ancestors that moved out there and set everything up.
The Wild
You
West.
know, yeah, you know that, and then you know since you always had a high Asian population, you know, I'm assuming, you know, but yeah, it's just unique how y'all think of things, and y'all are the Wild West. You know, y'all legalize marijuana. You know, all, you know, and everything like that. As far as if you look at the South, which has a lot of people in it, and they can make a lot of money off of it. And the South has over 50% of African Americans in it. If you want to put that stigma on black people just smoke weed, then you can make it free, legal, no one go to jail, you know, whatever. But it's y'all states that, you know, and where this, you know, it's really not a high African American population. And weed is legal, but in the Southeast, where the majority of the blacks in the country live, it's not legal. Or even medical.
Yeah, I don't.
Except for Florida.
I won't even consider traveling to states where it's not legal anymore.
I don't blame you.
It's you know, I mean, there's this element of freedom, and that's, you know, I mean, I love cannabis, and I think it's incredibly important to human beings and to our entire species, you know, our evolution moving forward. But I just the whole police state thing, the whole making it illegal thing, is just this whole different evolution of like you know, pure evil. And I will not go to a state where it's not legal, because I love freedom, you know.
Yeah, and in those states that don't see it as freedom, they would look down upon you because of what you do. But if you look down upon them of how they do certain things, they'll be offensive about it.
Well, you know, I mean, Alabama's outlawed genital stimulation devices, no dildos, no vibrators. So I think they're pretty fucked up people.
Well, yeah. Well, the good thing is they'll stop chipping their teeth.
Yeah.
Because they brush their teeth with them.
Yeah.
But I ain't backwoods there. But yeah, but it's just ironic, and it's challenging times, you know. And really, it's, you know, I'm 44, so I know, you know, I'm running around with third base right now, you know. So it's I just got to make sure that I get my children right to finish the race or the game of it, you know, because it's going to be challenging.
It always has been, Brandon.
All right, man. Well, look, it's good to talk to you, brothers, and take care, okay? Still listening.
Hey, it's nice to hear from you, and I look forward to talking to you again soon, okay?
All right, brother. Take care.
Stay cool. Bye-bye. And that's our buddy two bronze star Brandon, who is very nice to call the show from time to time and let us know what's going on in his neighborhood. And he is, you know, a man of the people. You can tell that he's very concerned about everyone. We just want to make it better. Look, before this ever happened, I told you the good people, the working class people deserve better. Not the fucking left, not the fucking right, that you can't wait to buy in division. Can't wait to buy into that division wholeheartedly with your entire being. Not the fucking left, not the fucking right. Okay? It's about the people. All the people. Always. Always has been. Because I love freedom. Freedom is about the people. Our rights are about the people. You know? Not having the police state breathing down your neck for the next 40 years of your life is about the people deserving better. The working class, the vast majority, the 99%. We deserve better. We all deserve better than this. There is no reason for a United States police state. It should be the land of the free, first and always. And anybody who's threatened by people taking power back from the police state, the people taking power back from the police state, anybody who's threatened by that, why do you hate freedom? Why are you so threatened by freedom? All right, you guys, I gotta get some food. I'm hungry. Portland's way past 11:30, so I don't think we gotta worry about the tear gas, the flashbangs anymore tonight. Hopefully they won't get shot. Or LRADed. They had the LRAD machine out in the streets the other night. That was some scary shit. Right after they said, "Oh, we're not going to use tear gas anymore on the protesters in Portland," they brought the LRAD machine out on the street. I'm like, Craig, you gotta start filming. You gotta start capturing this right now. It's like, if all those people hit the ground at the same time because they turned that LRAD machine on, that is gonna make some powerful fucking video. We need to capture this right now. But thank God they didn't turn the LRAD machine on, because I don't need powerful video that bad. There's lots of it around. Alright, I'm going to go get some food. We do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time, which means we will be back here tomorrow night. Same Mox time, same Mox channel. I really hope we see you here, because it's always better when you're here. And remember, one of these days this war is going to end. I think these people are pushing it that direction. So let's get behind them and help them push, okay? Stay cool till that day.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com.